Chapter 1, Fusion System. Heaven Do Empire, Imperial Palace. Somewhere in a luxurious and elegant room, there was a boy with a grey-faced face lying on the bed. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and coughed violently. After a while, he looked at the surrounding scenery, showing confusion. Where is this? What? Just when he was just beginning to think about his passing, his headache was splitting, and a burst of intermittent information flow poured into his consciousness. Picture by picture, movies generally sway, and he gets a lot of information. Douluos mainland, second prince, poison. It took more than 10 minutes for Luo Chuan to breathe out, watching the strange but familiar scene before him. A wry smile appeared on his face. It seems that he stayed up too late, cultivated immortality successfully, and soared into this world. He rubbed his sore forehead and frowned. This ascending posture is not right. How can he be possessed by an unlucky ghost who has just been poisoned to death? Qian Rongxiu, he personally planned a hero to save the United States at the age of 9, and replaced it by the elder brother who killed her predecessor at the age of 10, and now has just poisoned his predecessor. I don't have much strength, and I am afraid that it is worse than the predecessor. Is it possible to be poisoned again? Or expose Qian Rongxiu? I'm afraid this is a dead end. People are from Wuhan Palace. If he dared to expose that Qian Rongxiu's mission failed, he would definitely not mind killing him out of anger. With the opponent's strength, it is completely possible. Keng Dang. When thinking about it, something fell on the ground and woke him up. Turning his head to see, a woman dressed as a maid was looking at him blankly. Second prince, you are not dead. The maid's voice was a little sharp, because the second prince was obviously dead. The body was almost cold before, but now she sits up and is still looking at her. I'm not dead yet, so I'll pour me some water quickly, and he's thirsty. Qian Rongxiu's threat will be considered later. He just wants to drink some water now. Oh, second prince, wait a moment. The maid hurriedly poured a glass of water, and then left in a panic. She had to report the matter to her. Luo Chuan was too thirsty, his throat seemed to be hot. He picked up the cup and drank. What? So comfortable. The water moisturizes the throat and spreads all over the body. Luoquan reveals the meaning of enjoyment. It feels good to be alive. Hey? It seems that this maid has a problem. The chronic poisoning of oneself is mostly inextricably linked to it. With some information popping out of his mind, Luo Chuan's face went dark, looking at half of the water left. He raised his head and ate it. He even licked the cup. The taste is sweet. Since it is a chronic poison, you should not die if you take a little bit more. Smash it, there really wasn't much reaction. Luo Chuan put down the cup and observed the room. There was nothing to see, so he walked to the side and picked up a mirror. A 12 or 13-year-old boy with a handsome appearance and a tall stature appeared, but with a grey and black hair between his eyebrows, his eyes blank and a dead look. Ding, dichorotoxin is detected, whether to collect it. The poison turned out to be on the mirror. The toxin has entered the body, does it fuse? With the sound in the ear, a paragraph of text suddenly popped out in front of my eyes, showing gold, imprinted on a transparent interface. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 1.3+. Constitution, 1.7+. Repair, level 18+. Wuhan, Swan, the second Wuhan+. Spirit Ring, 100 years Spirit Ring, with Spirit ability, 20% flying acceleration, plus. Energy, 16. Can be fused, Swan Wuhan plus Mandolin equals. Energy required 100. Warehouse, Dichorotoxin *9. Pet, none. This is. He froze for a moment, thinking it was an illusion, and after turning his head, the words still moved with his eyes. Yes it. Thinking of a collection and fusion game that he had stayed up late to participate in production, Luoquan was excited. It seemed to follow itself soaring up. Just when Luoquan was surprised and delighted, the maid who had gone out ran back and said respectfully, "Second prince, the eldest prince is coming to see you." Luo Chuan's expression changed and he cursed secretly in his heart. He was only resurrected. This woman came to check what should be done. Before he could speak, a boy who was older than him and had similar eyebrows walked in. "Second brother, are you okay?" The eldest prince Xueqinghe spoke with surprise in his eyes, not understanding why a person who had died suddenly came back to life. "The people outside are preparing for the funeral. It seems that poison is not enough." Luo Chuan faced this titular elder brother, a secret enemy, a terrible spy, and a genius against the sky. He didn't know how to face it for a while. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Luo Chuan stunned in place, Xueqinghe squinted his eyes and glanced at the maid. "Is it possible that his brain is poisoned? The second prince should not be stupid." The maid shook her head subconsciously and said, "Just now the second prince drank water." "You are stupid." Luo Chuan's face turned dark, he glared at the maid, squeezed out a smile, looked at the big brother in front of him, gritted his teeth, and faced difficulties. When he walked in front of Xueqinghe, he thought about his tragic experience of cultivating immortals and soaring. He squeezed out a bit of tears and cried in mourning, "Big brother, I almost died, I'm so scared. Brother, I want to comfort." With that said, Luo Chuan hugged the eldest brother, looking just as miserable. However, Luo Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up with Xueqinghe behind his back. "Well, the body is very soft. It feels comfortable to the touch." He commented in his heart, "Simply hug him tighter." He didn't believe that Jian Rongxue dared to kill him in this state, then he would definitely not be able to get out of the relationship. Xueqinghe froze in place, looking at Luoquan in disbelief. She was hugged by someone for the first time, and she was of the opposite sex. "You." A look of shame appeared in her eyes. She wanted to push this guy away immediately, but thinking of her identity, she still did not push out her raised hand, but patted Luo Chuan's shoulder lightly. "It's okay. Don't be afraid." She was comforting on the surface, but cursing in her heart. This Xue Luoquan, who has always had a good relationship with her, would be like this. Why is he crying? The maid was also a little confused. This picture is wrong. It is possible that the second prince really has a problem with his head. Ding! The angel martial soul is detected. Is it fused? If soul power is detected, it can be collected as energy. Whether to collect it. Spirit bone is detected. Is it fused? Unable to fuse, please collect first. The target is a living thing, it cannot be collected. With his back to Xueqinghe, Luo Chuan, who pretended to cry, had thoughts in his eyes. It seemed that the system would react to anything useful. His game system claims that all treasures can be collected and integrated, and those that can't be collected can be copied. Unexpectedly, all the functions are there. He hurriedly looked at the panel, and in the copyable column, there was an additional seraphim martial spirit, and the required energy was 1 million. The energy is so bad. Luo Chuan was stunned. The energy he stored was only in double digits, but the energy he needed reached 7 digits. This energy comes from soul power, and other energy can also be collected. Give me a little time and I will definitely get it together. P.S. The author can't help but post it all the time. Some places have not been modified. If there are errors, please correct me. In addition, if you have votes, please vote, I am grateful. Chapter 2, Blood splattered my face. Luo Chuan thought to himself that there was a firm color in his eyes. This seraphim martial spirit is a top martial soul, and it is also a flying martial soul. It matches his swan martial soul very well. After fusion, he is also a genius. But before that, the poisoning problem must be solved first. This poison is not even noticed by the doctor. It is not simple. Second brother, it's okay, elder brother still has things to deal with. Some impatient voices rang in Luoquan's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Between Luoquan's nostrils, he smelled a faint fragrance. Is this the smell of a woman? Oh! Luo Chuan let go of the big brother reluctantly, and said with a smile, I feel much more comfortable holding my big brother just now, can I often ask you to play with him in the future? Of course can. Shueking he smiled gently, you have a good rest, and I will see you next time. When she walked out of the room, Shueking he's face immediately became cold, and said to the maid who followed, wait for 2 days before the wind has passed. Then remember to increase the dose next time. Don't show your horse's feet. I don't want to have another accident. Yes, Saint. The maid replied respectfully, with a cold look in her eyes. She was a spy in the Wuhan Palace, who specially assisted Jian Rongxiu in eliminating dissidents. In this failure, he felt that Luoquan had seen less in the mirror and had not been exposed to toxins enough, and an accident occurred. It will succeed next time. Inside the house, seeing Jian Rongxiu leave, Luo Chuan let out a sigh of relief, lying on the bed with sweat. This woman is terrible, there is nothing unusual about it. No wonder the royal family didn't notice even killing 2 princes. He thought with trepidation, however, she didn't dare to kill me face to face, but used poison, indicating that I still have concerns. If I can avoid poison. Avoid the wool, even the maid is hers, there are probably a lot of spies in the palace, I'm afraid they will be poisoned by walking. Shaking his head, he thought, called the system panel, saw the fusionable column, and clicked. The screen jumps to a cool fusion platform. There is a snow-white swan with a yellow ring on the body, and the other is a ray of transparent airflow. Swan Wuhan and Mandolin. The former is the martial spirit of the Heaven Do Empire imperial family. I don't know what it has to do, but to become a royal family, I think it is more than just beautiful, right? The latter is Mandolin, colorless and tasteless, and is the culprit that caused his predecessor to die. Above the 2 things, there is a column for energy required for fusion. Next to it is the number 100, which means that 100 energy is required. Fusion toxin, I should be able to resist this mandala poison, right? Luo Chuan thoughtfully, thinking that he had only 16 points left, which was far worse, so he had to gather energy quickly. This energy comes from my soul power. With my 18th level cultivation base at the moment, it is not enough to consume all of it. I have to recover 6 times. According to the usual recovery speed, it will take at least 3 days. Luo Chuan's expression changed, and he stood up suddenly, no, although 3 days are short, my body can't hold it, so I must find energy integration as soon as possible. At this time, the maid came in again and said, Second Prince, Your Majesty is coming to see you. As soon as her words fell, Shueya with a golden robe and a majestic look stepped in, followed by a few people dressed as doctors. Luoquan, how is your health? Shueya showed concern, even though the royal family was indifferent, but this was his son after all, and he was still quite worried. Seeing this cheap daddy, Luo Chuan has nothing wrong with him, and his expression is as usual, Father, I am fine. Shueya waved, and the doctor behind him stepped forward to check. It's a pity that in the end nothing was found, and he could only shake his head and said, Your Majesty, the second prince is a strange disease, and the subordinates have nothing to do for the time being. What's the use for you guys, get out. Shueya was furious, and scared several doctors crawling away. Luo Chuan squinted his eyes, this royal physician might not have a problem. Luoquan, you shouldn't run around recently, take care of your illness at home, tell my guards what you need, and he will satisfy you as much as possible. After that, Shueya walked out of the room and said to a person wearing silver armor outside, You will be responsible for the safety of the second prince. If there is another mistake, I will ask you for it. Yes, Your Majesty. The armored man knelt on one knee, respectfully leading his orders. Shuya waved her hand, stepped away, walked outside, looked at the sky, and sighed in her heart. For example, today the Dou Empire is worried about internal and external troubles. His generation is withered and has only 3 sons. As a result, these 2 sons almost died before they grew up, but the reason could not be found, which made him quite worried. Luo Chuan was also worried. He was thinking about how to collect enough energy as quickly as possible. Murder collection? It seems that this is the most convenient, but his state at the moment, I am afraid that even a few ranks of soul warrior can't solve it. Glancing at the maid waiting beside him, Luo Chuan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and finally he retracted his gaze. He estimated that the hidden strength of this maid might be much stronger than him. Not to mention that he couldn't do it. Even if he did it, he couldn't solve it. He had to kill with a knife. Second Prince. A burly armored man walked in and knelt down on one knee and said, "Subordinate Shen Jinming, in the future, your subordinate will be responsible for your safety. If you have any arrangements, please ask the second prince to order." "Really listen to my arrangement?" Luo Chuan's eyes moved, and the maid next to her was all hairy, instinctively feeling something was wrong. "Natural. Kill her." Luo Chuan raised his hand at the maid with cold eyes. Shen Jinming was stunned for a moment, and did not ask more. A maid, as the dignified prince of Luoquan, would kill if she wanted to. "Second prince, spare your life. What did the slave and maid servant do wrong? Please forgive me, don't kill the slave and maid." The maid turned pale with fright and hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "He, you poisoned me, how can I forgive you?" Luo Chuan's face was cold and frosty. Since the cheap old man used his guards, there was no need to be afraid of this maid. "Poison." When Shen Jinming heard Luo Chuan's words, his eyes fell cold in an instant, put his hand on the saber, his eyes locked on the maid, murderous aura. Facing this scene, the kneeling maid hurriedly kowtowed her head and crawled towards Luoquan crying, "No, how dare the slaves and maids poison you? You must be mistaken." Luo Chuan felt that the maid was crawling a bit fast, and felt bad, so he hurriedly hid behind the guards, and shouted, "Hurry up!" The latter instantly appeared resentful, suddenly violent, and at the same time 3 spirit rings appeared on his body, and his whole person turned into a black shadow, rushing towards Luoquan. "You forced me!" The sharp screams were so harsh that Luo Chuan was startled. "Kang!" Jianming, a silver light flashed, passing through the black shadow, pouting, blood on the wall and Luoquan's face. The maid screamed, turned into 2 halves and fell to the ground, her head rolled to Luoquan's feet, her appearance becoming more and more terrifying. Shen Jinming was holding a silver sword and looked at the unwillingly dead maid in surprise and said, "It's really a spy, it." In order to ensure the safety of the imperial family, the maids in the palace are basically ordinary people with no cultivation base. This maid is actually a soul, not a spy? Luo Chuan was so frightened that he touched the blood on his face, thinking that this guy was half a beat slow, and couldn't help but yelled, "Shen Jinming, your uncle, blood has splashed on my face, next time you hesitate, I will forgive no way for you." Chapter 3, Second Martial Arts Position. The second prince's anger is the subordinate's fault. Shen Jinming came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized. At the same time, he had some lingering fears. If he had been slower just now, the second prince would probably be injured or even killed. Then he would be finished. Luo Chuan disgustedly wiped the blood off his face with his clothes, and from the corner of his eyes he saw light clusters appearing on the corpse. The brightest light cluster was a black wild cat, the others were 3 spirit rings, and 1 marked thing with 1000 numbers. He thought of the system and lowered to touch it. Ding! Congratulations on collecting Wildcat Wahun. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the Centennial Spirit Ring *3. Ding! congratulations on collecting 1000 energy. Luo Chuan showed excitement. This maid could actually gather all the useful things, not only had the energy he wanted, but also the spirit and spirit ring. Killing this maid, he gets a martial spirit, 300-year spirit rings, and energy. This energy should be the soul power in his body. There are actually 1000 points. He was a little scared, but fortunately he hadn't thought about doing it himself. It was totally unwinnable. Second prince, are you okay? Shen Jinming looked at Luo Chuan with some worry. The latter was touching the corpse, and his expression was a little weird. Could it be that he was frightened? Ah, it's okay, a little distracted. Luo Chuan smiled awkwardly, got up, and quickly wiped the blood off his hands. The corners of Shen Jinming's mouth twitched, which could also distract, facing a corpse whose body was divided in two. Could this prince have any special hobbies? What look in your eyes? I haven't said how you did it. Did you do this as a guard? Let you kill someone? What's the matter if you slow down for a while? My father's words won't work, right? You don't know how to ban. Luo Chuan's words made Shen Jinming sweat profusely, and he could only quickly bow his head to admit his mistake. After expressing his dissatisfaction in one breath, Luo Chuan relaxed a lot. He took a sip of water and spit out, "Don't say that I did this thing, just say you found her tricky." Shen Jinming wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded, "Yes, the second prince. Hurry up and get her away. It's disgusting. Also, let me get a basin of water. I want to take a bath." Luo Chuan waved his hand badly. Even though his predecessor had seen a lot of scenes, he was the leader at this moment, and he was still a little uncomfortable with the decapitated corpse and head. Shen Jinming nodded and dealt with the traces solemnly, appearing very experienced. At this time, Luoquan jumped into a huge bathtub, taking a shower while turning on the system. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 1.3 plus. Constitution, 1.7 plus. Repair, level 18 plus. Wuhan, Swan, the second Wuhan plus. Spirit Ring, 100 years Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, Flying Acceleration, plus. Energy, 1016. Can be merged, 100-year Spirit Ring plus 8800 energy equals Millennium Spirit Ring, energy required 10,000. Swan Wuhan plus Mandolin equals? Energy required 100. Warehouse, Wildcat Wuhan, 100 years Soul Ring *3. Pet, none. Her Spirit Ring and my Spirit Ring, her Wildcat Martial Soul and my Swan Martial Soul can't be fused. Is there too much difference in breeds that can't be fused? Or is there not enough energy? Luo Chuan noticed some differences and studied the system with great interest. He was just one of the developers at the time and was not very familiar with the system. After groping for a while, he estimated that what the system wants to integrate must be of the same or similar type to integrate, too much difference. For example, the swan and the wildcat Wuhan, a bird, a beast, if the wind, horse and cow are not related, it is difficult to merge. Of course, it may not be what he thought, but the energy is not enough, so it is not displayed. He continued to observe and found that something like a spirit ring could directly fuse energy alone, because in essence the age of a spirit ring is the amount of energy. Regardless of fusion or replication, energy is needed. Therefore, the most important thing in this system is energy, not other materials. With enough energy, in theory, he can fuse a 100,000 year or even million-year spirit ring. Very powerful. By strengthening my spirit and spirit ring, I will be far stronger than others. Luoquan understands the benefits of the system and is full of hope for the future. Focusing on the fusion options, he first chose the fusion of Swan Wuhan and Mandolin, and clicked plus. He shocked all over, and a faint white light appeared all over his body, which disappeared in an instant after holding Men's Novel Network www.9nanren.com, and at the same time, there was a loss of 100 points of energy. It seems that nothing has changed. Luo Chuan was stunned and looked at himself up and down. At this moment, his whole body suddenly loosened, what seemed to have been restraining him disappeared layer by layer, and his face gradually returned to ruddy. During his induction, all the mandolin toxins in his body were absorbed by Wuhan. Not only did Wuhan have nothing to do, he also became much stronger. I understand that fusing the mandolin toxin can not only resist this poison, but also absorb and utilize it. Doesn't it mean that as long as others don't instantly poison me to death, you can become resistant through the fusion toxin? Luo Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This is also a pretty powerful method, and perhaps it can be trained to be invincible. He looked at his personal attributes, and there were also changes, with a plus. Spirit, 1.3 plus. Constitution, 1.7 plus. Repair, level 18 plus. Wuhan, Swan, the second Wuhan plus. Spirit Ring, 100 years Spirit Ring, with Spirit ability, Flying Acceleration, plus. Hey, this spirit, physique, level and martial spirit can actually be improved, and there is also a second martial spirit position. I don't know how much energy it needs. He clicked Spirit Plus, and a reminder popped out, ding, you are improving your spirit. This time you can increase by 0.1, which requires 10,000 energy. The same is true for the physique, and the level is a little scary, and it needs 18,000 points. No, I don't have 18,000 energy. Luo Chuan showed doubts, and subconsciously tapped the wildcat Wuhan from the maid in the warehouse, and then jumped out a reminder. Whether to decompose, you can get 10,500 energy. The spirit ring can also be decomposed by clicking it, and the energy available is 2,000 points, which is not as much as the spirit ring. The other two spirit rings are 1,200 and 6,700 respectively. This made him suddenly realize that if he counts this way, the energy he has is indeed enough to bear the consumption of upgrading. These spirit rings are useless, they just decompose. Subconsciously increased the level, the soul power in the body suddenly became thicker, and it easily increased to level 19. There is still a and next to his level. This time I checked it and found that the upgrade requires 190,000 energy, which is more than 10 times higher. Fuck, this span is a bit too big, I can't afford it for the time being, let's practice honestly. Luo Chuan twitched the corners of his mouth, with 190,000 energy, which is far worse for him now. Don't know this second martial soul needs energy. He clicked, and a prompt appeared on it. You are adding a second Wuhan. The energy required is 100,000. You cannot cancel it after fusion. Chapter 4, Swordsmanship is really good. Cannot be cancelled, then you can't merge at will, let's first raise my number 1 martial spirit. Luo Chuan knows how valuable this second martial soul is. In today's Douluo continent, a person with dual martial souls, who is not a monster-level genius. Like the younger generation of Tang San and the older generation of Bibi Dong, they are basically the peak powers of the same era. Therefore, no matter how this second martial soul ranks, it has to integrate a top martial soul. While thinking about it, he decomposed all the spirit rings, increasing the level to consume 18,000 points, and fusing 100 points of mandolin, leaving only 3,316 points. Focusing on the mental and physical attributes, he finally did not rush to improve, saving the energy to prevent accidents. Wow! He got up from the bathtub and waited for the maid beside him to dry him immediately and put on his clothes. It's a luxurious life, I still want to enjoy some more time, don't want to die. Luo Chuan thought to himself, even though the personal maid was killed this time, and the person most likely to poison him was solved, Qian Rongxiu's chess pieces were probably a lot, and she would definitely continue. Every prince has his own palace, and he walked into his hall and called Shen Jinming over. "Tell me your opinion on this matter." Shen Jinming looked at Luoquan where the ancient well was not waved, and sighed that the royal children were not easy. They were still calm when they encountered such things. When he was this old, he was afraid that he would be furious. He subconsciously changed the honorific title, His Royal Highness, your last coma should also be related to this maid. Nonsense, if it has nothing to do with her, I will let you kill her. Luo Chuan snorted, I mean, who do you think let her do it? This, subordinates can't guess it. Shen Jinming didn't dare to talk nonsense, but he could roughly speculate that it was related to the royal family's fight. Seeing this guy being so careful, Luo Chuan felt a little helpless, and said, let's go and play with my big brother. The most dangerous place is the safest. In order to prevent Jian Rongxiu from committing a crime again, he simply ran to Jian Rongxiu. Shen Jinming's eyes moved slightly, without saying anything, quietly following Luoquan. Soon, in front of a luxurious palace, Luoquan saw Swekine who was practicing swordsmanship. Luoquan watched for a moment and raised his hands to applaud. Good sword, brother, your swordsmanship is really good, don't know if you can teach me how to play swords. Jian Rongxiu gracefully pulled a sword flower, turned and smiled and said, the guard that the emperor has arranged for you is good at swordsmanship, so why bother to go near and far? Luo Chuan gave Shen Jinming a slanted look, he is an ugly stroke of swordsmanship in the army. When I killed my personal maid who had conspired against me before, the blood gave me a bad look. It was not beautiful at all. Where is the big brother your sword handsome? Hearing the close maid, Jian Rongxiu's eyes flashed, and then she showed concern, I didn't expect the close maid to have a problem. You shouldn't be injured, brother. Not hurt, but I was scared. Big brother will give me a hug and soothe my frightened heart. Luo Chuan opened his arms and hugged him. Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and let Luo Chuan hug him uncomfortably. Suddenly, her face changed and she kicked Luo Chuan away. What? Luo Chuan screamed with pain when he landed on his buttocks. Shen Jinming placed his hand on the hilt subconsciously, but soon his expression changed, because there were several powerful auras around him that were no less than his. He took a deep look at Jian Rongxiu, this big prince, it's not easy. Big brother, why are you kicking me? Luo Chuan grinned in pain, and squeezed his fingers subconsciously. Jian Rongxiu glared at Luo Chuan and said angrily, what are you doing by touching my chest? I accidentally touched it, why are you such an angry man? Luo Chuan said strangely, but muttered in his heart, a pair of I can't afford it. Jian Rongxiu wanted to kill this guy on the spot, but when she realized that she was not a woman but a man, she endured it. Sorry brother, I'm more sensitive and don't like others to touch my chest. Jian Rongxiu apologized. It's okay, but you are so strong, big brother, bigger than my pectoral muscles, how did you train? Luo Chuan teased, even if a woman is facing it is more protruding than a man. Don't you say this will die. Jian Rongxiu gritted his teeth. Seeing the anger in Jian Rongxiu's eyes, Luo Chuan was proud of him, let you poison me, don't blame me for taking advantage of you, this is called reciprocity. Alright, don't talk about this, big brother, you give me a hand, hurts. Luo Chuan stretched out his hand, deliberately lying on the ground not getting up. You. Jian Rongxiu shook her head helplessly, walked over and pulled Luoquan up. Brother, your hands are very soft, and your skin is also very good. Is there any way to maintain it? Luo Chuan grabbed Jian Rongxiu's hand and kept touching it. Isn't it the same for yours? We are the princes, and we don't need to do any rough work. Of course we have fine skin and tender meat. Jian Rongxiu endured the goosebumps and warned herself that now she is Xueqing He, a teenager, not a girl. Yes. Luo Chuan didn't make any progress either, mainly because they were two men on the surface, and it was easy to misunderstand them all the time. You just want to learn swordsmanship when you come here. Qian Rongxiu looked at Luo Chuan up and down, feeling that this fake brother was a little different since he woke up last time. Luo Chuan grinned and said, "Sword learning is something that happened when I saw your eldest brother playing sword just now. My original intention was to live with you for a while." "No." Xue Qinghe flatly refused, "You and I are both princes and have your own palace. How can you live with me? What are you so excited about? When I finish talking, you should also know that there is a spy next to me. I was almost poisoned to death last time. The maid died in my room again, so bad luck. I wanted to be there first. Stay here for a while to avoid the limelight." Luo Chuan said righteously, "You and I are all brothers, so I won't even disagree with this request. Then I have to file a complaint with my father and say that you are not willing to help my brother. You." Qian Rongxiu didn't know why, and his anger came out again. He stared at Luo Chuan, who was rogue-looking. His expression changed for a moment, and he could only agree, at most half a month. "I want to learn from your eldest brother. The time is too short to learn anything. So why do you limit the time? Brother, your palace is so big, it is impossible to live with another person." Luo Chuan said with a cheeky, he stayed in Qian Rongxiu's territory. Even if the other party wanted to poison him, he would definitely not dare to poison him to death at once, otherwise he would not escape the relationship. "It's okay to stay, but don't disturb me, or I will let you go right away." Qian Rongxiu reluctantly agreed. She is really hard to tell now. As Luoquan's eldest brother, when her brother is in trouble, she should care about her feelings and reason. It seems that she has to find an excuse to drive this guy away. Luo Chuan was proud that the most dangerous place to play was often the safest place. Staying in his own territory, he had to prevent all kinds of poisonous killings, where he would never die. However, he wasn't sure if Qian Rongxiu would do anything when he got out of here, which was really a headache. Chapter 5, Conceited. "You live here, just tell the maid what you want to eat." A few minutes later, Qian Rongxiu took Luoquan to the most remote room and said. Luo Chuan was very dissatisfied with this room, and said with a smile, "Where is the house you live in? Let's live next to each other. I can also find you to play. You can't love it." Qian Rongxiu turned around and was about to leave, but soon there was something hanging on her body. "Come down." Luo Chuan hugged Qian Rongxiu's neck and hummed, "No, you must arrange a room for me and live next to you. Don't go too far." Qian Rongxiu was on the verge of an outbreak. "Why are you so stingy? I'm your brother, what do you mean by putting me in this side room? How about we live together?" "Impossible." Qian Rongxiu flatly refused. "What are you kidding about? Luo Chuan wants to live in a room with her, and it is likely to discover her secret. Then, didn't her mission to seize the throne of the Heaven Do Empire failed? Then you arrange for me to live next to you." Luo Chuan smiled triumphantly, and said an extreme request that could make Qian Rongxiu have to agree to the next request. Qian Rongxiu was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, but you have to remember that you are not allowed to enter my room without my permission, and let me down. Don't be angry, everyone is brothers. It's fun to fight, otherwise life is so boring." Luo Chuan smiled and loosened Qian Rongxiu's neck and landed on the ground. He was 12 years old at the moment and Qian Rongxiu was 14 years old. The age of Xue Qinghe he pretended to be a bit older, so he was a head taller than him. Qian Rongxiu said coldly, "We are the prince, and we are not destined to be like brothers in ordinary families." Luo Chuan smiled and said meaningfully, "Because of the throne." Qian Rongxiu's body was slightly stiff, and when she turned her head to look at Luoquan, her eyes were cold. "What do you think?" Luo Chuan smiled again, "I said I have no interest in the throne, do you believe it? Do you believe it yourself?" Qian Rongxiu had a hint of mockery on her face. "I believe it." Luo Chuan put his hand on Qian Rongxiu's shoulder, and said, "Close, brother, tell you the truth. This time I escaped from the dead, and I figured out many things. Life is short. I have to have fun in time, otherwise someday. What a pity to die." Qian Rongxiu's eyes moved slightly, and she took a step back, not salty or indifferent, and said, "What do you want to do when you come to me?" Continuing to get close to Qian Rongxiu, Luo Chuan smiled and said, "When I came back from the dead, you were the first person to come to see me. I was really touched. At that time, I completely recognized your big brother. Come to you." Qian Rongxiu patted Luoquan's random hand and walked towards the center of the palace. "I just happened to pass there. Didn't my father also visit you?" "My father is too old, how dare I play with him? You and my peers are suitable for fostering relationships." Luo Chuan caught up and climbed on Qian Rongxiu's shoulders. "I'm very busy, I don't have much time to play with you." Qian Rongxiu quickened her pace. "It's okay, don't you and I both practice in the Royal Academy? Everyone goes to school together every day, and it's too lonely." Luo Chuan chased after him. Qian Rongxiu stopped suddenly and said seriously, "I like to be alone." "It seems you are used to being lonely. In fact, it's not good to be alone. It's too lonely. You don't even have anyone to talk to. Don't you feel bored? Don't think, you just live here, don't disturb me to rest." Qian Rongxiu pointed to a room, and then walked to her room next to her. "Don't let him in without my permission," Qian Rongxiu coldly ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." The two guards replied respectfully. Luoquan pretended to approach, and the guard at the door directly stopped Luoquan. "Second prince, please stop. Brother is amazing, he has two guards." Luo Chuan muttered to himself, obediently walked to his room, and said to Shen Jinming who was following, "Like my elder brother, don't let people come in without permission, including my elder brother." After speaking, he swaggered into the room, glanced at the wall, smiled, jumped up, lay on the bed, and rolled happily. "It's safe for the time being. The next step is to improve the cultivation level as much as possible, showing no interest in the throne, and let this woman give up killing me." Luo Chuan stared at the glass lamp on the ceiling, his eyes turned, thinking about how to make Qian Rongxiu feel that he had given up the throne. "What I said just now is definitely not enough, we have to take some practical actions. How to do it is a question. Is it possible to pretend to be a dude like an avalanche, arrogant and domineering? It can be considered." Next door. Qian Rongxiu looked at the wall, feeling a little headache. This guy ran to her. How to start? Poisoning to death is convenient, but he can't get rid of the relationship. Just let him die outside, this time it is very poisonous, and it will be solved all at once. Qian Rongxiu squinted her eyes, thinking about how to make Luo Chuan die outside. The two were pregnant with ghosts. After thinking for a while, it was dark and they did not meet again. The next day, the sun fell in the house. Luo Chuan's eyelashes moved, and he opened his eyes, slightly trance in his eyes. "I had a lot of dreams last night. There were things before the ascent of cultivation, and things that happened yesterday. There were also dreams of Qian Rongxiu poking him with a sword, and even Qian Rongxiu's dream of taking off his disguise and having a spring night with him." Rubbing his head, he gradually woke up, took a sip of water, and let out a long breath. "The second day of the ascension, I was still alive, very good," he muttered, too lazy to let the maid change clothes, and ran out after putting it on. Qian Rongxiu was practicing swords in the square in front of the palace. Luo Chuan watched for a moment, but his cultural level was not good, so he could only admire a good sword. "Brother, teach me how to play swords. You get up late, and you will go to the college later, or you will be late." Qian Rongxiu glanced at Luoquan, righteously refused. "Then eat first, I'm also hungry, so I don't need to practice this sword for now." Luo Chuan chuckled, and then came to the cafeteria. The rich breakfast was definitely not what a commoner could imagine. Luo Chuan was somewhat glad that he was reborn in the royal family, so he didn't have to worry about eating and drinking. Seeing Luoquan eating and drinking, Qian Rongxue frowned. Have you forgotten the royal etiquette? Just like a starving ghost, there is no food. Didn't you say it yesterday? When you are alive, you must have fun in time, how to be happy, and why do you have to follow so many rules and regulations? There was something in Luoquan's mouth, which made Qian Rongxue shook her head secretly. After dinner, there was already a luxurious carriage waiting outside, and the two went straight to the Royal Academy. It was here, and their identities made many students come over and salute flatly. Luo Chuan was an ordinary person before he ascended. Whenever he enjoys such compliments, even if it is hypocritical, it makes him overwhelmed. However, some people did not compliment him. Luo Chuan took another look and was quickly attracted by a blue-haired black-clothed girl. This girl is very special, wearing a veil, her eyes are indifferent, and she exudes a lonely atmosphere, which is incompatible with the gorgeous girls around. P.S. Ye Lingling asked for votes. Chapter 6, The Person I Want to Care About in Luoquan. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up, and the girl seemed to stand out from the crowd, giving him a unique feeling. It's certainly not easy for talented people to do this. He pulled Qian Rongxue's hand. Brother, do you know this beautiful woman? Qian Rongxue glanced at Luoquan. She is the most talented genius who entered the Royal Academy this year, and the Emperor attaches great importance to it, so don't worry about it. Brother, what do you look like? Am I such a person? Luo Chuan righteously said, don't I want to meet new classmates? You can introduce me. Since you want to know each other, ask yourself, but let me remind you that I heard that she has a bad temper, so don't get beaten. Qian Rongxue jokingly smiled. She just didn't tell Luo Chuan, she wanted to make this guy suffer. Seeing Qian Rongxue walking away with long legs, Luo Chuan curled his lips. Just ask, if you don't believe me, I can eat it. After tidying up his luxurious clothes, he carried his hands on his back and walked slowly to the black-clothed girl, pretending to meet by chance. Hey, this classmate is very face-to-face. You just came here, don't know what to call it. Except for receiving a pair of cold eyes, the latter did not say a word, still bowed his head, expressionless. Well, my name is Xue Luoquan. Luo Chuan smiled awkwardly, and said his name first, hoping that the other party could introduce himself. As a result, the girl was still expressionless. No, she was a little more impatient. Luoquan's face is a bit hard for him. How can he say that he is also the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire? Is it difficult to answer a girl's name so actively? Looking at the girl who is younger than him but has a temperament greater than himself, he showed a serious expression and walked slowly towards the other party. The latter raised his head, as if a vigilant color appeared in the eyes of a blue star, faintly fluctuating spirit power on his body. Luo Chuan raised his hand and pressed it on the wall to cover the other party. After getting closer, he said in a voice that two people could hear, Classmate, give me a face, let's say something, so many people are watching, it's not good. Step down. As the prince, Luo Chuan is a person of the stars holding the moon. Even if he comes to strike up a conversation, he has a bunch of eyes staring at him. The girl's body tightened slightly. Seeing that Luo Chuan didn't want to do it, the spirit power in her hand gradually dissipated. But being too close by the opposite sex, the girl in black was also slightly uncomfortable, moved to the side, and at the same time uttered a word in disgust, "Get out." Luo Chuan was stunned for a moment, and wondered, do I hate it that much? He glanced at himself, was he too handsome, or his clothes were too luxurious, which caused this dissatisfaction? I don't want to know you, please don't get too close to me. The black-clothed girl took a step back, her blue eyes staring at Luo Chuan coldly, rejecting others thousands of miles away. His Royal Highness, did you come across a soft nail? Our classmate Ye Lingling is not a superficial girl. Amidst the chuckle, a slightly soft voice sounded outside the crowd. This is a young girl in a purple short skirt with a slender waist. She looks like a snake twisting when she walks. Under her short purple hair, her turquoise eyes are fascinating. Some information emerged in Luoquan's memory. He knew this person, and his status was unusual. He was the granddaughter of Douluos, the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and his status was not lower than his prince. To a certain extent, the identity of the Douluos is more important than him. His prince died and there are other princes, but there is only one Douluos, and his grandfather is the only titled Douluos among the royal family officials. Wait, Ye Lingling, that she just said. When the girl's message popped out of his mind, Luo Chuan's own memory was also moved, remembering who Ye Lingling was. 9 Heart Begonia. The strongest healing martial spirit in Douluo continent has harsh birth conditions, and each generation can only have one successor, and there are only 2 9-hearted Begonia spirit masters at the same time. This martial arts spirit is very strange. It takes the death of one of the previous generations before another one can appear in the next generation, and this is only possible. Perhaps this martial spirit is too powerful and God is jealous of it. If it weren't for this reason, given the strength and number of Juxin Begonia, perhaps the 7 treasure glazed glass sect would lose its status. Seeing that Luoquan turned into a dull goose, Douluyan smiled. His Royal Highness suddenly stopped talking. Is it possible that he is angry? Am I the kind of narrow-minded person? This student Ye Lingling must be indifferent due to the influence of the family environment, which is understandable. Luo Chuan smiled slightly. As a person of ascension, he has seen many places in the world. He wouldn't mind this time just with the good person card he got from chasing girls before. Never mind, he is too late to be happy. I have long known that the Royal Academy has various top martial arts spirits, but I didn't expect to encounter a martial arts spirit that made my heart beat. With this martial spirit, it would be hard to die. If he merged the second martial spirit into Juxin Begonia, under Qian Rongxiu's poisonous hands, his life-saving ability would definitely increase. When Ye Lingling heard Luo Chuan's words, she couldn't help but glanced at Luo Chuan more, feeling that this person was a little different from those hypocritical guys. However, she felt good in her heart, and said in her mouth, I don't need your understanding. Do not. You need to understand. Luo Chuan shook his head and placed his hands on Ye Lingling's shoulders earnestly. A solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Sister Ye Lingling, you will be the person I will care about in Luoquan from now on. As soon as this remark came out, the guys who watched the play suddenly became noisy. Haha, the second prince is really domineering. His Royal Highness is good. His Royal Highness is really a role model for my generation. Some people who are not too big of a problem desperately compliment Luo Chuan. No matter how cold Ye Lingling is, she is still young now, where can he stand such words? Humph, I don't need anyone to care. Her face was slightly uncomfortable, then her expression sank. She opened Luo Chuan's hand with a snap, and left without looking back. Second prince, you are too straightforward. The girls are thin-skinned and can't stand it. However, I really like your words. Come on. Douluos smiled playfully, squeezed his fist at Luo Chuan somewhat gleefully, and turned to chase Ye Lingling. Luo Chuan twitched the corners of his mouth. Did he make a mistake? He patted Ye Lingling's shoulder, just to see how much energy it takes to replicate the Juxin Begonia. This lone geese can actually think about that, he is also convinced. Don't you know this is a puppy love? But thinking about Tang San and Xiao Wu, he could still accept it. There are martial spirits in this world, with rich resources, and everyone grows faster. It seems very common to fall in love early. Shaking his head, Luo Chuan didn't think much, but looked at the black-clothed girl who was going away. A touch of amplitude appeared at the corner of his mouth. 10,000 points of energy are so much less than Qianrongxiu's Seraphim martial arts. If there are not too many differences in the martial arts level, then it is mostly related to the cultivation base. The stronger the cultivation base, the more you want to copy his martial arts. Soul, the more energy it takes. Chapter 7, Poisoned Again. Luoquan was watching Ye Lingling, and Qianrongxiu, who had walked down to the main teaching building, was also watching Luoquan. Seeing him slumped, the smile in his eyes became a lot stronger, with a hint of coldness at the same time. Starting here has nothing to do with me. Glancing at the many students and teachers, Qianrongxiu walked into the building and came to a remote classroom. Change to a new type of poison and let him die in the academy. After speaking, she left as usual. Luo Chuan still didn't know that in this royal academy, there were also spies from the Spirit Hall. Not only the academy and the imperial palace, but the entire Heaven Do Empire was being infiltrated. He is carefully admiring this royal aristocratic school, revealing the aura of wealth everywhere. Many students have stronger spirit power than him, and it can be seen that the level is also very high. My talent is really nothing. It's no wonder that the Heaven Do imperial family will become the target of the Wuhan Palace. It is not too powerful in itself. Without the support of a few major sects, I am afraid that I will not be able to sit in this position. With a faint sigh in his heart, Luo Chuanyu found the embarrassment of his identity as by himself. It seemed that he was the most noble group of people in the Heaven Do Empire, but he actually lacked sufficient background. Shen Jinming, you don't need to be too close to me, this is the school, don't scare people. Turning around and instructing Shen Jinming, Luo Chuan walked to the teaching building, striding to the meteor. Brother Luoquan, I heard that you were sick a few days ago, but now it doesn't look so serious. Before arriving, a strong young master walked out of the crowd and clung to his shoulders familiarly. This boy was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was stronger than him, and he didn't respect Luoquan's identity like others. Being able to call a prince like this shows that the young master himself is not ordinary. Luo Chuan compared his memories and said calmly, Tianheng, I didn't expect you to come to the Royal Academy too. Yu Tianheng, the next generation heir to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, was almost destined to become a genius of title Douluos, and his status was more noble than Douluos. Even if the Douluos inherits the poison Douluos mantle in the future, its family will not be as good as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Of course, the Douluos and this kid are a pair, and when they are combined, they will be stronger and stronger. Hey, why do you call your brother? My talent is so outstanding, I was admitted early. Yu Tianheng smiled triumphantly. He and Dugayan and Ye Lingling were not up to the age of the Royal College entrance standard, but if they were fully capable, they would enter in advance to enjoy a better education. At the same time, they could win over various talents and build a good relationship. Just scream. Luo Chuan curled his lips, rolled his eyes, bowed his head and said, how many levels are you? Level 20. Yu Tianheng held his head high, and said arrogantly, well, there are few people my age who are better than me. Luo Chuan wasn't too surprised. This talent was not considered an evil spirit. Tang San was more than 20 ranks when he was 12 years old. Like Qianrongxiu was 6 years old, he was born with a 20th rank full of spirit power. With this contrast, this guy is much inferior, but compared to himself, he is still quite powerful, so he showed admiration. When you are less than 12 years old, you are at level 20. It's really amazing. Are you going to get a second spirit ring soon? Well, after I am stable for half a month, the teacher will take me to hunt and kill the soul beast to obtain the soul ring. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. When Yu Tianheng said this, his eyes rolled, and he said with a strange smile, I heard that you look at a beauty who just entered school like me, called Ye Lingling, isn't it? She is in our class. Which guy is talking nonsense? If I don't go over and say hello to my new classmates, what does it mean to be fancy? Luo Chuan was extremely angry. It was only a few minutes, this kind of gossip had actually reached Yu Tianheng's ears. Don't be shy, you are the prince. Ya Lingling is her blessing, but you shouldn't the lone geese with me, she belongs to me. Luo Chuan couldn't laugh or cry. How old are you? Do you want to talk about your girlfriend? However, Yu Tianheng was so dissatisfied that he was not convinced. Who said that my hair is not growing up? I will go to the Royal Hotel after class today. I will show you how I did it 7 times a night. He glanced at Yu Tianheng, who was about the same height as himself, and looked like a half-year-old Yu Tianheng. Luo Chuan was silent for a moment and said, "This is not good." "Cut, don't you tell me you haven't looked for it." Yu Tianheng gave Luo Chuan a white look, his face full of contempt. "Don't talk nonsense, I haven't looked for it." Luoquan Yizhang shook his head, and then whispered, "Tonight together, you treat me." He was prepared to look as dumb as he could, lest Jian Rongxiu was jealous and wanted to kill him. He. Yu Tianheng gave a weird smile. This kind of thing was too common for royal children and senior officials. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked by with a book in his arms, saw Luoquan and hurriedly saluted, "I have seen His Royal Highness the Second Prince. In school, I am a student and you are a teacher. You don't need to be so polite to me." Luo Chuan was slightly dissatisfied. This is a rule of the Royal Academy. The teacher does not need to salute the students, otherwise the rules of respecting the teacher and the moral will disappear. Isn't this not in class yet? The man with glasses smiled, and felt Luo Chuan's cultivation base, and said unexpectedly, "His Royal Highness has broken through the first level again, he deserves to be a genius of the royal family." Ding! Silent flower poison is detected, should you collect it? Has entered the body, is it fused? Suddenly the sound of the system rang in his ears, and Luo Chuan's heart beat violently. Poison! Poison appeared again. If the system could not collect everything, he would not even notice it. Enduring his anger, he inadvertently glanced around, and found that the nearest one to him at the moment was Yu Tianheng and this teacher, and no one else. Yu Tianheng is unlikely to poison himself, so it is most likely the teacher in front of him who came to salute deliberately. Taking a closer look, the latter had a faint spirit power fluctuation, and the finger under his sleeve was facing him, and it was still the middle finger. Grass, blatantly poisoning Lao Tzu, and using the middle finger. Luo Chuan cursed secretly in his heart and almost lost his attitude. In the end, he was still scrupulous about Jian Rongxiu, and said with a smile, "I don't know how this teacher is called." "His Royal Highness, I am a new teacher this year, called Wang Qingjin." The man in glasses introduced himself with a smile, sneered in his heart, this stupid prince, who didn't know that he was poisoned, gave himself a chance to continue to increase the poison. Teacher Wang is quite good at life. In the evening, we will go to the Royal Hotel, and the teacher will come with me. I want to ask you something. Luo Chuan said calmly. "Thank you for your appreciation, I will definitely go." Wang Qingjin's smile increased. This silent flower poison is a colorless and odorless poison. Luoquan must be poisoned more to get the effect as soon as possible. Luoquan invites him to dinner. This is a good opportunity. At night, he was sure to let Luoquan Kikiao bleed and die in the hotel, better than dying in the academy. That's it, meet at the hotel when it gets dark. Yu Tianheng, who was next to him, had misunderstood, and whispered to Luo Chuan, "I can do anything to tell him, and I don't need to be taught." "What do you know? I'm a disguise, do you want Douluos to know you did this?" "Hey, it makes sense, or brother Luoquan, you are considerate." Chapter 8, Teacher Qin Ming from Shrek. Yu Tianheng smiled, deeply agreeing. Luo Chuan's mind has been put on the silent flower poison. If the guess is good, this is another toxin that is difficult to detect. "Jian Rongxiu, you are really bad, I just walked out of your palace, I can't wait to poison me." Luo Chuan was itchy with anger. How much this woman wanted to kill him. The poison came when she left the house. He died outside, and find someone else to do it. Qianrongxiu must have nothing to do. It seemed that the practice of running to Qianrongxiu's house actually stimulated the other party's murderous intentions, which was self-defeating. Just as if she was scared by my handsome appearance and tenacious life, she felt that I was too threatening, so she couldn't wait to do it. After comforting himself, Luo Chuan felt much better. He was not afraid of poison at the moment. As long as he did not die, Qianrongxiu was anxious. It's just that the age difference between the two sides is only 2 years old. Among the princes today, he is the most threatening to Qianrongxiu, and I am afraid that there will be various assassinations. If he is assassinated directly, he would be quite afraid. A mocking color appeared at the corner of his mouth. He opened the system panel with his mind, and he could fuse this new poison. Expense 150 energy points. Is this poison more powerful? Muttering in his heart, he patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder. I'll go to the bathroom, you can go to the classroom by yourself. During the fusion, you will have a vision in your body. It is not good to be seen by others. It is most convenient to hide in the toilet. A few minutes later, he walked out of the toilet, raised his palm, and a wisp of invisible poison appeared in his hand. He knew this poison well. The previous datura toxin destroys the brain. This silent flower poison destroys the internal organs and is very vicious. Squeezing his fist, Luo Chuan came to the classroom without incident. The morning is a martial arts theory course. It is about how to deal with various martial arts. The characteristics of different martial arts are messy and messy. He was so dizzy that he almost fell asleep in the classroom. This made him understand that no matter in which world, the teacher's class is hypnotic. In the afternoon, it was an actual combat exercise. An even more embarrassing scene appeared. He is a prince, who dares to actually do it. Before he summoned his martial soul, his opponent lay on the ground and wailed, making Luo Chuan once thought he had encountered a porcelain. Seeing how other people were playing, Luo Chuan suddenly realized that the identity of the prince was still a bit annoying. His Royal Highness, are you tired? Come and sit down. Seeing Luo Chuangxian's pain, the teacher in charge of the actual combat drills was still amiable and pretended to wipe the dust around Luo Chuan. No, I'll go for a walk by myself. Luo Chuan felt that this hypocritical learning environment was a bit boring, waved his hand, and wandered around the college. This Royal Academy has a large area, occupying a mountain, a lake, and even a forest. There are some soul beasts in it, which are specially provided for students to use. In terms of conditions, it is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a beautiful environment, complete teaching facilities and excellent teachers. But it's too hypocritical, maybe not hypocritical to other people, but to him, the prince, it's really polite. This made him feel very boring. Everyone around him was saluting when they met him, and they didn't dare to make heavy moves during actual combat. In this environment, how can I improve? Yu Tianheng, Douluos, and Ye Lingling are pretty good. The first two don't have to be afraid of my identity. Ye Lingling has a cold personality and doesn't care about my identity. Luo Chuan muttered, remembering that the three of them were freshmen, so he inquired about them and found out how many of them were in another class. It seems to be a class dedicated to teaching geniuses. There is a large lake in front of the teaching building, and there are several playgrounds nearby. Luoquan walked for a while before seeing the people in class. There are only a dozen people in this class. Except for the teachers, everyone is not very old. The youngest are only 11 years old, and the older ones are just over 12. Douluos, Ye Lingling, and Yu Tianheng are all here, undergoing actual combat training. Douluos caught a glimpse of Luoquan, and lightly touched Ye Lingling on the opposite side, and whispered, "The person who likes you is here." Ye Lingling frowned slightly, and looked at Luo Chuan coldly, "I don't know him." "People have confessed to you, don't you know them?" Douluos joked. The young teacher in charge of the class glanced down on the two of them and shouted, Douluos, what are you talking about? Stand up. Douluos took a step reluctantly. Remember my class rules. The young teacher said solemnly. Don't whisper or whisper. Douluos shrugged, still a little dismissive. The latter's face was slightly dark, knowingly committing a crime. I will punish you for running 10 laps around the playground. Ms. Jean, it's not enough, I just said a few words casually. Douluos frowned, reluctantly said, 10 laps are too many, can you be less? Give me a bargain. Qin Ming sneered, if you don't want to accept my teaching, you can quit this class, so I won't force you to do anything. Douluos' face changed slightly. This class was established by His Majesty's personal order. If she quit, she would definitely make people laugh. For the sake of face, she could only stare at Luo Chuan fiercely, pleaded guilty, and ran on the playground. Qin Ming looked at Ye Lingling again. Ye Lingling, if you shouldn't pick her up, I will punish you to run 3 laps. Yes, Teacher Qin. Ye Lingling didn't have any dissatisfaction, and ran after the lone goose. Seeing the two women running over, Luo Chuan was a little embarrassed. I seem to have caused you to be punished. I blame you. Douluos snorted, but he couldn't say anything about Luoquan. Who made her talk too much? Ye Lingling just glanced at Luo Chuan blankly, and ran over. Luo Chuan was a little speechless, he just passed by to see who asked this girl to talk. Forget it, women think differently, let them think about it. Luo Chuan shrugged and didn't care. He didn't have much interest in a little girl. It was the other party's martial spirit who was interested. Which class are you a student? Why come and disturb me in class? Voices suddenly rang in his ears, which shocked Luo Chuan. I don't know when, the teacher who was in class more than 10 feet away just now appeared next to him unknowingly. Strong. This teacher must be very strong. Luo Chuan thought to himself, and said calmly on his face, I am Shui Luoquan from the class next door. I'm just passing by. It doesn't count as interrupting your teacher to attend class. Snow Luoquan. Hearing this name, Qin Ming recognized Luo Chuan and said, it turned out to be the second prince. If there is nothing wrong, please leave. His Highness here may affect other students' study. Luo Chuan was a little surprised with Qin Ming's attitude. There was no hypocrisy, but he couldn't fault it. He smiled and said, don't worry, I don't know what the teacher is called. My name is Qin Ming. Hearing this name, Luo Chuan's face changed slightly, and he was surprised and asked, are you teacher Qin Ming from Shrek Academy? Hey, how does your highness know that I am from Shrek Academy? Qin Ming showed a look of astonishment. He didn't tell anyone except a few people about this matter. P.S. More than 100,000 words, let's talk about the general situation of this article. The protagonist's identity is the prince. This arrangement means that this article is biased towards imperial power struggle and imperial hegemony, instead of simply fighting and killing. For some key people, as long as they are valuable, even if you want to kill me, as long as you don't kill me, we can still sit down and talk. In addition, the author is really not good at writing, nor is he good at writing harem, so he can only write about upgrade flow, hegemony flow, and the like. Otherwise, with the current number of words, the protagonist would have long been invincible, and there would still be a bunch of women around him. Chapter 9, Where can I still have strength at night? Listening to what the emperor said casually, he said you are a very good teacher in the college. Knowing that he had missed his words, Luo Chuan shifted the blame to the cheap old man. He didn't believe that Qin Ming would rush to ask. His Royal Highness praised, I am not the best teacher, and the college where I came from is not well known. Qin Ming smiled modestly, without thinking about it. Since he teaches here, the royal family must know his details. Not being famous doesn't mean it's bad. I heard that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Although there are few students, all of them are talents. Seeing Teacher Qin, I know this is true. Luo Chuan smiled and complimented, thinking in his heart that he could contact Shrek Academy through Qin Ming and draw Tang San and the others into his camp. Haha, thank your highness the second prince for giving such a high evaluation to Shrek Academy. Being praised for his alma mater, Qin Ming is sincerely happy, and has some pride. Luo Chuan turned his eyes and said sincerely, Mr. Qin, you are so good, you can definitely become even better as your student. I wonder if you are willing to accept me. The smile on Qin Ming's face narrowed slightly, showing a look of embarrassment. His Royal Highness, I am very demanding in class. You have also seen that if you violate my rules a little, you will be punished. Your Royal Highness is a prince, but you can't suffer. He was born in Shrek Academy, and he taught a group of geniuses. Although he would not follow the Shrek Academy's set of teaching students, he would certainly be stricter than other teachers. If Luoquan had any dissatisfaction, he would be very difficult to handle. Who said that the prince can't suffer anymore? The Shui family can have today, but it is not beaten down by blood and sweat from the ancestors. As a descendant, if I do not strictly demand myself, in such a comfortable environment, sooner or later will become a waste. Luo Chuan spoke very emotionally, partly false and partly true. He really doesn't want to be a waste. It is not enough to be strict with himself. He needs a famous teacher to supervise and teach. Qin Ming was slightly moved, and just because Luo Chuan dared to say this, he felt that this prince was extraordinary, at least different from other arrogant imperial children. Teacher, just give me a chance, don't you know how hypocritical my classmates and teachers are when I study in another class? Luo Chuan had a serious look in his eyes, and he had to stay in Qin Ming's class if he was killed today. This I will tell your majesty. If your majesty agrees, how about I accept you again? Qin Ming was not impulsive, Luo Chuan said it nicely, but in fact these noble children are very delicate. If the time comes, he can't suffer, and he is really difficult to do without his majesty pressing on it. Okay, I believe the father will agree. Luo Chuan smiled and glanced at Ye Lingling, who had a slightly different look. Why don't you let me go to class first and see my performance? This is fine, but I have a condition. In class, Your Highness teacher, you are my student. I will call your name directly. You have no opinion. Qin Ming thought for a while and made a request. Of course, not to mention in class, I should be called by my name normally, don't be too polite to me, then I will be uncomfortable. This was exactly what Luoquan intended, he was really disgusted by those hypocritical guys. Qin Ming nodded and led Luo Chuan to the student team. At the same time, he said to the two Ye Lingling who had been punished, you will run later and meet a new classmate. Teacher Qin, don't need to know him, this Prince Luoquan introduced himself in front of Sister Ye Lingling this morning, but it was a pity that our little Bing Shan beauty ignored him. Duguyan said jokingly, making Luo Chuan and Ye Lingling a little embarrassed. Do you know? Then you continue to run. Qin Ming thought of the identity of the Dugagoose and knew it normally. He glanced at Ye Lingling, and shook her head helplessly. These children were only 11 or 12 years old, and they were in premature love. The teacher's eyes made Ye Lingling quite uncomfortable, a little angry and said, Duguyan, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell the truth? Isn't that what happened this morning? Dugagoose smiled strangely, are you trying to get crooked? Who wants to be crooked, too lazy to care about you? Ye Lingling snorted, accelerated her pace, and ran to the front over the lone geese. Before the student team, Qin Ming stood up with everyone, and said, after the actual combat training is over, I will introduce a new classmate. Many of you should know this classmate. If you don't, I will introduce him. He is called Shui Shui. Luoquan, I will have class with you for the time being. Everyone can call me Luoquan. I'm older, Call me Brother Luoquan. In the future, I hope you don't call me another identity. I am a student just like everyone here. Luo Chuan smiled and said, he didn't want to be treated hypocritically anymore. This wouldn't make everyone here treat him as an ordinary student, but some people would be content to do that. After that, he ran to the tallest Yu Tianheng and stood on the far right of the team. Brother Luoquan, why did you join our class? Yu Tianheng winked his eyebrows, couldn't it be to chase Ye Lingling? Yu Tianheng, get out of class hasn't finished yet, do you want to run 10 laps? Qin Ming's gaze immediately glared, and Yu Tianheng hurriedly closed his mouth in fright. Now start physical training. You must run 20 laps around the playground without using your soul power. After you finish running, you can dismiss the get out of class. Whoever uses soul power in violation of the rules, I will give him 10 laps. Ah, don't use spirit power. 20 laps, can you finish it? This circle is 500 meters, and 20 circles is 10 kilometers. You can walk back and forth from here to Tiandu City. The students exclaimed, they are basically only 11 or 12 years old, where have they undergone such harsh physical training? Stop talking nonsense, you have to climb for me today, hurry up. Qin Ming yelled, everyone couldn't object, they could only run. There was nothing for 5 or 6 laps. After 10 laps, everyone present had their legs weakened, and they were breathing heavily as if they were tied to their legs. Brother Luoquan, so tired, let's rest for a while. Yu Tianheng pulled Lao Luoquan, anyway, the teacher didn't say forbid to rest, you see they are walking slowly. Luo Chuan was stunned for a moment with sweat, and Qin made it clear that he could not take a break, and he subconsciously thought that he would finish the run in one breath. It seems that this teacher is still somewhat affected by their noble status, and the requirements are not as high as Shrek Academy. Luo Chuan sighed slightly in his heart, did not stop, gritted his teeth and said, don't stop, otherwise it will be very difficult to run again. We are over in one breath. There are still 10 laps, how could it be possible to finish running in one breath, my legs are sorely sore. Yu Tianheng gasped. Aren't you going to the Royal Hotel? Luo Chuan gave the latter a blank look. He was a little older, and his 2 lives were uncomfortable, but he could bear it. The corner of Yu Tianheng's mouth twitched and said, Big brother, it's all like this, where can I still have strength at night? Chapter 10, You are greedy. I don't have the strength to let them massage you. This can relieve your aching muscles, so I still have to go. Luoquan righteously said that he certainly did not go to the hotel for a massage, but for another purpose. Hey, it makes sense. Yu Tianheng was taken aback for a moment, and said with a wretched smile, Brother Luoquan, you are really experienced. Well, I want to massage too, can I be together? A cautious voice sounded behind them, and Yu Tianheng's face turned dark, and he turned his head and said, Oslo, your uncle, dare to eavesdrop on us. Ah, didn't I pass by? I happened to hear that Brother Tianheng, Brother Luoquan, accidents, really accidents. The one who was talking was a handsome young man with a slender figure and black clothes. If he changed into a skirt and had longer hair, he would be a beautiful girl. He looked a little embarrassed and odd at the moment, naturally because of Luoquan's prince status. Your name is Oslo. Luo Chuan glanced at the young man again. Isn't this one of the members of the future Tiandu Royal Academy team? Wuhan is a ghost and a spirit warrior of the sensitive attack type. He is very talented. Yes, Brother Luoquan. Oslo was a little bit cautious, Luo Chuan himself didn't know, he naturally carried royal nobleness. Next time, we have an appointment this time. Luo Chuan didn't agree with Oslo to follow. Grandmas, this guy looks more handsome than him. Wouldn't he go to the hotel to steal his limelight? Okay, thank you Luoquan brother. Oslo is still very happy, and it is very good to have a relationship with the Prince Luoquan. Stone mill, graphite, U2 plus 10 circles, I said that you are not allowed to use spirit power. At this moment, Qin Ming's scolding suddenly sounded, shocking Yu Tianheng and Oslo, who had ghosts in their hearts. They turned their heads to see that the two relatively short but stout brothers were withdrawing their spirit power in tears, and the tortoise walked quickly. Luo Chuan smiled. The Shi family brothers were also there. The Suanwu turtles were slow. They both ran 10 laps. These two guys only took 5 laps. It was probably not because they were too tired to use their soul power, but because they felt too slow. These two guys were also unlucky and were beaten by the teacher as the first bird. Oslo was a little gloat, and deliberately ran a little faster, waving his hand, "Come on, I have overtaken you by 5 laps." Graphite was dissatisfied with his breath, "Don't be proud, you have 10 laps left, to see who holds it to the end." "Who did you talk about in the early days?" Oslo's words aroused the dissatisfaction of another student. This boy was also quite handsome, running very lightly, and did not seem to be too tired at the moment. "Yu Feng, your martial soul is a bird, but did I say you? Be passionate." Oslo glanced at the latter uncomfortably. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, the last member, the wind chime martial spirit Yu Feng, is also there. No wonder the father will set up a special class and let Qin Ming teach. The future royal teams are all in place. Under the guidance of Qin Ming, these people, although they are not as good as the Shrek and Wahundian teams, they are still very good. If you interfere, maybe you can make them better. Yu Feng's tone was stagnant, and he could only change the subject. "If you have the ability to compare with me, who will finish 20 laps first?" "Are you sure? Don't use your soul power, you flying in the sky, still want to run faster than me on the ground." Oslo sneered, "Isn't this guy asking for hardship? You didn't use your soul power either. I was afraid that you would not succeed, so I asked if you compare." Yu Feng held his head up, with a provocative expression on his face. He actually wanted to compare with this Oslob, because both were speed-type martial spirits. "I'm afraid of what you do, let's start, see who finishes first." Oslo pushed his feet and suddenly rushed out like a beast. These two guys are a bit out of touch today. Yu Tianheng couldn't help but smile when he saw the two competing. "Little kid, I always like to fight." Luo Chuan smiled faintly, his mental age is already an adult, but he thinks this is quite fun. "Cut, second prince, you are half a year older than us, aren't you still a kid?" The Douluos sitting on the ground in front of him heard this and gave Luo Chuan a blank look. Slightly embarrassed, Luo Chuan also made a move to change the subject and said with a serious face, "Student Doguyan, please call me by name or my brother. I don't want to be too serious in class." The Douluos was dumbfounded, and couldn't help but glance at Luo Chuan. This prince seemed a little different. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's eyes had been attracted by the Douluos. This girl was obviously less than 12 years old, and she had grown up to look different. She was punished 10 more times by the teacher. At this moment, she was not physically strong, and sweat wet her clothes. The pair of bulging contrasted sharply with the snake-like slender waist. Together with her initially charming eyes, she formed a faint look. The meaning of temptation. Seeing that this guy was about to make a fool of himself, Luo Chuan touched him with his arm. "What are you looking at? My eyes are about to fall." Fortunately, Doguyan was a little surprised by Luoquan's approachability, and didn't notice Yu Tianheng's strangeness, otherwise she had to tease her character. His face was slightly hot, and he hurried over. Yu Tianheng waited for Luo Chuan to come over, and whispered, "Brother Luoquan, I like her." Luo Chuan was stunned. "Is it so direct?" He looked weird and said, "I think you are a glutton, right? Am I that kind of person?" Yu Tianheng hurriedly denied. "Why do I feel a little familiar with this?" Luo Chuan muttered and smiled, "I'm kidding, go after you if you like it." Alas, the children nowadays have found a girlfriend so early. He thought of what happened before his ascension, and he was suddenly full of emotion. Yu Tianheng saw that Luoquan had no thoughts about Douluos, and he was overjoyed. Brother Luoquan, I will chase Douluos in the future, you chase Ye Lingling, hey, let's help each other. Running Luoquan almost staggered, this guy really thinks too much, is he thinking about a girl now? No matter what, you have to continue for a few years and open it a little longer. Behind, Ye Lingling ran to Douluos, helped him up, and said, just now, that big guy kept peeking at you. Big guy. Douluos glanced at Yu Tianheng, you mean Yu Tianheng? Okay. Hehe, I should be fascinated by this girl's beauty. Ye Lingling felt that she didn't need to remind. In the next 10 laps, the more tired he got behind, Luo Chuan was too tired to speak, but he never stopped, even if he ran very slowly, he didn't rest. When Yu Tianheng saw that the prince who was always pampered, he insisted on running, he was too embarrassed to be lazy, gritted his teeth and followed behind. In the center of the playground, Qin Ming showed admiration when he saw this scene. He was actually only going to let the students run 10 laps today. After all, it was the first time and needed a process of adaptation. But Luo Chuan suddenly stepped in. He wanted to see if the kid was sincere, so he deliberately added 10 laps, which was a bit embarrassing. Chapter 11, Dried Up This Cup of Poison. Now it seems that Luoquan really wants to join this class, otherwise there is no need to suffer this pain. It seems that you have to tell your majesty. After all, he is the prince, and I am very serious. Qin Ming thought secretly, glanced at a few students who were still sitting on the ground resting, and shook his head slightly. These noble children are still inferior to commoner children in terms of enduring hardship. A few minutes later, Luoquan finally finished 20 laps, and lay on the lakeside and panted with Yu Tianheng. Brother Luoquan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, and you finished running in one breath. Yu Tianheng said with some admiration that if Luo Chuan hadn't been running, he would have given up long ago. You are also very good, a man. Luo Chuan smiled, looked at the dark night sky, and muttered in his heart, the moon is black and the wind is high in the night, not bad. He got up from the ground with difficulty, rubbed his calf, and pulled Yu Tianheng up, and said, let's go, take a bath first, eat something, and consider massage. Listen to Luoquan brother. Yu Shenheng suddenly came to the spirit. You two will finish first and get out of class can be dismissed. Qin Ming said appreciatively. In long-distance running, it's not that whoever runs fast is bound to win. It depends on persistence. For example, Oslo and Yu Feng did not persist for a few laps after running fast, so they both could not run. Instead, Luo Chuan he was jogged. Yu Shenheng goes beyond. Yu Tianheng smiled and said, goodbye teacher. Luo Chuan also said something, and took the lead to walk outside, and Shen Jinming suddenly appeared and saluted, Your Highness, do you want to go back? Go to the Royal Hotel first, there is something tonight. Luo Chuan glanced at Shen Jinming. This one has been following him secretly today, but he didn't follow him too closely after entering the college. Yes. The carriage had been waiting at the door, and Luo Chuan took Yu Tianheng on it and headed towards Tiandu city. As the center of the Tiandu Empire, the prosperity of Tiandu city can be seen from the lights at night. The whole Tiandu city was full of feasting and feasting, most of the shops were still open, and the figures were dazzling and lively. A luxury carriage passed by, and pedestrians stepped aside, and the carriage came directly to the Royal Hotel. The manager of the hotel was already waiting outside. As soon as Luo Chuan appeared, his face immediately showed a flattering smile, leading everyone to salute. Since it is a royal hotel, Luoquan certainly does not need to pay to live in the best suites, and 1 room per person. After taking a bath, Luo Chuan called Shen Jinming in and said, I want you to kill someone tonight. You can kill it in secret this time without showing your face. Shen Jinming was slightly startled, resisting the thought of asking more, and said, "Follow your Royal Highness's instructions." Luo Chuan smiled faintly, "My father sent you to me. I should not worry about other people. I believe you, but I hope you can rest assured that the last time will not happen again." Shen Jinming shuddered, understanding what Luo Chuan was talking about, lowered his head lower, and solemnly said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will never hesitate this time." Luo Chuan nodded, said nothing, and walked out of the room. There was a maid waiting outside, and she respectfully saluted when she saw it. "Your Highness. Has Wang Qingjin arrived?" Luo Chuan asked blankly. "Here, I'm already waiting for your Highness in the private room." The maid replied. "Take me over and get ready to serve." Luo Chuan nodded, the cold light in his eyes flashed away. Shen Jinming's pupil shrank, and it was impossible for Luoquan to kill. Why kill? Amid his doubts, Luo Chuan came to the private room and smiled when he entered the door. "Your Highness." Wang Qingjin got up from his chair in a hurry. "Teacher Wang, since it is my treat, you are the guest today. Please enjoy the food." Luoquan clapped his hands, and the maid walked in with various dishes, and quickly filled the table. "Teacher Wang, do you know why I invited you over today?" Wang Qingjin, who was wondering about this matter, pretended to be guilty and said, "Forgive me for my stupidity, if I can't figure it out, please solve my doubts. Actually, I want to hide my eyes and ears. After all, I am a prince playing here, the influence is not very good." Luo Chuan smiled meaningfully, clapped his hands again, and several charming women walked in. Wang Qingjin's face is strange, his feelings are like this, what he thought he was going to do. He couldn't help but contempt in his heart. He played these at a young age, and he finished playing it sooner or later. He didn't know why he cared about such a dude prince. "Brother Luoquan, you didn't call me for dinner." Yu Tianheng ran in, saw Wang Qingjin, smiled, politely said, "Ms. Wang is here too, the teacher chooses first." Luo Chuan twitched the corners of his mouth. "This guy is so skilled, I'm afraid that the children of rich people are different if he has done such things. Student Jade really respects the teacher, but your Highness is here, it's better your Highness first." Wang Qingjin showed a hypocritical smile. "I don't like to be served, the teacher chooses it." Luo Chuan waved his hand, and what he said made Yu Tianheng secretly curl his lips. The royal son, who had been served by people since childhood, would believe that. "Ah, I'm reluctant to choose first. Come here." Wang Qingjin turned around and pointed to one of the most innocent maids, who approached, and he grabbed her. "Brother Luoquan, do you really want to?" Yu Tianheng confirmed once. "Give it to you." Luo Chuan picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. To be honest, he was quite interested, but he was concerned about one thing, poison. He is really afraid that these women are also poisonous. Yu Tianheng winked his eyebrows. "I understand, Luoquan is embarrassed to ask for it here." Puff. Luo Chuan spouted a sip of wine. On the surface, he was because of Yu Tianheng, but in fact it was because of the wine. "Ding, black gold snake venom is detected, do you want to collect it? Has entered the body, is it fused?" There was only one word in his heart. "Your uncle, Qian Rongxiu." It was another invisible, colorless, and tasteless poison. I don't know when it actually appeared in his glass. This is a royal property, and it has actually been infiltrated. Forget it, even the imperial palace has spies from the spirit hall, as well as a hotel, which seems normal. Luo Chuan smiled a little bitterly, now he is more aware of how wretched the royal family is. The eldest prince was replaced by Qian Rongxiu, and no one noticed that the second and third princes were poisoned to death one after another, and it was still impossible to find the source. I really don't know if the royal family is too wasteful or the Wuhan palace is too terrifying. He secretly shook his head, thinking that it should be the latter, the spirit hall is too terrifying, and the spirit masters who control most of the Douluo continent are not too difficult to infiltrate a country. If Tang San didn't have the protagonist's halo, he would definitely not be able to defeat these forces. Luo Chuan tapped his finger on the table. It seemed that he couldn't avoid the poison of Wuhan Palace, and could only do this cup of poison. He squeezed a smile and held up the wine glass. Go. Dry. Yu Tianheng still didn't know that there was poison in the Luoquan wine glass. He laughed and poured a cup, and said to the two women behind him, "Need my legs. I'm exhausted today." Chapter 12, Still have to rely on yourself. Okay, son. The maid smiled coquettishly and lowered herself to massage her legs for Yu Tianheng. Go on, do it. At the beginning of Luoquan, Yu Tianheng also had an appetite, smiling and drinking with Wang Qingjin. The atmosphere on the table suddenly became lively. Originally, Luoquan didn't plan to drink much, but he was poisoned again and again. He was quite angry and drank the whole pot of poisoned wine in one breath. After eating some dishes, he looked dazedly at Wang Qingjin, who was flushed by the maid, and smiled. Is the teacher going to rest for a night, or is he going back later? His Royal Highness, I have something to do, I have to go back. Although Wang Qingjin was a little bit dissatisfied with the Chinese and Americans, he thought of something and finally decided to go back. Shen Jinming, wait to see Mr. Wang off. Luo Chuan gave Shen Jinming a meaningful command and stopped drinking. Puff through. Yu Tianheng's head was smashed on the table next to him, and this guy was too drunk. Take him back to the room to sleep. Luo Chuan glanced at it and said to Wang Qingjin, Teacher, I am also a little tired, so I won't accompany you and leave first. His Royal Highness walked slowly. Walking out of the room, the cold wind blew his face. Luo Chuan was a little awake, and said to Shen Jinming who was following, I will wait for you in the car and arrange another carriage to send Wang Qingjin. Yes, Your Highness. Without returning to the room, Luo Chuan came to his carriage and looked at the black gold snake venom displayed in the system. It's too much to poison me over and over again. Luo Chuan's face was gloomy, he squeezed his fists and made a creaking sound. This woman doesn't kill me, so she can't be so passive. Not afraid of the thief stealing, but afraid of the thief thinking about it, Luo Chuan's expression is uncertain. All kinds of thoughts came out of his head, causing him a headache. In a daze, Wang Qingjin's voice sounded outside. He opened the curtains of the carriage and saw Wang Qingjin swaying into an ordinary carriage arranged by Shen Jinming. His eyes fell cold and he said to the groom, Keep up. Snapped. Guru, Guru. The carriage started and went outside the city. Wang Qingjin wants to return to the Royal Academy and does not live in the city. There were few people on the road at night, and after leaving the city, it was quiet and no people could be seen. Seeing that it was almost the same, Luo Chuan opened his mouth and said, Shen Jinming, do it. His voice was not loud, but Shen Jinming was very strong, he heard it, and did not hesitate to pull out the silver knife in his hand. Kang! The crisp sound of unsheathing resounded across the night sky, startling a flock of birds. What? The screams then sounded, with an incredible voice. You! Why kill me? On the carriage, Wang Qingjin widened his eyes and looked down at the knife that penetrated his heart, with confusion on his face. Shen Jinming drew out the blood-stained knife, and said blankly, Your Highness wants you to die, you can only die. Your Highness! Blood came out from the corner of Wang Qingjin's mouth, his pupils suddenly shrank when he thought of something. Impossible! After saying this, he died in anger. What do you mean? Shen Jinming frowned slightly. Luoquan wanted to kill Wang Qingjin inexplicably, and this person's last words seemed to reveal some information. Good job! Luo Chuan appeared beside him, looking coldly at Wang Qingjin who was lying in a pool of blood. This is the second spy he killed. His Royal Highness, you can actually torture him. Shen Jinming wanted to understand the reason. Some things you don't know are better. Luo Chuan shook his head, came to Wang Qingjin's side, and began to collect the spoils. Ding! Congratulations on collecting wild dog martial arts. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the Centennial Spirit Ring *3. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1000-Year Spirit Ring *1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 27,000 energy. Luo Chuan squinted his eyes flickered and said, unexpectedly, it's still a soul sect. It's really good. Shen Jinming nodded, if it weren't for him to be drunk and want to kill with a single blow, it would be difficult. What level are you? Luo Chuan retracted his palm. Subordinate 77. It's worthy of being the guard of the royal father, very good. Luo Chuan nodded, muttering in his heart, he was only level 77, and he could really protect him at level 97. It seems that it is impossible to rely on others, but on oneself. He waved his hand blankly, handle it, I don't want to have much to do with his death. Yes, Your Highness. Shen Jinming carried Wang Qingjin's body and disappeared into the darkness. From start to finish, the two coachmen did not speak, nor showed any expressions, very conscientious. Luo Chuan estimated that these two men were also dressed as royal guards, not ordinary coachmen. Luo Chuan stood there for a while, and Shen Jinming turned back into a shadow. His Royal Highness, it has been processed. Shen Jinming knelt on one knee and respectfully reported. Back to the palace. Luo Chuan did not ask Shen Jinming how to deal with it, just as Shen Jinming would not ask why Luo Chuan wanted to kill Wang Qingjin. One master and one servant returned to the palace tacitly. You're reading www.uutext.vip at this moment. In the palace, Emperor Shuiye was looking at the secret book in his hand, and said a little unexpectedly, this kid, after he has recovered from his illness, he has a lot of tricks. After pondering for a moment, he said to the empty place, go and check this Wang Qingjin, I believe Luoquan will not kill him for no reason. Yes, Your Majesty. In the darkness, a person disappears like smoke. At this time, a guard walked in and said, Your Majesty, Qin Ming of the Royal Academy wants to see him. Let him in. Soon, Qin Ming walked into the main hall, bowed his head and saluted, see Your Majesty. Shuiye smiled gently, Ms. Qin Ming saw me late at night, what's the matter? It's about Prince Luoquan. Hey, it's him again. Also. You speak directly. That's it, Prince Luoquan came to me today and wants to join my class. Qin Ming quickly explained what happened today, including Luoquan's insistence on running 20 laps. After listening, a meaningful color appeared in Shuiye's eyes, she tapped her finger on the table, and said with interest, since this kid wants to be angry and strong, just accept it. He is right, and so is my royal son. You can endure hardships, don't have any psychological burden, just teach you what you should. Qin Ming felt slightly relieved, yes, Your Majesty. When Emperor Sui speaks in person, he has the confidence, and he doesn't have to worry too much because of Luoquan's prince status. When Qin Ming and Shuiye were talking, Luo Chuan returned to the palace and still came to the prince's bedroom. Luo Chuan looked at Qian Rongxiu's room, his face was uncertain, and finally gritted his teeth and walked over. His Royal Highness, the first prince has rested. The guard stopped Luo Chuan. Step aside. Luo Chuan said solemnly, tonight, I must see her. The guard still didn't let go, His Royal Highness, please don't make us embarrassed. Shen Jinming, do it. Luo Chuan took a step back. Today is the King of Heaven, Lao Tzu, who is here, and he will also go in. P.S. In the wild, Wang Qingjin's body suddenly got up and shouted to the sky, give me some tickets, I can live. Chapter 13, Huang was blind. Kang. Shen Jinming drew his sword, and the light of the silver sword reflected on the faces of the two guards, illuminating them with surprise and panic. They didn't expect that the prince would change his face when he changed his face, and he would have to do it. This makes them a little bit embarrassed. No matter whether they do it or not, they will not get any benefit. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk too much? When the swords were drawn, a cold voice came from the door. Squeak! The door opens. Xue Qinghe, wearing a bathrobe, walked out, her hair a little moist, and she had just taken a shower. I have something to do with you. Luo Chuan breathed out alcohol, and there was no joking in his eyes. Is there anything I can't say tomorrow? It's midnight, stop making trouble. Xue Qinghe was a bit dissatisfied. No, you must say it now. Luo Chuan pointed to the door, give you two choices, go to your room or go to my room. Xue Qinghe glanced at Luoquan up and down, feeling that Luoquan is a bit abnormal now, how should I say, a bit like a drunkard. Second brother, I think you are drunk. I'm not drunk, so sober. The two guards looked at each other with weird faces. Which drunkard would say he was drunk? Shen Jinming didn't doubt that Luoquan smelled of alcohol, but he was absolutely sober, otherwise he would not be allowed to kill, and he would be able to deal with the corpse in an orderly manner. Xue Qinghe frowned slightly, realizing something was wrong, and thinking for a while, come to my room, you can only be alone. Shen Jinming, you are guarding outside, no matter what happens, don't come in. Luo Chuan left a sentence, followed Xue Qinghe into the room, and a scent of fragrance came to his face. This is the natural fragrance that only women have. The taste, especially the taste of the body, with Jian Rongxiu's ability, there is no way to disguise it at this moment. Luo Chuan thought to himself, closing the door. The room was immediately isolated from the outside, very quiet. Luo Chuan glanced at it. The bedroom was large, elegantly furnished and brightly lit. Xue Qinghe walked to the bed and said lightly, my good brother, what can I say? I'm curious, why did you get so angry when you came back from the Royal Hotel? The Royal Hotel? Luo Chuan smiled, only a few people know about this. How could you know that I went to the Royal Hotel if you were not with me today? Xue Qinghe's eyes changed slightly, and he understood that there was something wrong with what he said, but he still kept calm and said, you are the prince. If you don't go to the Royal Hotel for a drink, where else can you go? Hehe, it's not just the Royal Hotel that can go to? You are so anxious to explain, it seems there is a ghost in your heart. Luoquan walked to Xue Qinghe, staring into Xue Qinghe's eyes, you are watching me. You think too much. Xue Qinghe remained unchanged. It seems that if you don't say more, you will not admit it. Luo Chuan sneered, at the hotel today, I drank a pot of poisoned wine and killed a wild dog. I wonder if you know. His face changed slightly, Xue Qinghe's originally lazy body tightened slightly, and his eyes became colder, what do you mean? No hurry, wait for me to speak slowly. Luoquan walked to Xue Qinghe, yesterday, I killed a wild cat. Before she died, she said something that shouldn't be said. Xue Qinghe trembled all over, his eyes slightly flustered, what did she say? She said that datura toxin was inflicted by her. It is a coincidence. Today's wild dog also said that he inflicted the poison called infertile flower poison, but I don't know who gave me the poisoned liquor from the hotel. Luo Chuan did not say the name, but referred to Wuhan. He believed Jian Rongxiu knew what he was talking about. What does this have to do with me? Jian Rongxiu's eyes began to flicker, and she knew her secret best. When she was about to be torn apart, she was also flustered. No hurry, let's tell another story. Luo Chuan did not rush to point these things at Jian Rongxiu, and at most guessed that Jian Rongxiu was going to kill him. And Jian Rongxiu is Xue Qinghe now, this matter has risen to the throne dispute at most, and she can't be scared yet. After all, the battle for the throne will happen in every generation, and it is private. If he stabbed it out, it would appear that he couldn't hold his breath. He began to tell the story, 5 years ago, my eldest brother saved a little girl during a hunt. The girl was very beautiful, called Zioxiu. I also met once and I could see that the eldest brother liked her very much. I will not take it with me." Qianrongxiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at Luoquan in disbelief. Impossible, how could he know that this thing was clearly done seamlessly? 1 year later, on my elder brother's birthday, the father held a hunting convention. On that day, the little girl disappeared. "Where did you say she went?" Luo Chuan asked meaningfully. Qianrongxiu turned her head, she didn't dare to look at Luo Chuan's eyes. She had a feeling that Luo Chuan found her. However, she still didn't want to admit it, suppressing panic and said, "How do I know?" "I know." Luo Chuan jokingly smiled, "Far in the sky, close in front of you." "What?" Qianrongxiu shook all over and stayed on the spot for a while. She has been disguised for more than 5 years and has been doing swekine all the time. She never expected to be recognized in this way. "When did you leak it?" Suddenly, she felt cold, and Luo Chuan pulled her nightgown down. The snow-white body was just exposed in front of Luoquan. "Hey, why are you still a man?" Luo Chuan was almost blinded. He wanted to pull away the last fig leaf of Qianrongxiu, so that she could barely hide. As a result, I saw that it was indeed a man's body. This guy's ability to disguise was really excellent, and he could disguise his body. Qianrongxiu looked at Luo Chuan in disbelief, her body trembling, her face instantly pale. Even if she disguised her body with a soul bone, it was fake. She was actually standing naked in front of Luoquan at the moment. At this time, a hand was placed on her chest. The two were stunned. "It really is like a bun." Luo Chuan squeezed, softly. It seemed that this man looked like a man's body on the surface, but he couldn't change it in essence. Snapped. A slap was instantly slapped on Luo Chuan's face, slapped it flying out, and fell onto the bed. "Asshole!" Qianrongxiu flushed with anger, her eyes were extremely ashamed and angry, and her killing intent was awe-inspiring. She couldn't help it anymore, her spirit power burst out frantically, her forehead burst out with brilliant golden light, spread rapidly, and her hair instantly turned golden. A circle of spirit rings appeared on her body, 2 yellow and 2 purple, a total of 4 spirit rings, rising from the soles of her feet, undulating on her body. Behind her, a pair of white wings bloomed, and at the same time the golden light condensed into a golden figure behind her, which looked like a person, but had 3 pairs of wings. The sacred and bright aura spread, and the powerful soul power pressure instantly enveloped Luoquan. In his jade-white hand, I don't know when to hold a golden long sword, and strands of golden flame slowly appeared on it. She was so angry that she wanted to kill Luoquan. Chapter 14, Have Something to Say. On the bed, Luo Chuan clutched his bruised face, grinning in pain. Before he was relieved, he felt cold all over, and saw Qianrongxiu holding a golden long sword, waving her wings, and flying towards him. His face was cold and full of murderous intent. Luo Chuan immediately started to crawl behind the bed, and said hurriedly, Big brother. Calm down. I'm going to kill you." Qianrongxiu gritted her teeth. This person didn't say anything while pulling her bathrobe. He even dared to pinch her fierceness directly. It was unbearable. "Accident, really an accident," Luo Chuan explained, but looked pale and weak. He said helplessly, "I just expose your identity, and have no other meaning." "Any other meaning?" Qianrongxiu was extremely embarrassed and slashed with his sword. Luoquan rolled away with a donkey. Click! The bed made of solid wood was cut off and burned. Luo Chuan paled with fright. Big sister, calm down. We have something to say." Luo Chuan did not call Shen Jinming. It was very simple. He absolutely couldn't let Qianrongxiu's identity be known by others. Otherwise, if Qianrongxiu's mission fails, his life will not be guaranteed. His showdown today was mainly to protect himself. Who is your eldest sister? Qian Rongxiu swung a sword again. Luo Chuan's clothes were cut off, and flames burned on him. He hurriedly jumped up, and while slapped the fire, he put himself in a real position and said, "Don't be impulsive, you killed me, so many years of hard work have been wasted." As soon as these words came out, Qian Rongxiu stopped in anger, her expression changing. She pretended to be here for 5 years before the mission was completed. If Luo Chuan was killed at this time, she would definitely fall short. After all, Luo Chuan died in her house, and her guard was outside, so she couldn't get rid of the relationship. Seeing Qian Rongxiu stop, Luo Chuan seized the opportunity and said aggrievedly, "Sister, I was forced, and I can't help it. You poisoned me twice a day, who can stand it? I was almost poisoned to death by you last time. If this continues, I guess I won't live to be an adult." Qian Rongxiu's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she looked at Luo Chuan coldly. "I poisoned you twice, how did you find out? And why didn't you die yesterday?" This is a very strange thing for her. Whether it was the maid's other chess pieces, they were all arranged very early, but the royal secret guard didn't know it. Luoquan is no more than a small prince. He doesn't have any right to control it. How can he detect it? This one. Luo Chuan just extinguished the burning flames on his clothes. Hearing this question, he hesitated for a while, thinking about how to answer. Brush. The golden point of the sword appeared on his neck. Qian Rongxiu held the long sword in her hand, and only needed to move forward a little bit, and Luoquan's life was gone. Feeling the sharpness and temperature of the sword, Luo Chuan did not dare to move at all. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Sister, hold your hand, what do you want to know? I will tell you." Facing Qian Rongxiu's persecution, Luoquan had to say half-truths and half-truths. First, say why I didn't die. This is because after being infected with chronic poison, my physique has not known why it has changed and I have adapted. Toxins, it is this mutation that allows me to clearly feel all kinds of toxins. Mutations. Qian Rongxiu looked suspicious, a little unbelievable. "I don't know why, anyway, the body can fuse and adapt to toxins, otherwise how could I find someone poisoning me?" Luo Chuan only mentioned one of his own abilities. The root cause was not physical variation, but a system, but it had similar effects. "In this case, how did you find me? In just 2 days, you can at most torture who ordered them from those chess pieces. It is impossible to realize that I am not your big brother." When Qian Rongxiu said this, she subconsciously glanced at the bathrobe and wanted to cover her body, but she thought that she had a disguise. Luo Chuan could not see her real body, and she was afraid that Luo Chuan would play any tricks, so she resisted. "Go get it. This one." Luo Chuanyuxin said embarrassedly, "This is still after I met you yesterday. Didn't I hug you? I touched my chest, especially your body fragrance and proper feminine taste. Your reaction was very intense. The big man is definitely not like this." I thought about it carefully, and combined with the maid's words and the incident of Xioxiu back then, I guessed that you are probably not my big brother. "You?" Qian Rongxiu's face was embarrassed when she heard that. The first spirit ring lit up, and a golden halo poured out of her fist, and her whole body suddenly rushed forward and hit Luoquan's face with a punch. "What?" Luo Chuan was beaten for the second time, and his body rolled and smashed on a closet, dizzy and almost painful. "Asshole! Asshole!" Qian Rongxiu stamped her feet with anger. Not only was she angry about Luoquan touching her chest, she was also angry that she had revealed her identity because of this. She always thought that her disguise was perfect and that she could master Shui Qinghe's habits, and she even learned how to speak, but ignored the smell and body shape and did not completely cover it up. Ahem! Luo Chuan spit out blood and looked at Qian Rongxiu, who was so angry and frightened. "Sister, can you not be so violent? You killed my eldest brother, sneaked in here, and saw that he was doing things on his head, not his fists. To shut up! Qian Rongxiu became more angry when she heard it, and she also thought that she could solve all kinds of enemies by relying on her ingenuity, and who would have thought that she would be defeated by someone she looked down on. Taking a deep breath, she let go of her fist and put down the long sword in her hand. She gritted her silver teeth, that is to say, you were not sure of my identity before, you deliberately defrauded me just now. Okay. Luo Chuan subconsciously glanced at Qian Rongxiu's chest, and the meaning was self-evident. Bang! Luoquan flew again. Can you not be like this, since you are a woman, don't you know how to be gentle? Luo Chuan vomited blood and was too depressed, secretly regretting why he was going to pinch others. Qian Rongxiu was expressionless. Let's talk about what you want. Since you entered my house alone, it means that you still dare not die. Almost, your power can infiltrate the palace. To be honest, I think it's very scary. Even if you pierce you, I guess you can get back all over and kill me smoothly. Luo Chuan smiled bitterly, combining the information he knew with a certain degree of speculation, and said, the entire Douluo continent can do this, only the Star Luo Empire and the Wuhan Temple, but the former is not much stronger than us. I guess it's from the Wuhan Palace, and the status is not low. Qian Rongxiu's pupils suddenly shrank, and for the first time she felt that this person was a little scary, and she could figure out so much with some clues. It is very likely that what I said just now was just a stimulus, but I was too angry and exposed my true identity. This fake brother is really not easy. Chapter 15, You Know Too Much. She was silent for a long while, her wings retracted, her martial soul disappeared, and her killing intent stopped. I have to admit that I underestimated you, and I couldn't think of a person younger than me who could escape my poison. With a look of appreciation in her eyes, Qian Rongxiu looked at Luo Chuan deeply, turned around to pick up the bathrobe and put it on her body. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's killing intent, Luo Chuan let out a long breath and found that his back was wet with cold sweat and his whole body was in pain. Sure enough, lack of ability is the result. Even if she masters her secrets, she has to be beaten up. With a bitter smile in his heart, Luo Chuan clenched his fists subconsciously. One day, he will press this woman on the ground to clean up, in order to avenge today. Chi chi chi. The sound of the flame being extinguished sounded. Qian Rongxiu threw the water cup in her hand aside, sat on the side of the broken bed, and said coldly, Say, what do you want? Luo Chuan didn't choose to expose her identity, and came to a dead end, indicating that she didn't want to die, but wanted more benefits. It's comfortable to talk to a smart person like Big Sister. Luo Chuan squeezed out a smile. She frowned. Qian Rongxiu looked unhappy, and said coldly, You try another Big Sister. Well, I don't call your eldest sister, but call your little sister the head office. Luo Chuan cursed secretly, Women are trouble. I don't like this name. You can call me Zioxu or Big Brother. Okay, I'll call you Zioxu privately, let's call you Big Brother on the face. Qian Rongxiu said with great interest, You know that I am from the Spirit Hall, and you are still willing to trade with me. Are you afraid that you will die in the end? I have no choice. I don't have a showdown with you now. I don't think you can kill several times with poison. It's not just a simple poison. Luo Chuan shrugged helplessly. They are still princes now, and they are all eligible to inherit the throne. Qian Rongxiu is the easiest and most effective way to kill other princes in order to ensure that they become 100% princes. I have to say, you are very courageous. If I didn't want to fall short, you would have died just now. There was a murderous flash in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. You have to take a risk. Since the showdown, let me talk about my plan. I know what you want, and I can help you get what you want. Luo Chuan spoke astonishingly, causing Qian Rongxiu to stand up slightly surprised and squinted. Do you know what I want? Isn't it the throne of the prince? To be precise, it is the throne. I think you are trying to seize the throne of the emperor. What you should do, such as taking the Heaven Do Empire to submit to the Wuhan Hall. Luo Chuan was slightly mocking. Qian Rongxiu stood up abruptly, her purpose was actually seen through, how could this be so terrible? Don't get excited, your purpose is not hard to guess. It can be inferred from your actions to kill me. You use this kind of conspiracy and tricks, rather than doing it openly, to show that you are still afraid of the strength of our Heaven Do Empire. Qian Rongxiu's face was cold, you know too much, I want to kill you even more. No, I know a lot, but you can't kill me. Luo Chuan shook his head and stretched out a finger. First, when I die, the dark hand I left will expose your identity, and your mission will not be able to complete. Second, my life can reduce the possibility of your exposure. Sex can help you ascend to the throne. Interesting. Qian Rongxiu's eyes moved slightly, and she was very afraid of Luoquan's dark hand, holding her arms, and said lightly, how can you help me? Let's talk about your plan first. You poisoned me, and it is a chronic poison. You should be trying to get rid of me without knowing it. Not only me, I am afraid that other princes will also be targeted by you, right? Luo Chuan jokingly smiled, you are a good way, but some things can be 2 or 2. If 3 princes die in a row, do you think other people will not doubt and follow up secretly? Even if you can't be found, yes, individuals will also become cautious, and it will not be easy to kill again. The waves in Qian Rongxiu's heart were so turbulent that she couldn't calm down. This person could think of her whole plan just by her first poisoning. Staring into Luo Chuan's eyes, she said coldly, you are too smart, I really want to kill you. I'm so smart, what a shame to kill. Luo Chuan said meaningfully, I can give you a better plan. You support me, and then I will support you as a prince. As for the other 2 princes, you should kill them, and even I can help you. If I were alive, even if they were aware of it, they would not doubt you. Qian Rongxiu's pupils changed for an instant, and she stared at Luoquan for a moment, they are your brothers, so let me kill them? You even have to do it yourself. No way, if I want to survive, I can't kill them first. Besides, the people of the royal family are indifferent, and they will fight for the throne. In the end, you forced me to shoot. What does it have to do with me? Luo Chuan should, he is not Shui Luoquan now, but Luo Chuan, that Shui Luoquan has already died, he has no feelings for his so-called relatives at all. Qian Rongxiu was indeed moved when she heard this. Luo Chuan can't kill this person, and he can't let it go. If Luo Chuan can use it for her, all problems can be solved. Why should I believe you? Sister, oh no, Zioxiu, your power is so powerful that you can penetrate even this palace. Could I dare to cheat you? Luo Chuan was speechless. There were a bunch of titled Douluo in the spirit hall, and a limit Douluo. He really wanted to kill him. Unless he hides in places like the Sea God Temple or the Slaughter City, otherwise there is not much place in the world for him. It might be possible, I can't leave a factor of instability. Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Luo Chuan was stunned, and faintly understood what Qian Rongxiu meant. He turned his eyes and said, so, let me join your spirit hall, don't you worry? With the rules of your spirit hall, I really want to betray you. You can chase me down, and I will be ruined. Are you serious? Qian Rongxiu's heart moved slightly, and Luo Chuan joined the Wuhan Hall. In the future, whether she is the prince or Luoquan is the prince, it will be easy to conquer the Tiandu Empire. You have to understand that the closer our relationship is at this time, we won't be suspicion of each other. I can also save my life. If you still don't believe it, we can get married. You are my wife. I am definitely not willing to expose you. Not willing to kill me. Luo Chuan put on a smirk at the end. Roll. Qian Rongxiu raised her fist and scared Luo Chuan back hurriedly. Don't be angry, am I not suggesting this? In fact, you marry me is also a good man. How can I say that you are also the prince of the Heaven Do Empire? You should also be a high-ranking person in the martial spirit palace. We are a perfect match. Luo Chuan said in narcissism, you see that I am handsome, and still so smart. Is it possible that I am not qualified to be your husband? Qian Rongxiu's eyelids jumped wildly, and this was joking again, really dying to clean up. Chapter 16, White and Beautiful Long Legs. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's fist starting to shine, Luoquan immediately shrank his head and said with a serious face, since you don't want to marry me for the time being, how about joining your Wuhan Hall? When did I say to marry you? Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth, I will consider your matter. If the elders agree, you are a member of the Spirit Hall. Then even if our transaction is initially completed, you have to ensure that you can't assassinate me again, and protect me as much as possible, and I will not disclose any information about you. Luo Chuan said sternly, saying so much nonsense, he actually just wants to live, it's that simple. Yes, but if I find that you do anything against me, you will die miserably. Qian Rongxiu said with awe-inspiring killing intent. Don't worry, I cherish my life more than anyone else. Luo Chuan smiled faintly, and then said, you are so cruel, you can't stand up anymore, so please give me a hand. Qian Rongxiu was indifferent, and even wanted to punch this hippie smiling guy again. You won't let me just go out like this? My face is blue and swollen. Even if others don't suspect anything, you are the eldest brother who beats my brother late at night. It's not nice to say it. Luo Chuan smiled. With a flash of anger, Qian Rongxiu squeezed her fist, her bones creaked, and an angel martial soul appeared again on her body. You won't really want to hit me. Luo Chuan's smile suddenly disappeared. Qian Rongxiu was about to cast a psychological shadow on him. Even though this angel Wuhan looked beautiful, it was extremely dangerous to him. Qian Rongxiu's face was cold and didn't say anything. She walked slowly to Luo Chuan, glanced at Luo Chuan, folded her hands, put her hands on her chest, closed her eyes, and made a pious prayer. The third spirit ring on her body lit up, and strands of golden light were released from the angel ring on her head and fell on Luo Chuan. Okay. Luo Chuan couldn't help yelling, he was too comfortable, the golden light was holy and warm, falling on his wound, the pain disappeared, and the whole person became warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. Qian Rongxiu did not speak, closed her eyes, sacred and solemn, the halo on top of her head exudes a holy light, faintly revealing a face that is as beautiful as a fairy. She has long golden hair, her skin is like white snow, and she has no flaws in her face. She seems to be a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. Luo Chuan was dumbfounded. For the first time, he discovered that there were such beautiful women in the world. Those beauties in the previous life were far inferior even with makeup. This woman is so perfect and sacred that she can't bear to be blasphemy, and her beauty is a little unreal. Under the light released by Qian Rongxiu, not only the physical pain disappeared, but Luoquan felt that his soul was being washed. In fact, this is Qian Rongxiu's third spirit ability, Divine Light. This spirit ability is a healing skill. It can speed up the recovery of injuries. Each level increases, the recovery ability can be improved. If the strength is strong enough, its heart destruction can also be repaired. From here, we can see the terrifyingness of the angel martial soul, which is a perfect martial soul, capable of flying, attacking, and healing and defense. Especially the treatment method, this is generally only available for auxiliary type martial arts. If it is biased towards combat martial arts, it will not have this ability. The Seraphim martial spirit may not be too prominent in a single aspect, for example, it is not as strong as the Clear Sky Hammer, but in terms of comprehensiveness, no martial spirit in this world can compare. Under the shining of this sacred light, Luoquan's trauma and internal injuries are recovering quickly, and the bruises and swollen nose disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole healing process was a kind of enjoyment. Luo Chuan felt that time had slowed down, and for a while, he wanted to be bathed in this light forever. It's a pity that this kind of thing is impossible. Qian Rongxiu's use of this spirit ability is quite expensive. After a while, the light began to diminish. Qian Rongxiu slowly opened her eyes. Her golden eyes were like stars, calm and sacred. Gorgeous! Luo Chuan couldn't help but admired. I can guarantee that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Qian Rongxiu looked at Shang Luoquan's sincere gaze, slightly startled. This was the first time anyone praised her for her beauty. You men know that your mouth is slippery, and you can't believe a word. Said coldly, Qian Rongxiu let go of her hands and glanced down. The power of disguise was partially relieved by her spirit ability. As a result, the man's body was no longer under the bathrobe, but slender and white, and Luo Chuan swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Humph! She hurriedly got up, let the bathrobe cover more of her body, reactivated the power of her soul bone, and returned to the appearance of Shueqing He. Your skin is really white and your legs are long. I regret not insisting on letting you be my wife just now. Luo Chuan withdrew his gaze with some regrets, and muttered in his heart, it doesn't matter if a pair of A's, just with white skin and beautiful long legs, it is enough to drive men in the world crazy. Moreover, this woman has not fully opened yet, and there is still a lot of room for development in the future. Qian Rongxiu's eyebrows were erected. If you keep your tongue slippery, I don't mind letting you get hurt a little more. Hey, then you have to heal me again. I like to see your original appearance. Luo Chuan smiled strangely, showing shame. Don't you know that there is a kind of injury called an internal injury, and another kind of injury that can kill off children and grandchildren? Qian Rongxiu glanced at Luoquan's abdomen and between his legs. I don't know why, Luo Chuan's legs tightened, and he immediately felt cold under his crotch, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly said with a serious face, just kidding, why are you so serious? It's getting late, I won't accompany you to sleep, good night. Feeling too dangerous to stay, Luo Chuan smiled and ran away. Your Highness, are you okay? Shen Jinming saw Luo Chuan ran out with her legs on her legs, and hurriedly asked. He just faintly heard the collision and smelled something burning. It's okay, I went to bed, and you can rest too. Luo Chuan hurriedly returned to his room, let out a long breath, his heart beating. Tonight was too exciting and very adventurous. Fortunately, he succeeded. He shouldn't need to worry about being assassinated by Qian Rongxiu next, and he can still get help from the spirit hall. It's really good. He took a mirror and saw that he was unharmed inside. He couldn't help being surprised that Qian Rongxiu's methods had made his panda eyes gone in such a short time. On the other side, Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth when she saw Luo Chuan running without saying a word, feeling angry coming out again. But she had nothing to do with this bastard, so she stomped her feet and stood there for a while. She walked to the closet, opened a secret door, and walked in. There are pens and papers here. Qian Rongxiu calmed down for a while, his face calmed down, and he picked up the pen to write down today's incident. Pretending the letter, she threw it into the dark, and said indifferently, old rules, only give it to my grandfather, don't let that woman get it. Yes. In the ghostly voice, the envelope disappeared out of thin air, and at the same time a cold wind blew. Chapter 17, Second Brother Come to Drink Medicine. Luoquan dreamed all night. Messy dreams, nightmares, and spring dreams. He dreamed that Qian Rongxiu was chasing him, holding the sword and cutting, from the palace to the academy, and those guys Yu Tianheng watched with a smile. In anger, he exposed Qian Rongxiu's identity, but no one cared, and no one helped him. In desperation, he could only run away, frightened. In the end, he seemed to escape back to the world before the ascent. After waking up from the dream, he felt it was a dream. He was about to lie down and sleep for a while when he found someone got under the covers. Opening his eyes, it turned out that it was Qian Rongxiu, who was charming, and the latter came forward voluntarily. Luo Chuan didn't say a word, and played some shameful games. But in the end, Qian Rongxiu suddenly took out a sword and cut it at his hip. What? Luo Chuan woke up in fright, sweating profusely, and when he saw the quilt fall to the side, he came back to his senses and had a dream in a dream. Fortunately, it is a dream, otherwise I would have been hacked to death. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a lingering fear, and looked outside the window. It was dawn. There was a knock on the door. Second brother, I'll give you something. Qian Rongxiu walked in and looked a little uncomfortable when she saw the small tent on Luoquan's legs. You, what are you doing in here? There was still a shadow in Luo Chuan's mind. Second brother, come to drink the medicine. Last night it just made your trauma healed, but the internal injury has not healed yet. Qian Rongxiu handed a bowl to her with a false smile. Inside is black medicinal soup. Can you smile more sincerely? Luo Chuan glanced at Qian Rongxiu suspiciously. It would be good for this woman to heal his trauma. Will she care about his internal injuries? Where did you come from? So many requests, drink quickly, or it will be cold. The medicine was not cold yet, but Qian Rongxiu's face became cold. Okay, because you care about me so much, I will accept your kindness. Luo Chuan didn't know what the woman wanted to do. He took the medicine bowl and took a sip. It tasted sweet. He slapped his mouth. It tastes good. Really? Qian Rongxiu said meaningfully. True. Luo Chuan, who took the second sip, was about to nod, and a series of beeps suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Cold scorpion toxin is detected, do you collect it? Ding! Dachuro toxin is detected, do you want to collect it? Ding! Gutta percha poison is detected, should you collect it? He puffed out the medicinal soup on the spot, staring blankly at Qian Rongxiu with a smile on his face. If it wasn't that the toxins the system said were all different, he thought the system was stuck and was repeating something. Why, doesn't it taste good? Qian Rongxiu smiled. Luo Chuan trembled when he heard it, and pointed to Qian Rongxiu in disbelief. You gave me poison. Yes, is there any problem? Seeing Luo Chuan's deflated expression, Qian Rongxiu felt as if he was eating me, and was extremely happy. Your uncle, there are 10 kinds of poison in this soup, are you trying to kill me? Luo Chuan yelled. If it wasn't that he couldn't beat Qian Rongxiu, he would definitely hold down and beat this woman. Hey, it's amazing. You can distinguish 10 kinds of poison. It seems that you really have some special ability. Qian Rongxiu showed a look of surprise. He asked Luo Chuan to drink the poison in order to determine the truth of Luo Chuan's previous awakening of the special physique. That said, if you can solve these 10 kinds of poisons, then I don't worry about you. Remember to finish the soup. This is what I prepared carefully. Qian Rongxiu smiled slightly and turned to leave. Me? Luo Chuan trembled with anger. How could there be such a woman who actually used poison to test the truth of what he said? Didn't you promise not to assassinate me? What do you mean by doing this? Are you afraid that I will die? Qian Rongxiu stopped, turned her head and teased, you are not afraid of poison. How can this be an assassination? Besides, even if it kills you, it is a clear kill. Seeing Qian Rongxiu walking out, Luo Chuan gritted his teeth, but he couldn't help this woman, so he could only look at the poisonous soup in the bowl. The most poisonous woman's heart, the ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Luo Chuan wanted to cry without tears, looking at the poisoned soup, thinking that it was poisoned, so he drank it all in one breath. His face returned to calm, and all the new toxins were merged, and then absorbed into the martial soul. After doing this, he frowned slightly. Although I am not afraid of poisons, I can fuse so many toxins and spend thousands of energy at a time. With this woman's personality, I am afraid that I will be fed poison. I must store more energy just in case. Luoquan opened the system panel. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 1.4 plus. Physique, 1.8. Repair, level 19 plus. Wuhan, Poison Swan, the second Wuhan plus. Spirit Ring, 100 years Spirit Ring, with Spirit ability, Flying Acceleration, plus. Energy, 29,016. Can be fused, 100 years Spirit Ring, 1, plus 8,800 energy equals 1000 years Spirit Ring, energy required 10,000. Warehouse, Wild Dog Wuhan, 100 years Spirit Ring 2, Millennium Spirit Ring 2. Pet, none. The swan turned into a poisonous swan. Of course, he took another look at his energy and reached nearly 30,000 points. If he decomposed the Spirit Ring and Martial Soul, it should be more than 100,000. He clicked to disassemble the Wild Dog Wuhan. Whether it is decomposed, 55,000 energy can be obtained. After taking a breath of cold air, Luo Chuan was a little shocked. A martial arts soul of a 40-level soul sect could actually get so much energy after decomposition. Breakdown. He didn't hesitate, this martial spirit was not going to be used as a second martial spirit, and it was useless to keep it. He decomposed several spirit rings, and one of the 3,000 years spirit ring gave him more than 30,000 energy, and the remaining 1,000 years spirit ring also decomposed tens of thousands of energy. After all decomposition, his energy actually reached 128,116. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up, then he began to ponder, thoughtfully. He now knows how the energy comes from, and how much he can get. In terms of sources, including martial spirit, spirit ring, and spirit power, the energy decreases sequentially. The martial soul contains the most energy, the soul ring is the second, and the soul power is the least. Judging from the two harvests, the energy of a 100-year spirit ring is in the thousands, while the energy of a 1,000-year spirit ring can be tens of thousands. The martial soul is based on strength. After the decomposing of the martial soul of the soul sovereign, there are tens of thousands of energy, and the soul sect is tens of thousands, so the soul king is estimated to exceed 100,000. He has roughly figured out some patterns in the source, but he still doesn't know how to consume it. I only know that there are a few main ways of consumption, which are fusion of martial spirits, spirit rings, level up, spirit, and physique. Among them, the cost of improving the spirit and physique seems to be the greatest. Every 0.1 requires 10,000 points of energy, which is 1 to 100,000. But it's not easy to upgrade the level. He was upgraded by one level before and consumed 1,000 times the energy of the corresponding level. The second time it was 10,000 times, I don't know if it will be 100,000 times next time. If that's the case, he can't promote it rashly. The specific law of level promotion is still unclear. At this moment, Luo Chuan doesn't have enough energy to try, so he focuses on the spirit and physique. The spirit is a bit lagging behind, so I'll talk about it first. Luo Chuan felt uncomfortable at the sight, and directly expended 40,000 energy to raise his 1.4 spirit to 1.8, which was the same as his physical fitness. P.S. Qianrongxiu, second brother, come to vote. Chapter 18, Misunderstanding. Boom. Luo Chuan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. The rumbling in his mind, like thunder, shocked him into a trance. This feeling lasted for an instant before it disappeared. At the same time, Luo Chuan felt as if the clouds were up and the whole world became clearer. Some details that he hadn't noticed before were clearly caught by him at the moment, that is, the sound of birds singing outside. Not only that, but he also felt a glimmer of light in his head, and his thoughts moved much faster. In short, it seemed that the speed of thinking had also increased. Improving mental power, I didn't expect to change so much, vision, touch, Insight and thinking speed can all be improved. Luo Chuan's eyes glowed and he looked towards the column of physique. The mental enhancement effect was so great that his physique would not be bad. He did not hesitate to choose to increase by 0.1 and try it. As a heat flow released from his body, he felt a force of strength out of thin air. At the same time, the blood circulation in his body was accelerated, and his heartbeat became more powerful. This time is a comprehensive improvement of the body, with increased strength, defense, speed, and resilience. The original dark wound on his chest, in this process, is recovering at an extremely fast speed. If you can't improve your level, just improve your physical fitness and spirit. He didn't save, so he continued to click plus, and spent 80,000 energy points in one breath, raising his physique and spirit to 2 points, which means that his mental power and physique are twice that of ordinary people. Is that the feeling of strength? It's really good. Luo Chuan murmured. The abundant power and incomparable mental state in his body made him feel that life is so beautiful for the first time. Taking a look at the 48,116 points of energy left, what he can do now is to continue to increase the attribute by 0.4, or to increase his 100-year spirit ring to 1,000 years. But thinking of Jian Rongxiu, he finally didn't do it. Being too powerful might make Jian Rongxiu jealous and target him more and more. Glancing at the window, if what was expected is not bad, Jian Rongxiu will probably send a master to monitor him in secret, and if something is abnormal, it is estimated that she will do it. Before there was no disguise, this century-old spirit ring could not be moved temporarily. Wait, Jian Rongxiu's spirit bone can be disguised. You can consider copying it. Then, it should be safer to upgrade the spirit ring. Luo Chuan's eyes turned slightly, and then he shook his head again. The level of the soul bone was too high, and it consumed more energy than the seraphim martial soul, which was not enough in a short time. Then continue to improve the attributes, leaving 28,000 energy to prevent her from continuing to drink the poison for me. He has a lot of energy at the moment. According to the fusion of a toxin, it costs about 100 energy. If there are more than 20,000 energy, it is enough to fuse hundreds of poisons. Once again adding 0.1 attributes to the spirit and physique, Luo Chuan walked out of the room, saw Jian Rongxiu practicing sword, and went straight. Teach me to play swords. Luo Chuan was no more polite this time. Anyway, he and Jian Rongxiu were in the same boat for the time being, and the other party would not refuse such a thing. My complexion is pretty good, it seems I will give you some medicine. Jian Rongxiu glanced at Luo Chuan slightly unexpectedly. She felt that this guy seemed to be a little taller, and his complexion was much better than before. The corners of his mouth twitched. If you give me medicine again, I will be invincible. Isn't that good? Jian Rongxiu smiled slightly, and with a loud cry, she drew out a sword and threw it to Luo Chuan. Get the sword and follow me to learn. After studying swordsmanship for a while, Luo Chuan came to the Royal Academy again. Brother Luoquan, early. Yu Tianheng ran over from the crowd and winked at him. How did you feel last night? Luo Chuan thought of being beaten by Jian Rongxiu, but was fortunate to see that peerless face, and subconsciously said, pain and happiness. Unfortunately, I slept too hard last night to enjoy it. Yu Tianheng showed regret. Smelly man, he doesn't learn well at a young age, he must be a big carrot when he grows up. Douluos passed by, glanced at Yu Tianheng disdainfully, and said to Ye Lingling who was beside him, you may stay away from this kind of person in the future. Luo Chuan's face froze. Seeing Ye Lingling's icy eyes with disgust, he said unequivocally, I think you might have misunderstood. His Royal Highness, don't need to explain, I'm talking about this young master Yu. Duguyan smiled, and Luo Chuan didn't know what to say. Since you are here, come and assemble quickly, and you will be prepared for the official training today. Qin Ming appeared, took a look at Luo Chuan, and walked to the playground. Brother Luoquan. Oslo, who followed Qin Ming, waved to Luo Chuan, showing a bright smile. However, after he approached Yu Tianheng, his smile turned wretched, and he whispered, "Did you have fun last night?" "Shhh, don't talk about it." Yu Tianheng hurriedly covered Oslo's mouth, and said with a serious face, "I haven't done that kind of thing, and I won't do it in the future, understand?" He deliberately amplified some voices so that the lone geese could hear it. Only a pair of white eyes were exchanged. Seeing this, Luo Chuan smiled helplessly, walked a few steps, coughing and coughing, "Sister Ye Lingling. You don't need to explain to me, and please don't talk to me," Ye Lingling said unceremoniously before she finished speaking. There was a big misunderstanding, but he obviously didn't do those things. Luo Chuan muttered in his heart, but his face remained calm. He rightly said, "We are classmates, why can't we talk? I can feel that you are lonely and need friends, don't you?" Ye Lingling paused slightly without saying anything. Luo Chuan didn't care either. After a long time of contact, the relationship between the two parties would naturally ease. He is not in a hurry to copy Ye Lingling's Jux and Begonia for the time being. After the events of last night, he has not yet decided whether to merge the second spirit position into the nine-heart Begonia. The main reason is that he saw Jianrongxiu's Seraphim martial spirit, also possessing healing spirit skills, and fusing the nine-heart Begonia. Would it be a bit repetitive? Although Juxin Begonia is the world's first-class healing martial soul, but it can only assist, occupying the second martial soul position, seems a bit wasteful. Clear Sky Hammer, Golden Sacred Dragon, Netherworld White Tiger, these are all very valuable martial spirits. When he thought about it, Qin Ming's students were all counted, and many of them were still limping. It can be seen that running 20 laps yesterday still had some impact. You may think that I let you run 20 laps is a bit strict, but I want to tell you that once you get out of the academy, it takes a long time to act. These 20 laps are nothing at all, so endurance must be improved before you can compare the others are excellent. Qin Ming explained and looked at Yu Tianheng. It happens that some of you need to obtain a second spirit ring. We will continue to train for half a month. When you adapt to the high-intensity training, I will take you to hunt and kill Soul Beast. Chapter 19, Maybe you are too imaginary. Seeing a lot of people showing excitement, Qin Ming said with cold water, "Most of your first spirit rings were obtained with the assistance of others. I don't know how difficult it is to hunt spirit beasts, how fierce it is. In this operation, I will not only let you fully understand the power of soul beasts, but also let you experience the feeling of long-distance marching. Therefore, the following training is very important to you. It will determine whether you have the ability to chase and kill the soul beast, or if you are chased and killed by the soul beast, you will have the strength to escape." The faces of all the students changed. Seeing this, it seemed that this action would not be too peaceful. Hunt the soul beast. Luo Chuan was thinking about another question. If the soul master dies, he can get energy, so the soul beast should do. Moreover, there is a pet stall on the system. I wonder if we can capture soul beasts as pets? He couldn't help but feel a sense of expectation about this action. Qin Ming started the class and glanced at the students. "You ran too long yesterday, and most of your muscles are sore today. I will teach you a set of methods to soothe the muscles and study them carefully, otherwise you will be uncomfortable next." Luo Chuan showed a serious look. He was the oldest of the students present. It would be too shameful if he was dragged down during training. To teach students how to soothe the muscles, Qin Ming first took the students to the theory class, and waited for the muscles to recover some of the others, and then practiced in the afternoon. "Now, you are a group of 2. You are allowed to use spirit rings. On the premise of not seriously hurting each other, you can defeat your opponent as much as possible." When Qin Ming said this, thinking of Luoquan's identity, he specifically said, "Luoquan and Tianheng are 2 of you. Luo Chuan is the prince, and Yu Tianheng is the descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He is of equal status, and even if there is an accident, it will not cause too much trouble. Is teacher? The two responded, then spread out and stood opposite each other. Yu Tianheng smiled strangely. Hey, brother Luoquan, you have to be careful, I have a lot of strength. When he spoke, a blue light appeared between his eyebrows, spreading rapidly throughout his body, and his spirit power fluctuated into a wave of wind, which blew Luoquan's hair and clothes. Crackling! Strands of blue and purple thunder surged over him, slowly beating in the air. Yu Tianheng's muscles creaked, his palms turned into claws, and the whole person faintly swelled in a circle, becoming a lot taller. In the center of his eyebrows, a lightning symbol appeared, and he took a step. The dust spread on the ground, and the yellow spirit ring rose, which made his aura again increased by half. His hair was flying under the blue-violet thunder, and the whole person took a bit of violence. Breath. Duguyan looked back, then released his martial soul, and fought with Ye Lingling on the opposite side. Luo Chuan glanced at the others, thought of his martial soul, and muttered silently, "Possession." A white ball of light emerged from the center of his eyebrows, and as it spread, white feathers appeared on his body. The original black hair suddenly turned white and closed back slightly. On his arm, there are long feathers condensed, and white downy appears on his palm, his fingers turn into sharp claws, his body becomes much longer, and his temperament becomes more and more noble. The yellow spirit ring floated, he took a step, and his whole body flew lightly. Luo Chuan couldn't help but glanced at himself. After Wuhan possessed his body, he really turned into a swan, and now he could fly. It seems pretty good. He muttered in his heart that the ability to fly alone was enough to satisfy him. But, aware of the rapid consumption of soul power in his body, Luo Chuan slowly fell down, looking at Yu Tianheng who was full of power on the opposite side, and smiled faintly. "We are about the same level, come on, let me see what the blue electric Tyrannosaurus has. How awesome!" Coming! A blue and purple light flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes, and his body was thunderous. A little bit on the ground, the whole person swished out. "It's so fast!" Luo Chuan noticed that Yu Tianheng had turned into a shadow, and subconsciously evaded to the side. A fist filled with thunder happened to pass through where he was originally standing. Yu Tianheng rushed forward a few steps, turned his head and smiled. "Brother Luoquan reacted very quickly, but the guy yesterday didn't block my punch." Luo Chuan froze for a moment, his reaction just now was indeed a bit quicker, he acted after Yu Tianheng launched the attack. It is the effect brought by the improvement of mental and physical fitness. He immediately reacted. Even though he felt that Yu Tianheng was fast, his eyes could still catch it, and his body responded in time. If my previous attributes were about the level of a 19th level spirit master, then my physique at the moment is probably not worse than this kid. Luoquan thoughtfully, of the two attributes, reaching one point is the attribute of an ordinary person, but this normal person should be an ordinary adult with good health. He was only 12 years old, but he had a spirit and physique that surpassed ordinary people, which should have something to do with his being a soul master, and his physique increased from 1.8 to 2.1, which was definitely comparable to a level 20 soul master. In terms of spiritual attributes, he was only 1.4 before. If he is not too bad, it means that unless martial spirits are spiritual or specialize in spiritual power, spiritual attributes must lag behind physical. It seems a bit perfect to raise the two attributes to the same. Many thoughts flashed in his mind, and Luo Chuan smiled. The same mental attributes as physique were enough to raise his sensing ability to the top of the same level. Yu Tianheng wanted to easily hit him, fearing that it would not be so easy. "Come on again, attack me with all your strength, or you may lose." Luo Chuan's thoughts about not being able to win Yu Tianheng dissipated. At this moment, he wanted to fight Yu Tianheng head-on to see his level. "As you wish." Yu Tianheng showed a serious look, the first spirit ring lit up, and the blue and purple thunder on the palm of his hand condensed, and his speed increased again, turning into a glimpse and appeared in front of Luoquan, patted Luoquan with a claw. The latter felt that he could still avoid it, but he didn't do that. Instead, he condensed his soul power into the palm of his hand and punched it out. The corner of Yu Tianheng's mouth raised slightly, and the Swanwuhan had no advantage in strength. Isn't it hard to fight him? Bang! The attacks of the two collided, and the blue and purple thunder fell on Luo Chuan's body, scorching his feathers to black. Luo Chuan's arm numb, feeling a domineering force coming, his body shook slightly, and he hurried back a few steps. Yu Tianheng was stunned and surprised. Why are you so strong? He is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit. A melee martial spirit of the power attack system, with very powerful explosive power, and a frontal collision. Not many spirits of the same level can resist, but Luo Chuan only took 2 steps back. Maybe you are too imaginary. Luo Chuan teased and hurriedly shook his hand to shake the power of thunder. He muttered in his heart that the strength of the two sides was not much different, but the power of thunder was a bit troublesome, and his spirit power could not stop it. Chapter 20, Take a 2-day rest. To see the fastest updated error-free novel, please remember https://www.altnovel.com. The content of the chapter is being hit by hand. Please wait a while. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 22, Bet, 10 years. During this process, Luoquan could clearly feel that he was getting stronger. The most intuitive thing is the physique attribute, which has increased by 0.1 on his own, which makes him quite a sense of accomplishment. The power brought by the system is too easy and fast, and it can be obtained by spending energy, and the power of cultivation is the source of confidence. After more than 10 days, Luoquan's entire temperament has changed a lot. If he was a graceful and noble son before, but he looks a bit feminine and weak. At this moment, he was a bit more masculine, and his body obviously had muscles, and he was no longer the pale and feeble guy. Qian Rongxiu also noticed Luo Chuan's changes, and couldn't help but look at Luo Chuan a few more times. This guy worked so hard, making her a little uneasy. Why, I like people, I don't mind marrying you, so we are really a family, Tiandu Empire is our family, you don't have to be afraid of me playing tricks. Luo Chuan grinned, showing his white teeth. I knew that the greasy mouth was slippery in one day, and I didn't watch you chase Ya Lingling into your hand. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Luoquan and dropped the medicinal soup in her hand. 14 days, I have given you a total of 180 kinds of potent poisons, each of which can poison a cow, but you still, if you can live your life, I believe you have indeed awakened your special physique. Luo Chuan, who was smiling, suddenly twitched, widened his eyes, and pointed at Qian Rongxiu. You give me poison every day to test the truth or not in my words. But you need to test half of it in one breath. Months. Anyway, if you are boring, you should find something to do. Now I think this thing is also boring, so I don't want to continue. Qian Rongxiu shrugged. This was what she said in her heart. She had poisoned Luoquan for half a month, so she really didn't have much interest. Luo Chuan could not laugh or cry. I really admire you. In that case, would I lie to you? Possible. Qian Rongxiu stared at Luoquan's eyes. I feel you still have a secret that you haven't told me, right? His body stiffened a little. Luoquan couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Where did this woman feel? Enduring the fluctuations in his heart, he pretended to jokingly said, You are not my wife, why tell you everything, and even if you are a wife, you can't say everything, right? Bah, don't say the word wife again in front of me. With your talent, you are not qualified to marry me. Qian Rongxiu smiled disdainfully and looked at Luoquan sarcastically. The gap between you and me cannot be made up by your hard work. I can absorb the 5th spirit ring in a few years. How about you? When Luo Chuan heard this, he fell silent. Qian Rongxiu was born with a 20th level full of spirit power, which meant that as soon as he awakened his martial soul, he could absorb 2 spirit rings at once. His level at the moment has not yet reached the starting point of this woman. The gap is really terrible. If Qian Rongxiu didn't come to work as an undercover agent, but worked hard to cultivate, his cultivation base would definitely be higher at this moment. If he didn't have a system, he might not be able to catch up. Thinking of this, he said meaningfully, "Woman, do you believe that there are miracles in this world?" Miracle? Qian Rongxiu didn't know what Luo Chuan was going to say. What she said just now was to hit Luo Chuan and make him feel inferior, so that it would be convenient for her to control. Yes, a miracle. Luo Chuan drank the poison in one sip and pointed to the bowl and said, "It's like I was supposed to be poisoned to death by you, but my physique has changed. With your assistance, I have a body that is not invaded by poison. Is this a miracle?" Qian Rongxiu was stunned, tilted his head and thought for a while. "I can only say that you are very lucky, because you happen to encounter your own physical mutation and adapt to the poison." Luoquan's face collapsed. "What kind of luck? I'm telling you business." He got close to Qian Rongxiu and said into his eyes, "Dare to bet with me, there will be miracles in me. If my cultivation base exceeds yours, you will marry me." "The cultivation base exceeds me." Qian Rongxiu was stunned for a moment, ignored the last sentence, and chuckled, "You haven't dreamed. The gap between you and me at the moment is more than 20 levels. It will take 10 more years to catch up, but my cultivation speed only faster than you. Why do you catch up to me? Whoever comes will find it impossible. This is not a gap of a few levels, but a gap of dozens of levels, which can be called a generation gap. You think it's impossible, so I call it a miracle. Dare you gamble with me? If I do, you will be my woman." Luo Chuan stared directly at Qian Rongxiu's eyes. "I'm still afraid you won't catch up." Qian Rongxiu smiled contemptuously and asked, "I promised, what if you can't do it?" "If I can't do it, I will suffer a little and become your man." Luo Chuan Yajeng said. Bang! Luo Chuan was rewarded with a fist and was beaten to his bed on the spot. "You fool me!" Qian Rongxiu was so angry that this guy would always seize the opportunity to molest her, really wanting to beat her into a pig. "Just kidding, as for..." Luo Chuan covered his face. "In this way, if I lose, I will be your slave and be a cow and a horse for you. Do you ride as you want?" Hearing this condition, Qian Rongxiu's face eased a little. "Although your talent is average, you are a prince after all. You are still eligible to be a slave to me, but I should add time to this matter. I don't want to keep betting with you." "Time?" Luo Chuan thought for a while and said, "How about 10 years? If you haven't surpassed you in rank within 10 years, even if I lose, then you will have to make big moves when you want to come. With the help of my slave, it will be much easier." 10 years. Qian Rongxiu muttered, this time has indeed come to the end of her plan. After thinking about it, she nodded and said, "No problem, I will make this bet with you, but I have to tell you in advance that you will lose. Want to surpass more than 20 levels in 10 years? It means that Luoquan must improve 2 levels faster than her a year, which is basically impossible, unless God helps." "Well, that's it, let's pull the hook." Luo Chuan stretched out his finger. "Cut, are you a kid? Still hooking?" Qian Rongxiu's eyes were full of contempt. "This is just a ritual. What are you doing so much, or are you scared?" Luo Chuan directly used the radical technique. "How can I be afraid of you? Even if I stop to practice, you can never surpass me." Qian Rongxiu snorted, and reluctantly stretched out her hand to hook Luoquan. After it was over, the latter grabbed Qian Rongxiu's hand, took the opportunity to touch it, and muttered, "Skin is better than me, I'm a woman, and it feels softer. Taking advantage of me again." Qian Rongxiu's eyes widened, kicked Luo Chuan away with one kick, turned and left angrily. "It hurts, this woman is like a tiger, she can't touch her hands." Luo Chuan covered his stomach in pain, and the color of success appeared in his eyes. He is angry with Jian Rongxiu every day. One is to take revenge on the other party and drink poison to himself, and the other is to make this woman lose her mind. There is more anger, some things will always be ignored. But it hurts. It seems that you still have to consider Jux and Haitang, otherwise you can't hold this woman's fists. Chapter 23, New Ways to Obtain Energy. Luo Chuan picked up the clothes, with a visible footprint on his abdomen. Too ruthless. This woman's cultivation base is much higher than him, even if she doesn't use spirit abilities, her power is also great. To integrate the nine-hearted begonia, I need 50,000 energy duplication, 10,000 energy fusion, a total of 60,000, I knew I would not rush to improve my physical and spiritual attributes before. Luoquan got up helplessly. How should we solve this energy problem now? He clutched his stomach and walked out of the room. When Shen Jinming saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Second Prince, why are you injured again?" In the past half-month, Luo Chuan has been injured from time to time, and it seems that he has not completely recovered. It's okay. Luo Chuan waved his hand, unwilling to say more. He thought about energy and asked casually, "Guardian Shen, I don't know where I can often see a soul master dying." The execution ground. Everyday criminals are executed, beheaded, strangled, and among them are soul masters, but for you, the second prince, it may be a little bloody. Shen Jinming said subconsciously. Luo Chuan stopped, his eyes flickered, and he patted his head. Why didn't I think of this? Such a big empire, how can there be no execution ground? During this period of time, he only focused on cultivation, and he was half-tired every day when he came back from the academy. He didn't have much thoughts about energy. He really didn't think about this approach, and he planned to make a fortune when he hunted the soul beast in 2 days. Tell me about the execution ground. How many spirit masters are killed every day? Luo Chuan said, slightly excited. Not much. Shen Jinming shook his head. His Royal Highness, you also know that soul masters are a very noble existence in Douluo continent. Even a low-level soul master, as long as it is registered in the spirit hall, can get subsidies and is more competitive than ordinary people in doing other things. But the proportion of soul masters themselves is small, so there are not many executed. It is estimated that there will be a few a month, and when there are more than a dozen, it is mainly ordinary people who commit crimes. Luo Chuan nodded. This is indeed the status quo. If you want to become a soul master, you must awaken your soul power, and most people cannot reach this level. I understand. Is there any soul master executed today? Compared to killing them with his own hands or letting his subordinates kill them, this kind of executed soul master is completely a pie in the sky for him. I don't know, I'm not responsible for this, but if your highness wants to know, your subordinates can ask. But why does your highness ask this? Shen Jinming was slightly puzzled. Only by seeing more blood can I build a strong heart, and I can learn something in the process of seeing them. Luo Chuan spoke righteously and gave a high-sounding excuse. Shen Jinming nodded slightly. This is indeed a good way to learn, and most people can't think of it. After all, not many people like to go to such a place, including him. Yes, my subordinates will go to inquire and reply to your highness soon. Go, I hope I can have a result before I practice sword and eat breakfast. Luo Chuan waved his hand, walked out of the palace, and continued to learn swordsmanship. Although he still has a lot of scruples about Jian Rongxiu, he has to admit that this woman is indeed very strong, better than him in all aspects, and so is his swordsmanship. Luoquan studied hard for half a month, but there was still a gap, which was brought about by his cultivation and also because of his experience. I'm going to attack the youngest. Jian Rongxiu suddenly spoke when she was performing swordsmanship. Luo Chuan's body shook slightly, and he glanced at Jian Rongxiu with a cold expression on his face. He did not speak, but became more alert in his heart. If he hadn't had a showdown with Jian Rongxiu, he would definitely be assassinated by Jian Rongxiu at the moment. He was overwhelmed by his assassination of the three princes, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to control it. Even the other party deliberately told him that he didn't dare to leak it out. You are going to hunt the soul beasts in 2 days. There is just a proof of an alibi. They won't doubt you. Qian Rongxiu said lightly. If one day you need it, should you let me back the pot? Luoquan said helplessly. You should hope that my actions go smoothly, it won't take this day. Qian Rongxiu gave Luo Chuan a playful look, and keeping this guy really had this effect. It's too suitable for this to do this kind of thing. You bad woman is really bad. Luoquan complained. Everything in this world is connected by interests. If it's not a bit bad, how can it be a big deal? Qian Rongxiu should have this attitude in her life experience and education. Except for benefits, there are feelings in the world. Family affection, friendship, and love can't be exchanged for benefits. Luo Chuan didn't quite agree with Qian Rongxiu's words. The latter's face was cold. I don't believe this. For the benefit, parents can kill their children, friends can betray, husbands and wives can turn against each other. Speaking of this, Qian Rongxiu's eyes showed pain. Her mother wanted to kill her. Luo Chuan put down the sword, saw the pain in Qian Rongxiu's eyes, thought for a moment, and walked over and said seriously, what you said will indeed exist, I don't deny it, but it is definitely a rare minority. Qian Rongxiu's face was full of mockery. It's ridiculous, you are too embarrassed to refute me? Just now I said to solve your third brother, but you didn't blink your brows. It means that you don't care about family affection at all. You saw me. Your real body and your eyes are straight. It means that you are just an animal thinking with your lower body. Only desire is left. Will someone like you have love? As for friendship, I guess you will betray your friends too. Luo Chuan's face became stiff, and he was so stupefied that he didn't know what to say, and he said, I still don't approve of it. I want to save the third brother, but you don't allow it, and I frowned. As for you, I want to say that a man will do this. This is instinct. If I don't respond, you will be dissatisfied, and even call me not a man. You are just arguing. Qian Rongxiu sneered, not believing Luo Chuan's words. I know you should have encountered a lot of bad things, but I will prove to you that this world is not only beneficial, at least not all, otherwise it is not human. Luo Chuan said very seriously, this is his values. I have to see how you prove it. Qian Rongxiu didn't care, and stabbed Luo Chuan with a sword. This Luo Chuan was so scared that he hurriedly avoided. Are you crazy? This sword has opened up. Aren't you practicing actual combat recently? This is also a kind. Qian Rongxiu's face was cold and did not stop. The sword light flew over Luoquan, his face paled a lot in fright, and he evaded and resisted the sword light in a panic. In less than 10 minutes this time, Luo Chuan was sweating profusely and his clothes were cut into strips, which was rather miserable. Seeing Qian Rongxiu leaving leisurely, Luo Chuan once again learned the horror of women. He went back depressed and changed his clothes, ready to go to the academy after breakfast. At this moment, the figure flashed and Shen Jinming appeared. His Royal Highness, I asked. The execution ground will deal with a group of executed prisoners every half-month. 2 Spirit Masters will be executed tomorrow, a 27-level Great Spirit Master and a 36-level Soul Master. Chapter 24, 3 Guards. 2. Luo Chuan showed excitement. A Great Soul Master and a Soul Sovereign should be enough to bring tens of thousands of energy. He frowned and said, the execution ground only deals with executed prisoners once in half a month. Shen Jinming nodded, yes, there are not many prisoners on death row. Usually, one batch is processed every week. Unless there are too many, the frequency will be increased, or there will be some difference between those who need to be executed on the spot. Luo Chuan was thoughtful. If he came this way, he would go out to hunt down the soul beasts with the teacher the day after tomorrow, maybe he could be in time for the next time. If there are several soul masters every time, it means that he has tens of thousands of energy every month, which is completely useless. What time tomorrow? When the sun rises in the morning. Shen Jinming said the time, and then asked, His Royal Highness is going to see it, your subordinates can arrange it. He is still a little surprised now that Luoquan has nothing to do to see what others are doing. Is it possible that there is any abnormality? Yes, you arrange it to be as secret as possible, I don't want others to know. Luoquan intends to use this as a secret channel to obtain energy. Naturally, the fewer people he sees, the better. No problem, the subordinates will deal with it. During the subordinates' absence, 3 other guards will be added to protect your highness. Shen Jinming nodded. Where did the other guards come from? Luo Chuan was slightly surprised. The last time your Royal Highness had an accident, all the guards were revoked. Recently, a new group was selected. They were all selected from the guard reserve camp. Although the cultivation base is not as good as that of his subordinates, the quality will be higher than the previous guards. Shen Jinming explained. Oh, let them come, let me get to know you. Luo Chuan remembered some memories. Normal princes don't seem to have only one guard. Last time he had an inexplicable accident, the guards were all removed to normal. Soon, 3 young men in black armor stepped forward, and these people were in their 30s, all younger than Shen Jinming. The eyes of the 3 gleamed with vigorous and fierce energy, and they were all trained elites. They quickly came to the front, bowed to Luoquan on one knee, and said in unison, I have seen your highness. Yes, you can introduce your name, age, strength, and martial arts. Luoquan still attaches great importance to the 3 of them, and in the future this will be their random manpower mobilization. Helen, 34 years old, level 46, Wuhan Great Sword. The burly young man on the far left, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, spoke first. The young man with a slender figure and ordinary face in the middle said, Zhang Wei, 35 years old, level 47, Wuhan Green Bao. The last young man with a big waist and a short stature said honestly, Zhao Gang, 34 years old, level 44, Wuhan Turtle. Luo Chuan felt very serious when he heard the previous introduction. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the last one, it's pretty good. 1 close combat, 1 long attack, and 1 defense. This can form a small team. Actually, you should arrange another healing type soul master for your highness. Unfortunately, there are too few such soul masters to be allocated for the time being. Shen Jinming said regretfully. He originally wanted to have a small team, not only had a healing type soul master, but also a control type, which would be perfect. Enough, say a word of thanks to the relevant personnel for me, you only need to separate 2 people to follow me in the future, and the other 2 will act flexibly, or choose to practice or not take vacations. Luo Chuan thought for a while, now you will all follow me for 2 days, let me get acquainted with you, and then operate according to my arrangements. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 of them were a little delighted. Under normal circumstances, they would have to stay on track, unless Luoquan went home to rest and had to be on duty at night, so there would be little practice and personal time. If Luoquan only mobilizes half of the people, their rest time will increase, and their cultivation base will improve much faster. That's it, I'll have a meal first. Luo Chuan actually felt that he didn't need to have a guard when he went to school every day, but thinking that he was a prince after all, not to mention pomp, I was afraid that someone would be hostile to him if Jian Rongxue was secretly removed. Before he became stronger, a guard was still necessary. He didn't know that his guards were already considered very strong, not many, but all of them were soldiers out of 100. After having breakfast with Jian Rongxue, the 2 went to the academy together, and it was another full day of studying and living. At the end, Qin Ming said to everyone, the day after tomorrow I will take you to the Star Do Great Forest to experience, and I will make preparations when I go back today. When he said this, his voice was slightly deep, I have a request. You can bring your own guards, but you must not interfere with your normal actions in the Stardew Great Forest, especially when hunting soul beasts. You must not let your guards help. Of course, I will not let you deal with spirit beasts beyond your own strength. If you cannot accept this condition, you can apply for withdrawal. I will not force everyone. There is no objection. They have been holding back in this academy for so long and have long wanted to play a little bit of excitement. How could they be willing to let this opportunity pass? Seeing that no one was speaking, he said, I will assume that you agree for the time being, but we still have to make it clear when we go back. We will leave in the early morning the day after tomorrow, and get out of class will be over now. The students dispersed immediately, and they all seemed quite excited when they discussed the things of the day after tomorrow. Brother Luoquan, you probably have never killed a soul beast by yourself. Yu Tianheng touched Luo Chuan with his arm, and said with his head upright, this time, I will definitely not use other people to obtain my own spirit ring. Well, you can. Luo Chuan didn't say much. He was concerned about the death row prisoner who will be executed tomorrow, and hurriedly caught up with Qin Ming and said, Teacher, I have something to do tomorrow morning, can I ask for a leave? Qin Ming frowned slightly, but did not refuse, yes, but try not to affect the day after tomorrow. Thank you, teacher. Luo Chuan smiled. The prince status is good. If you want to ask for leave, please ask for leave. Brother Luoquan, why are you asking for time off? Could it be that you are looking for Miss Sister? Yu Tianheng winked his eyebrows. Go away, will I do this in broad daylight? Luo Chuan kicked Yu Tianheng, also, don't talk about this kind of thing in the future, or how do you chase the lone geese? It makes sense. I won't say it anymore. I want to be an innocent and dedicated person. Yu Tianheng seriously reflected on it. Little kid. Luo Chuan pouted, got into his carriage and returned to the palace. He didn't stay overnight in the college, no way. This prince status was really not suitable for living with ordinary students, so he could only live with his fake elder brother. He didn't talk to Jian Rongxiu about the execution ground, everything went as usual. The next day he separated from Jian Rongxiu under the pretext of shit, then put on a black robe and came to the execution ground of the Heaven Do Empire in a low-key manner. Before getting off the car, Luo Chuan felt that his surroundings suddenly became cold, and there was a faint smell of blood, which made him a little uncomfortable. Chapter 25, Anwei and Zhang Xiaonian. Too many people die, have you changed the environment? Luoquan thoughtfully. At this time, the carriage stopped. His Royal Highness, here it is. Shen Jinming's voice sounded. Luo Chuan put on his hat, covered most of his face, and stepped out of the carriage. He was in front of a black gate, and there were not many people inside except the soldiers in armor nearby. A fat young man hurriedly walked over to salute. I have seen your highness, the subordinate is the prison officer Zhang Xiaonian of the execution ground. Luo Chuan showed an unexpected look, I have become a prison officer at such a young age, and Master Zhang looks very good. His Royal Highness has been rewarded, and the subordinates are also blessed by the ancestors to climb so fast. Zhang Xiaonian said with a smile, not as serious as Luoquan imagined. It's also straightforward, not bad. Luo Chuan glanced at Zhang Xiaonian appreciatively, Guardian Shen should have told you about my purpose, right? Yes, please come with me, your highness has arranged a special viewing position. Zhang Xiaonian nodded and led Luo Chuan into the door. He came to a hidden room from the side. Through the window, he could see a square in it with a high platform in the center. The floor was dark black, and the smell of blood between the nostrils was even greater. Strong. His Royal Highness, this is where your subordinates usually rest. I don't know if your Royal Highness wants to watch the execution of prisoners up close or observe from a distance here. Zhang Xiaonian asked intimately. I'll be with you. Luo Chuan was not sure if the distance was far, whether energy would form, or if it took too long, would that energy dissipate. No problem, if the palace doesn't mind, follow your subordinates, and later I will announce the execution of the prisoner nearby. Zhang Xiaonian didn't have any comments, and he didn't ask Luoquan why he did this. On the square, soon afterwards, a number of death row prisoners were brought up. They were shackled, their faces were mostly pale and weak, their eyes were fearful and desperate, but some were calm or showed fierce faces. The eyes of these guys made Luo Chuan feel a chill. Are you wicked? Just looking at it is disturbing. It seems that I really have to come here to exercise my courage. Luo Chuan thoughtfully began to realize that his excuse for coming here might also bring him a lot of value. His Royal Highness and your guards, let's take these two with you next. During the execution, some people will come to watch. Your Royal Highness is too close to reveal his identity. Zhang Xiaonian didn't know where to find the black objects and handed them to Luoquan. After a moment of stunned, Luo Chuan glanced at this person more and smiled. You are very thoughtful, you are really good. Thank you for your praise. Zhang Xiaonian smiled shyly, like the prison officer who decided his life and death. Let's not bother Master Zhang. I will touch the corpse at most later, shouldn't it be a problem? Luo Chuan stated his request. No problem, His Royal Highness wore the dark guard mask of our criminals. From outsiders' eyes, Your Royal Highness's actions here are normal. Zhang Xiaonian nodded. The mask of the dark guard. Luo Chuan couldn't help but look at the mask. The whole body was black, with a cold temperament, which made people shudder. His Royal Highness, in the punishment system of our Heaven Do Empire, there is a type of soldiers who are responsible for some relatively special tasks. Since most of the time they act in the dark, they are called dark guards. They usually wear this kind of mask to maintain their identity. Secret. Shen Jinming explained appropriately. Oh, all right, that's good. Luoquan didn't think much about it. In such a big country, some secret agencies are normal. He put on the mask, leaving only 2 eyes. Shen Jinming's guards did the same. After covering his face, he followed Zhang Xiaonian to Xingtai, the prison of the execution ground. More than a dozen prisoners in a row have been escorted over, and Luo Chuan's eyes immediately fell on the innermost 2. Spirit power fluctuations. He faintly felt the fluctuation of his spirit power. If he didn't guess wrong, these would be 2 spirit masters. At the moment, the 2 of them are very desolate. They are wearing prison uniforms. One has grey hair and the other is middle-aged with shaggy beard. However, their gazes were still fierce, looking bitterly at Zhang Xiaonian and others on the stage. Their murderous aura was very obvious. These 2 guys have killed many people. Luo Chuan's eyes shrank slightly. Such obvious murderous aura, he had felt in several guards, this can only be formed by killing too many people. But his guards never showed any murderous intent to him, so he usually didn't feel any discomfort. Now being stared at by these 2 pairs of eyes, he couldn't help feeling cold all over. Your Highness! Shen Jinming took a step, trying to stop the offender from releasing his murderous intent. It's okay, you don't care about me. Luo Chuan shook his head. If he was frightened by murderous intent, he would be too weak. Even if he doesn't adapt today, he has to face it himself. His Royal Highness, among the 2 people, the one with the low cultivation base is a murderer who once slaughtered a village, and the other was a spy from the Star Luo Empire, who assassinated several high-ranking officials. Zhang Xiaonian explained in a low voice that Luo Chuan's face changed slightly. He thought of his maid, who was similar to the Soul Master with a high cultivation base. And another 27th level Great Spirit Master can actually slaughter a village, which is really incredible. This person is 1 rank higher than him. When Luo Chuan was thinking about it, 1 by 1 executioners with big waists appeared with big swords. Execution. Zhang Xiaonian waved his hand, like doing a daily thing, ordering the executioner to execute. Click! Click! Amid the slight cracking sound, the heads of the death row prisoners on the scene fell almost simultaneously, including the heads of 2 spirit masters. The blood spurted out like spring water. The higher the strength, the farther the blood spurted. Many onlookers in the audience applauded and yelled to kill well. Luo Chuan's pupils dilated, watching more than a dozen people killed instantly, slightly shocked. However, he had already experienced 2 murders after all, and his attention was immediately attracted by the light emerging from the 2 spirit masters. He walked over as usual, pretending to observe the 2 spirit masters, and lit the condensed light ball. Ding! Congratulations on collecting Bat Martial Soul. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 100-year Spirit Ring 2 and 1-year-old Spirit Ring 1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting Energy 2480. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the Poisonous Scorpion Spirit. Ding! Congratulations on harvesting energy. In a series of prompt sounds, the 2 condensed to gather all the things. The spirit of the guy who slaughtered a village was a poisonous scorpion, and most of them were killed with poison. For this harvest, Luo Chuan didn't look at it very much, all of it was broken down, and a total of more than 50,000 points of energy were obtained. In addition to the rest of the previous, his total energy is more than 70,000 points, and there is no problem with duplication, but it is still tens of thousands of points short of enough to integrate Yelingling's 9-hearted begonia. It's pretty good. I didn't do anything, so I got so much energy easily. Luo Chuan thought with satisfaction, got up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaonian. I've seen it almost. There will be soul masters who will be executed in the future, remember to notify me. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Xiaonian glanced at the 2 headless corpses. His Royal Highness seemed to be a little interested in the soul master's corpse. Chapter 26, Really Train. Luo Chuan left with satisfaction and sat on the carriage. Luo Chuan thought of something. What is my monthly expenditure? The prince naturally has a daily expenditure limit every month, which is equivalent to pocket money. Unfortunately, the predecessor only spends money and does not care how much money is. 10,000 gold coins. Your Highness has not used any money this month, plus the previous ones, there should be a lot of credit left. After hearing that, Luo Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. This month's pocket money was probably comparable to the total wealth of a soul king, and he was really reborn in a good family. Give this adult Zhang Xiaonian 1,000 gold coins. After hearing this, Shen Jinming was stunned and reminded, His Royal Highness, he is a courtier and should give you money. I don't need him to flatter me and give him money. He helped me. Luo Chuan shook his head and said, in addition, you can get 1,000 every month, and the other 4 people each have 100 gold coins, which counts as my extra subsidy to you. Now he lives in Qian Rongxiu's palace. He eats and drinks every day, and he can also serve the maid. It doesn't cost much. It is necessary to spend a part of the money to buy people's hearts. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Jinming smiled. This Highness is really able to win people's hearts. 1,000 gold coins are not much but not a lot for him, but they are very valuable. Helen and others were also eagerly grateful. Luoquan gave them more money than their salary. With this income, life will be much more comfortable. Luo Chuan noticed that the guards were more respectful to him, and understood the value of his money. Maybe money can't buy absolute loyalty, but as long as a few people can be as close to him as possible, they will be more willing to protect him desperately when they are in danger. After returning to the bedroom to practice for a long time, after changing his clothes, he went on to the Royal Academy in the afternoon. The next day, after practicing the sword, he smiled and said, My eldest brother, I will take this sword. You shouldn't feel bad, right? This is the sword you used, I don't need it. Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Then thank you elder brother, I will miss you when I go to the Stardo Great Forest this time. Luo Chuan took the opportunity to pat Qian Rongxiu's ass, grabbed the sword, and ran away. Qian Rongxiu was extremely angry, and wanted to catch up and stab Luoquan into a hornet's nest, but he glanced at the guard who followed Luoquan and had to hold back. He is Swekine now, so he can't be too impulsive. Haha, I succeeded in patting the of the tigress. You can't beat me this time, so I am mad at you. Luo Chuan laughed in his heart, then smiled triumphantly, and walked away safely in Qian Rongxiu's angry eyes. At the Royal Academy, everyone had gathered early, and most of them were looking forward to the next trip, and some were somewhat reluctant. After all, it was Yu Tianheng who acquired the spirit ring this time, not them. Seeing everyone coming, Qin Ming said, "You can see that everyone is very excited, but unfortunately you should have a hard time laughing, because now it is really training." "Teacher, what do you mean? Isn't our previous training count?" Yu Tianheng was a little puzzled. "Hehe, compared to the next training, your previous training is really nothing," Qin Ming said with a smirk. "Before you ran up to 20 laps a day, and it was only 20 miles for a full play, but now you have to walk with the teacher to the Star Do Great Forest. You have to walk 100 miles a day without saying anything. The difficulty increases. If you are afraid, there is still a chance to quit now." Duguyan froze for a moment, and said blankly, "Teacher, shall we not go by car?" "Go by car?" Qin Ming glanced at the students and found that Luoquan was the most peaceful, slightly surprised in his heart, and continued, "I really took the car to the Star Do Forest, how can you get used to it?" "Teacher, I remember that Tiandu City is still a long way from the Star Do Forest. It's estimated to be a few days away." Many students couldn't help but talk, they had never walked such a long distance on foot. "Be quiet!" Qin Ming yelled. To become a powerful soul master, endurance is the most basic ability, and you can learn a lot during the march on foot, which you can't get in a carriage. His face was serious. "I don't force any of you, let me say, stand up now if you don't want to go." "Teacher, I don't want to go." "I'm not going either. Anyway, it's not that I want to obtain a spirit ring." Immediately, 2 students stepped forward. They felt that the previous training was already very hard, and they could no longer endure the harder long-distance march. Of the more than 10 students, 5 gave up immediately, leaving only 12. Qin Ming was calm from beginning to end, and said to the 5 people who stood up, "You can follow the other teachers to learn, and the rest follow me." At his order, Luo Chuan and others officially set off for the Star Do Forest. Outside the academy, Qin Ming glanced at the guards who followed and said beyond doubt, "Please don't disturb my teaching, otherwise I will judge them as unqualified, except for unexpected circumstances." He was a little bit helpless. These noble children had guards everywhere, especially the Prince Luoquan, who actually followed 5 guards. "You just listen to Teacher Qin and follow from a distance," Luo Chuan specifically exhorted him. He found that he had a lot of guards, and there were not many others, like Ye Lingling, who was completely single. "Yes, Your Highness." Shen Jinming led people back and soon disappeared. Only then did Qin Ming show satisfaction, and said to Luo Chuan and the others, "Let's go, this road is not only an opportunity to exercise endurance, but also to increase your knowledge. After all, most of you are afraid that all grains are not divided." Chapter 27, Become Captain. Teacher, I really don't know the type of food." Yu Tianheng smiled awkwardly. "You are ashamed to say it." Douluos gave the latter a white look. Such a big person, who doesn't even know food, is really ignorant. This made many other students a little embarrassed, and they didn't know. "Say as if you know it." Yu Tianheng muttered. "Sorry, this lady happens to know me." Douluos held her head high, her martial spirit was the green phosphorus snake, and she needed to know all kinds of poisons, so she also knew something about it. "I don't believe it. I have the ability to introduce it to us later." Yu Tianheng hummed and found an excuse to talk to Duguyan. Just introduce it. I know more plants than you. Duguyan smiled proudly, but didn't know it gave Yu Tianheng the opportunity to talk to her. Luo Chuan inadvertently walked to Lingling's side, looked at the girl still wearing black clothes, and said, "Student Lingling, why do you wear black clothes every day? I think purple matches you well, so you can try it. What I wear has nothing to do with you." Lingling replied blankly, speeding up. "We are classmates, how could it not matter?" Luo Chuan followed brazenly, and he still had to find a way to replicate his martial soul. "Don't follow me." Lingling turned her head and stared at Luo Chuan, her eyes cold. "I'm following the teacher, who is following you." Luo Chuan carried his hands on his back, making it clear that he was going to be a rogue. Lingling gritted her silver teeth, she had no choice but to ignore Luoquan. As they proceeded, the students gradually became tired, and sweat appeared on Lingling's forehead. "Here, give you a face towel and wipe off your sweat." Luo Chuan took out a clean face towel and handed it over. "Who wants your things?" Lingling opened Luo Chuan's hand and wiped her sweat with her sleeve. "Yes, it's all outside, there is no need to be so troublesome." Luo Chuan smiled faintly, then wiped off sweat with his sleeve, which was quite convenient. "Why, do you feel tired after walking less than 30 miles? Qin Ming didn't blush or breathe, but looked at his students playfully. "Teacher, what is your cultivation base? What is our cultivation base? How can this compare?" Oslo's handsome face was sweaty, like a big toad panting. "Yet, we are less than 12 years old." Yu Tianheng echoed. "Where do you come for so many reasons? Your physical fitness is not inferior to ordinary adults at all, look at the farmers nearby." Qin Ming pointed to the small village on the roadside, many of them can carry hundreds of kilograms of things. They set off from here in the morning to Tiandu city and rushed back before lunch. Every day, they have to go for the whole life to sell some food and vegetables. I don't know how many back and forth, you only walked half the distance, what can't you insist on? This, how could it be possible that the teacher lied to us? Yu Feng frowned. It was nearly 30 miles from Tiandu city to here, and they had all been walking all morning. Do not believe. Qin Ming chuckled, in this way, everyone rests for a while. This time I will let you go to the village and ask the farmers here, see if they can do it. I don't believe it, who will ask with me? Yu Feng snorted. I will go with you. Oslo got up, he also wanted to see if ordinary people could do it. Brother Luoquan, are you going? Yu Tianheng also became interested. Go ahead, I trust the teacher. Luo Chuan waved his hand, this kind of thing could be done by the old peasants before his ascent, and this is even less unusual here. Of the 12 students, 10 left at once, leaving only Lingling and Luoquan. Why don't you go? Luo Chuan asked a little surprised. I've heard of it. Lingling glanced at Luoquan, they will pick up food and vegetables for breakfast early in the morning, walk 30 miles to the city to sell them, and come back for lunch. This way they won't spend much money, but can earn some copper coins. When Luo Chuan heard this, he sighed slightly, they are really hard. Regardless of the rise and fall of the world, these farmers have the hardest life. There was a little more color in Lingling's beautiful blue eyes, and she looked at Luoquan a few more times. I didn't expect you to understand the people. They are the foundation of this world. There can be no soul masters in this world, but they can't live without food. Of course, we should understand them better. Luo Chuan smiled faintly. He was a farmer in his previous life, so naturally he knew very well. Unexpectedly, Luoquan, you know so much about the people's sentiments, and it surprised the teacher. Qin Ming looked at Luo Chuan with admiration. Most of the students present didn't even believe what he said. If even the royal family doesn't care about the people at the bottom, this country is not far from extinction. Luoquan said meaningfully, water can carry and overturn a boat. After all, the foundation of the empire is these ordinary people. For the first time, Yelingling felt that this prince who haunted her was very different from others. How many of those noble children and even ordinary spirit masters would care about the life of a farmer? Luoquan, you have a good idea. The teacher used to be an ordinary person. He came out of the countryside. I am very thankful that the empire has a prince like you. Qin Ming said seriously. Luo Chuan smiled slightly and said nothing. How considerate of the people is that he is not subject to Jianrongxiu. Ordinary people are indeed the foundation of this world, but strength is the only criterion for determining the direction of this world. Without sufficient strength, everything is nonsense. Soon, Yu Tianheng and others came back dejectedly. They asked several farmers. It was true that, as the teacher said, they could walk 50 or 60 miles in one morning. It's nothing more than walking so far. They can actually carry hundreds of caddies of grain and vegetables to sell, but they don't walk so empty-handed. After this, they didn't have much resistance to the next hike. I think you all know the answer, so I won't say more. Qin Ming smiled and looked at the convincing student. From now on, your actions should be organized and disciplined, instead of lazily walking. I am going to let Luoquan be your captain. Do you have any comments? Luo Chuan showed an unexpected look. How could Qin Ming suddenly let him be the captain? Did his words just now get Qin Ming's approval? The latter looked over and said, Luoquan, you are the oldest person present, and your mentality is relatively mature. I chose you as the captain. If you don't want to, I won't force it. Yes, why not? Thank you teacher for giving me this opportunity. Luo Chuan couldn't ask for it. He appreciated and agreed. With the identity of the captain, he could do a lot of things. Thinking of this, he got up and clapped his hands. Everyone wants to come and have no opinion on me as the captain. You can put forward any comments. No one spoke. He was the prince. Since there are no comments, please listen to my arrangements next. Chapter 28, Copy 9 Heart Begonia. Luo Chuan smiled and said, we have 12 people here. The next 4 people walk in a row, taking care of each other. Yelingling, Yu Tianheng, and Douluos and I are in the last row, responsible for the back of the palace. People are in front of us to be responsible for defense. Oslo and Yufeng, you lead them in the first row and are responsible for exploring the way. He was also selfish in doing this, and put Yelingling next to him, so he could find a chance to contact the cloned martial soul. Of course, on the whole, his arrangement made sense, with Yufeng and Oslo at the forefront of the 2 sensitive attack systems, and he was able to respond to accidents as soon as possible. At the end, Yelingling's auxiliary spirit master was protected by him and Yu Tianheng. The Shi family brothers were in the middle, and could defend the front and back at any time. Of course, this is his thought. It's not a big deal, it's all based on feelings and interests. Yu Tianheng cooperated best, smiling and pulling the Douluos to Luoquan's side, and secretly returned a grateful look to Luoquan. The 4 students who were not spotted by Luoquan separated after a brief discussion, and suddenly a 4-4 camp was formed without spending half a minute. Qin Ming didn't comment on this arrangement. Seeing that the 12 had formed a more organized team, he said, go on, and take another 30 miles to have lunch. This time you are allowed to use your soul power. Hearing that they had to walk 30 miles away, many students immediately cried. They usually run 20 laps and only 20 miles, and they are almost reaching their limit at the moment. If they continue walking for another 30 miles, even if they can use their spirit power, they will feel that they will collapse. It's a pity that they can't refute Qin Ming, they can only follow honestly. In the last row, Douluos and Yelingling are in the middle. Yu Tianheng and Luoquan are on the left and the other is close to Douluos and Yelingling respectively. Luo Chuan was considering how to contact Yelingling, and took the opportunity to copy the Juxin begonia first, and then collect energy to fuse. Fortunately, he had a chance soon. Since most of Lingling's stamina had been consumed in the previous 30 miles, after walking 20 miles this time, Lingling staggered and reached the limit. Not only her, but the other students are not much better. They all feel that their legs are tied with lead blocks, making it difficult to move forward. Their spirit power has basically been exhausted, and they can no longer assist them. At this time, the benefits of being physically strong are reflected. The boys are in better condition than the girls, and Luoquan is in the best condition. I will support you. Luo Chuan reached out and grabbed Lingling's arm. The latter was unwilling and wanted to break free, but she was soft and weak. The teacher didn't say that they couldn't help each other, did they? Luo Chuan winked at Yu Tianheng, who also seized the opportunity to help the Douluos. Yet, you are girls, and your body is not as strong as ours. We should help each other. Yu Tianheng hurriedly agreed. Luo Chuan seized the opportunity and said, everyone still has the strength to help each other, we will definitely be able to persevere. Luoquan is right. You are a team now, and I allow you to help each other. Qin Ming nodded, his face still not flushed, he looked at everyone with a faint smile, come on, there are still 10 miles away, and it will be at most an hour. Lingling hesitated for a while, and looked at Luo Chuan coldly, when I recover a little bit of strength, I will go by myself. No problem, you can drink some water first. Luo Chuan smiled gently, focusing on the system panel in front of him. Ding, Juxin Begonia martial spirit is detected, is it fused? Unable to fuse, please collect first. The target is a living thing and cannot be collected. Do you want to copy it? The energy required for replication is 10,000. Do you want to continue? A smile appeared on his face, and finally caught the opportunity to contact, and immediately chose to continue. Ding, the copy is successful and consumes 10,000 energy. Almost instantly, Wuhan successfully replicated, and a new Wuhan appeared in his warehouse, which looked like a flower. This is a pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals. The flower is very delicate, gorgeous in color, and graceful. It has a slightly different temperament from the cold Lingling. Is this Juxin begonia? It's really beautiful. Luo Chuan sighed in his heart, and immediately thought of one thing. Wouldn't it be too much to get a flower to be a martial soul? Forget it, as long as it is useful, take care of so many things. With Juxin begonia, he is not afraid of being beaten by Qian Rongxiu in the future. With the help of his ability to treat Juxin begonia, general minor injuries will be cured immediately. Ding, the spirit ring is detected, do you want to collect it? The target is a living thing and cannot be collected. Do you want to copy it? The energy required for replication is 7,600, do you want to continue? At this time, the system gave another prompt, Luo Chuan's eyes were slightly bright, and the spirit ring could be copied, as expected, as expected. Juxin begonia has only one therapeutic effect, as long as the number of years is high. He doesn't need to spend more energy to copy it, just get the high-age spirit ring by touching the corpse. After getting Juxin Haitang, he checked his situation at the moment. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 2.1 plus. Constitution, 2.2. Repair, level 19 plus. Wuhan, Poison Swan, the second Wuhan plus. Spirit Ring, 100 years Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, 20% Flight Acceleration, plus. Energy, 60,306. Can be fused, 100 years Spirit Ring, 1, plus 8,800 energy equals 1000 years Spirit Ring, energy required 10,000. Second Martial Soul position plus 9 Heart Begonia equals second Martial Soul, energy required 100,000. Warehouse, 9 Heart Begonia Martial Spirit, Centennial Spirit Ring *1. Pet, none. With a difference of 40,000 energy, at least one soul sovereign level or several or even 10 great soul master levels must die to satisfy my gap. Luo Chuan thoughtfully, a soul deity could provide tens of thousands of abilities, and a great soul master could provide thousands. The more advanced soul sects can provide hundreds of thousands of energy, but Qin Ming probably won't let them touch a soul beast of this level. Ye Lingling saw Luo Chuan's gentle smile, her heart was slightly warm, and she didn't say anything, letting Luo Chuan support her. Suddenly, someone stopped and sat on the ground. "No, I can't walk anymore, I want to rest." This is a noble child named Spark, and he doesn't want to continue at this moment. "Teacher, I want to rest too, my feet are all blisters." A girl in the first row also complained. She was the daughter of a minister. If the destination is not there, no rest. Qin Ming frowned and looked at the two of them. "If you can't persist, your guards are right by, and you can let them take you back. Just go back, the fool has a carriage and doesn't run to find sin." Sparks had grievances at first, and when he heard this, he immediately stopped doing it. "I am a nobleman, and I will be a good person in the future. I don't want to use my feet to drive such a long road like a farmer." The girl walked directly out of the team with disdain, not wanting to continue to suffer. P.S. Made some modifications, the energy of the clone angel Wuhan changed to 1 million, and the nine-hearted begonia was 10,000, which was linked to the strength. Chapter 29, Give Up and Persist. "No problem, you can go back with the guard, just not too far away." Qin Ming's face was calm. He deliberately marched for a long distance this time, just to select someone who can always bear hardships and stand hard work, so that he can train him into an excellent soul master. Thinking of the next journey, he simply said, "Who else feels that you can't stick to it?" The teacher said in advance that there are still 3 days of training like this. "You will go like this every day. If you think you can't stick to it for so long, you can go back together now." "Ah, are there 3 more days, teacher? I don't want to go." The third person came out a little embarrassed, also a girl. "Can?" Qin Ming nodded. Even if he doesn't leave today, these people will still give up in the future. Luo Chuan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He has only been the captain for only a long time. Will the number of players be reduced so much? The future Emperor battle team is there. No, there is one more, and himself. Fortunately, 9 people did not give up. He glanced at the last one. This person seemed to be born of a commoner, named Xiang Zhenglin, with the spirit of a bear, and he was a rather honest fellow. Ye Lingling also has her own inheritance. In the entire class, this person is a commoner, and the proportion is a little low. Luo Chuan thought to himself, not too surprised, this is a world of martial arts, geniuses will generally become rich and nobles when they rise, and the proportion of common people who come up with geniuses will naturally decrease. Continue. Qin Ming didn't say anything. After the 3 students left, he stepped forward. At this time, Luo Chuan was surprised to find that all the guards who followed were his, which was a bit embarrassing. He coughed, "Shen Jinming, you spread out and try to keep us from seeing you." "Yes, Your Highness." Shen Jinming nodded. They were already far away. Then they stepped back and disappeared. Naturally, they did not leave, but hidden their bodies. Once they were in danger, they could still rush out to protect Luoquan as soon as possible. "Brother Luoquan, are you embarrassed?" Duguyan teased. "I have to try to be like you, otherwise there will be no training effect." Luoquan righteously said that other people's guards were not there, and he didn't want to be too special. "I can go by myself, you let me go." Ye Lingling said, her tone of voice became milder this time. Luo Chuan had already copied the martial spirit, did not hold on to the other girl's arm anymore, so he let go. This allowed Ye Lingling to improve his senses again. After that, although everyone walked a bit slower, none of them dropped the chain. After an hour, Qin Ming's voice sounded. Yes, everyone walked hundreds of miles in one breath, rested for an hour, eat something, and regained their spirit power. The sound was like a natural sound, everyone immediately sat down and cheered, and the boys even lay directly on the ground. Luoquan had a relatively strong physique and was not too tired. He continued to stand, using Qin Ming's methods to soothe his muscles. After eating a few bites, he came to a stone next to him and immediately sat cross-legged to practice. His mental power is far stronger than his peers, he easily enters a meditation state, his soul power flows in his body, his fatigue is relieved quickly, and he recovers quickly. Brother Luoquan is so hard, I have to work hard. Originally, Yu Tianheng wanted to take a nap, but when he saw that Luo Chuan had already begun to practice, he also found a quiet place and began to restore his spirit power. Although he is the prince, he is more diligent than ordinary people. There was surprise in Yalingling's beautiful eyes, a rare smile, and she sat cross-legged on the spot to practice. Xiang Zhenglin saw that these nobles were like this, naturally there was no reason to be lazy. The effect of a prince taking the lead is really good, but within a few minutes, everyone who was resting just now entered the cultivation state before and after. Qin Ming looked at the 9 students with a smile on his face, and said in his heart, there is a prince who takes the lead and is even more effective than my teacher. Behind a big tree, the corners of Shen Jinming's mouth slightly raised, this highness will become a powerful weapon in the future. As he saw the students were cultivating, Qin Ming didn't bother him, but instead helped to guard his surroundings. By absorbing the energy of the system, Luoquan only took a few minutes to replenish the consumption as quickly as possible, and then began to improve his cultivation. An hour later, Luo Chuan opened his eyes and sensed his soul power. At this speed, he estimated that he would be able to break through in a month at most. In this case, he was afraid that he would be able to improve several levels a year, and it is estimated that he would not be worse than Tang San. With the improvement of his spirit rank, his speed would be even faster. I glanced at the sun above my head. 5 hours have passed since I left the college. At this time, Qin Ming said, you are almost resting, everyone, stop cultivating, continue to set off, and then walk a little longer. How far is this time? Yu Tianheng opened his eyes with a bad feeling. 200 miles. Qin Ming spit out a number. Oh my god! Several people screamed immediately. Tomorrow this number will rise. Your physical fitness is actually much better than ordinary people. There is no problem at all. Qin Ming waved his hand, let's go. Everyone could only move on. When night fell, they really walked more than 200 miles, plus the previous ones, and today they have walked more than 300 miles. Luo Chuan and the others also understood that this was really nothing, because if they used their soul power, they could persevere. On the second day, the trekking distance increased to 400 miles, and on the third day it reached 500 miles, everyone has gradually adapted. On the evening of the fourth day, everyone came to live in a small town. After this small town, even if you enter the Stardo Great Forest area, tomorrow everyone will officially face the wild soul beast. Qin Ming said slightly solemnly after everyone had finished eating. Is it finally here? Yu Tianheng was a little excited. It should be the first time for everyone to come to Stardo Great Forest. I have to remind you that wild spirit beasts are far more ferocious than captives, and the environment will be more changeable, so you must follow me tomorrow, understand? Qin Ming's tone was serious. There were more students with him this time, so he had to ensure his safety. Teacher, we should only act on the periphery, how dangerous can it be? Yu Feng said in disapproval. Yes, we are on the periphery, and what I want you to face is soul beasts within 600 years at most. Qin Ming nodded and said, but you have to understand that soul beasts are alive, and occasionally there will be thousands or even 10,000 years of soul beasts appearing in the periphery. If you are not lucky enough to encounter them, your life will be in danger of Wanyan soul beast. Yalingling's face was pale, and if the soul beast appeared, then the teacher would definitely not be the opponent. So you have to follow me closely. Once you encounter danger, I will have time to take you away. Seeing that the purpose of frightening these little guys was achieved, Qin Ming stood up and said, I'll go to rest, and we will officially enter the Stardo forest tomorrow morning. Luo Chuan returned to the room. Before practicing, he couldn't help but muttered, I shouldn't encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. I won't be so lucky. Chapter 30, Qin Ming and number 039, S surprise. When the dawn was fading, Qin Ming led the students out of the hotel and entered a lush forest. They didn't go far before they ran into a black panther. This black leopard had a deflated belly and messy hair. It was a lone soul beast. It was very hungry, and even though there were many people present, it still showed hideous teeth. Of course, this is because Qin Ming's aura is restrained, otherwise he would not dare to think no matter how hungry he was. Roar! The black panther growled low, with mucus flowing at the corner of his mouth. BQG5200 www.bqg5200.co. A pair of green pupils were fierce, leaning over and making an attack at any time. Luo Chuan and the others felt very dangerous, so they subconsciously mobilized their spirits, and a yellow spirit ring appeared on each student. Qin Ming glanced at it and said with a faint smile, a black panther, a soul beast that has just reached 100 years old, just happens to give you some exercise. Luoquan, you command. Although this 100-year-old soul beast is at the same level as a soul master, it may survive in this Stardo Great Forest, and its fighting ability is not weak. Therefore, he allowed the entire team to act together, which not only allowed the students to feel the ferocity of the wild spirit beasts, but also improved the teamwork ability. Is teacher. Luo Chuan's heart is tight, this is his first battle as the captain. Seeing the yellow light emerging from the Black Panther, he hurriedly said, Brother Shi family, guard against its frontal impact. As soon as his voice fell, the Black Panther's body was full of yellow light, and he let out a low growl, opened his blood basin, swished and rushed towards the nearest imperial wind. The oncoming ferocious aura made Yufeng's face slightly pale. He hadn't encountered such a ferocious soul beast before, and he was a little dazed for a while. Yufeng, stay away. Luo Chuan's reminder sounded in his ears, and he rolled aside at the last minute, avoiding dangerously. Behind him, after Shimo heard Luo Chuan's words, the only spirit ring brightened, already urging his martial soul. A circle of earth yellow light poured into his back and turned into a tortoise shell much taller than a human. His head, hands, and feet retracted into it and collided with the leopard that was coming. The harsh rubbing sound made the ears of the surrounding students uncomfortable, the sharp claws made a string of sparks on the turtle shell, and the hideous blood basin bit on the turtle shell without biting anything. However, the huge impact force caused it to slide back, and the ground was plowed into a gully. Go away! At this time, graphite also appeared against the tortoise shell, and slammed into the panther, causing its body to tilt. A brutal color appeared in the Black Panther's eyes, turned his head and bit out, the teeth still fell on the turtle shell, there was no meat to bite it. On the contrary, the shell of the tortoise is as hard as iron, and there is a layer of light yellow energy lines, shining with solid power, making it panic. Call! Suddenly wind in the sky. A white shadow appeared on its head extremely quickly, falling from the sky, followed by a loud sound, a flash of silver light, and a sharp sword pierced its ears. With a chuckle, the tip of the sword penetrated through its relatively soft part, and then bit it to the ground. Qin Ming, who was ready to take action at any time, saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Excellent swordsmanship! It's crisp and neat, without any extra ingredients. With just one sword, the panther was killed. Moreover, the strength of this kid is also somewhat unexpected. The leopard head is relatively strong and can be pierced with a sword with bare hands, even if it passes through the weak position of the ear, it is still very rare. Not only him, but the other students stared blankly at Luoquan, who was like a descending, piercing the wild leopard's head with his sword, and then drifting away. The whole set of actions was so smooth, they thought they couldn't do it. Wow! The panther screamed, struggling frantically, and wanted to bite Luoquan before he died. How could Luo Chuan give it a chance? The white wings waved, the whole person immediately retreated, and at the same time he drew the sword, blood and brains flying. The black panther roared angrily and tried to stand up, but it was unsuccessful except to let its blood flow faster. It shook its body for a moment, and fell to the ground with a puff. Some stunned students came back to their senses and looked at Luoquan approaching the panthers. They suddenly realized that it made sense for the teacher to choose the prince to be the captain. Luoquan's heart was beating right now. He was nervous and his blood was boiling. This is the first time he killed a soul beast. The body was shaking, not afraid, but excited. He also has the strength to solve the enemy. He muttered in his heart, glancing at the blood on the sword. Grinned. The swordsmanship she learned at Qianrongxia was pretty good, and it came in handy. His gaze fell on the panther. He did not hurriedly approach, but jabbed with his sword. Roar! The latter almost rushed, and sure enough, he did not die. But this was also its last breath. After struggling, it completely died. Light groups emerged one by one. Just now I was sure that this black panther was not extinct because of this little technique. A creature that hasn't died will not have a light group, because he can't collect the things in it. Ding! Congratulations on collecting a century-old black panther soul. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the Centennial Spirit Ring *1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting Energy 12. During the prompt sound, his face changed slightly, and he didn't expect to get the spirit by killing the spirit beast. This requires a special method to extract it. Today's Douluo continent does not have this technology. Yes, the Shijia brothers and Luoquan reacted very quickly. They can kill this black panther in one round, which is better than I thought. Qin Ming came over and praised with a smile. However, Luoquan, you are a little impulsive. You are the captain and there are many team members to command. Try not to rush to the front, otherwise the whole team may collapse if you have an accident. Ah, yes, teacher. Luo Chuan nodded slightly awkwardly, where he wanted so much just now. It's okay, you just commanded, just study slowly. Qin Ming waved his hand and looked at the others. Yu Feng, Oslo, you two were scared by the Black Panther's aura just now. The teacher does not want you to be like this next time. Remember, no matter how powerful the existence you meet, must stay awake, understand? Yu Feng nodded in shame, he was really taken aback just now. Others also have problems. Even if Luoquan didn't command you, you shouldn't be stunned. You are a team and need to support you at any time, instead of standing and watching the show. After Yu Tianheng heard it, he said helplessly, Teacher, Brother Luoquan made his move too fast, and we haven't reacted yet. Qin Ming glanced at Yu Tianheng, you still know that you haven't reacted. Luoquan's level is one level lower than you. Brother Shijia also defended in time. What are you doing? Yu Tianheng had nothing to say. Teacher, it's the first time everyone has faced a wild soul beast. It's normal to have no experience. Let's continue. Luo Chuan eased the atmosphere and did not want to stay here. Because he suddenly discovered a problem. He just collected the spirit ring of the wild leopard, so it won't condense again. If it stays for too long, people will notice the abnormality. I have pointed out the problem to you. Think about it for yourself. Next, I hope you can be your own. Chapter 31, Purple Lizard Dragon and Tianwu Valley. Qin Ming nodded, took out some powder and threw it on the corpse of the wild leopard, covering up the smell of blood. Continue to teach you. In the Star Doe Forest, try to minimize your own movement. This movement includes your own movement traces, sounds, and tastes. For example, the smell of this wild leopard's corpse must be concealed as much as possible, otherwise it is likely to attract a powerful carnivorous soul beast. When he was speaking, he glanced at the corpse of the wild leopard, slightly wondering why the spirit ring had not yet emerged. It is estimated that he hasn't completely died yet. It seems that Luoquan's swordsmanship still needs to be improved. He led the people to move on, and the secret guards also left. No one knew that this spirit beast would never be able to condense the spirit ring. Qin Ming walked for a while and said, "One more principle, try not to provoke a soul beast when you encounter it. In the Stardo Great Forest, you need to save your energy. If you really want to fight, then remember to kill the soul beast completely. Some soul beasts will pretend to be dead. If they are not careful, they will let the soul beast escape, or they may capsize in the gutter." All the students listened carefully. They are all people who want to study hard if they can stick to it. They will not be dissatisfied with the teacher's words like those who gave up before. There are too many things to pay attention to in the wild. Qin Ming is teaching all the way, and many of these knowledge can be compared on the spot. Luo Chuan and others quickly absorbed it. On the way, he encountered many spirit beasts that actively attacked humans. Luoquan learned his lesson. This time he gave other people a mobile phone meeting, and basically everyone did it. Compared with the actual combat drills in the academy, fighting with soul beasts here exercises people more, and unknowingly, the whole team has a lot of tacit understanding. One day passed quickly, and Qin Ming led the students into the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Since there were no villages around, he chose a place to stay overnight. It was near a stream with a small hill as its back, and it was relatively quiet. Luo Chuan and the others sat down a little tired. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult to fight a spirit beast, even if the spirit power is weaker than mine, it is difficult to kill," Yu Tianheng said with a sigh. Oslo nodded, "If it wasn't for our cooperation, the group of ghost wolves just now would have eaten me in one face. For the first time, I discovered that the number of soul beasts in 10 years has increased, and it can be so powerful. This is the role of the team." As Yu Feng said, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Chuan. "Brother Luo Chuan, you really commanded very well today. Everyone cooperated very well." Luo Chuan smiled modestly and didn't say much. He is checking today's harvest. All the soul beasts encountered along the way were 10 or 100 years old, and they didn't provide much energy. After killing more than 20 heads, they only collected nearly 1,000 energy. However, the gains in other aspects are great, especially the actual combat experience, which cannot be brought by no amount of energy. In addition, he also found out the situation of the soul, which surprised him. "Captain, drink water." Ya Lingling handed over a water bag. Luo Chuan was taken aback and smiled. "Thank you. This girl is willing to take the initiative to give him water, which means he is regarded as a teammate. This is a good improvement. Be quiet, everyone, let me talk about tomorrow's arrangements." Qin Ming came over and said, "Tianheng's martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. It needs to absorb the spirit ring of the sub-dragon soul beast. I'm going to let Yu Tianheng kill the one that is not far from here. The soul beast of the electric lizard dragon." Luo Chuan muttered, "Purple electric lizard dragon. Well, this is a kind of soul beast with sub-dragon bloodline. It is the offspring of the combination of purple electric earth dragon and lava lizard. The number is relatively small, but this kind of soul beast is more ferocious than ordinary soul beasts. Than Wanyan soul beast, even if I encounter it, I can only escape." "What?" Oslo jumped up, "Teacher, such a terrible soul beast, we have small arms and legs, isn't it suitable to provoke?" "You wait for the teacher to finish speaking." Qin Ming pressed his hand. "This purple electric lizard dragon is indifferent by nature, and will leave soon after the offspring hatch, so we are looking for the baby purple electric lizard dragon. The people of the academy have explored it, and there is a place 100 miles away called Tian. In the place of Wugu, a brood of purple electric lizard dragons was born, and the juvenile body was equivalent to 500 or 600 years old soul beast, which is very suitable for Yu Tianheng. Luo Chuan was astounding. The Royal Academy was different. Hearing what the teacher said, there were people who were looking for suitable soul beasts in advance. The treatment was really good. This Tianmu Valley is just like its name. It is very foggy, so you must follow the teacher tomorrow. Although the brood of purple electric lizard dragons has not been hatched for many years, it will be more troublesome if you get lost. When Qinming said that, he took out a medicine bottle, drew a circle around Luoquan and the others using the powder, clapped his hands and said, "Everyone will work hard today. Sleep here for one night. I will guard you and wait for Yushanhang tomorrow. With the spirit ring, we can return." "Teacher, don't you rest?" Douluos asked. "My level is high, and it's okay if I don't rest for a few days. Don't worry." Qinming sat next to the circle drawn by powdered medicine, not looking tired at all. There was no random fire, and everyone ate some dry food. When the last ray of light disappeared, the surrounding area was dark, and there were faint beasts crying. The night in the Star Do Great Forest is more lively than the day. Luo Chuan saw Ye Lingling clasp her arms subconsciously and jokingly said, "Lingling, are you afraid of the dark?" "No, I just feel a little cold." "Then let's practice with our backs, so that it will be warmer." Seeing that the girl was talking wrong, Luo Chuan walked to her side and sat down without saying anything. He closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. In the darkness, Ye Lingling's eyes were tinged with blue light. She looked at Luoquan for a moment, and then entered the cultivation state. In the middle of the night, after everyone had finished their cultivation and entered a state of sleep, Luo Chuan suddenly felt cold all over, as if being stared at by something dangerous. He hadn't slept too deeply, and immediately opened his eyes, wanting to check the situation. Then, a sharp scream sounded, just like the 9 ghosts, which made people creepy, and the other 8 people were all awakened. A small hand subconsciously grasped Luo Chuan's arm, very hard. And at the same time Ye Lingling's somewhat flustered voice sounded, "What's the matter?" "It's okay, the teacher should have killed a more powerful soul beast." Luo Chuan patted Ye Lingling's hand, and there was a smooth and delicate feeling. Ye Lingling realized that she was too nervous, and she flusteredly released Luo Chuan's arm, turned her head to look at the place where Qinming had been sitting, and no one could be seen. In some distant places, the light of the spirit ring illuminates a place, and there is a faint atmosphere. "Don't panic. There is a 1,000-year-old bat who wanted to sneak attack and was killed by me. It's a bit unexpected. There will also be 1,000-year spirit beasts around this area, but this guy flies around, and it's normal to appear here." Millennium Bat. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up, and a lot of energy came. Chapter 32, Bad Feeling. He ran over excitedly. Qinming had already taken back his martial soul. Beside Qinming, a huge black bat was lying in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. The dazzling group of eyes that only Luoquan could see floated on his body, and it was not weaker than the light on Wang Qingjin, who was killed by Shen Jinming last time. "Teacher, are you okay?" he asked. "Fortunately, it's just a bat equivalent to the soul section. I didn't have a rest. It was unsuccessful in its sneak attack and was killed by me." Qinming glanced at the surrounding movement. Although he quickly killed the bat, the movement was a bit louder. He didn't take care of the bat corpses. Instead, he thought about it for a while and walked to his students and said, "Don't sleep, this is not the territory of Millennium Bats. Its death here will cause a large number of spirit beasts to come over, so we must take a rest. Avoid the many soul beasts that may come." Hearing that he was about to change places, Luo Chuan unceremoniously collected things from the bats. "Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year vampire bat spirit. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year spirit ring *1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 38,000 energy. much higher than Wang Qingjin's energy. Luo Chuan's expression was slightly happy. If all of them were broken down, the gain this time would be estimated to be more than 150,000. Decomposing this 1,000-year spirit ring is enough to fuse the 9-heart begonia. With a slight excitement in his heart, Luo Chuan didn't wait much, got up and followed Qin Ming with Qin Ming, and the group quickly left. Soon after they disappeared, a large number of soul beasts gathered, and a powerful part of them began to compete for the bat's corpse. The sound of fighting suddenly rose to the sky, and fell in the ears of Luoquan and the others who were far away, making their scalp numb. My God, how many soul beasts have been attracted over? Yu Tianheng glanced back at the dark forest with some horror. Listen to this voice, I'm afraid there are many 1,000-year-old soul beasts. Luo Chuan's face was slightly solemn, and he understood why the teacher had to leave quickly. For other spirit beasts, a dead 1,000-year-old spirit beast can be regarded as a very good food. If you can eat some, it can quickly increase your strength a lot. The crowd left for dozens of miles before stopping. Qin Ming checked the surroundings and said to the students, "It's okay, everyone will continue to rest. If there are no accidents, the same thing will not happen again." There was a slight doubt in his eyes. 1,000-year vampire bats should look down upon these 10 or 100-year-old soul beasts in the surrounding area. Could it be that they happened to come out and meet them? I hope there will be no more accidents. He secretly said in his heart. He was a little more alert. Although the teacher asked to rest, the students present were basically not sleepy and chose to spend their time practicing. The night passed. Luo Chuan opened his eyes and glanced at Ye Lingling next to him, who happened to look at him too. The eyes of the two intertwined, and Ye Lingling took the lead to avoid. Thinking of what happened last night, Ye Lingling's face was also slightly hot. Everyone clean up, we go early and return early. Qin Ming said. He faintly felt a bad feeling. It seemed that some unknown changes had taken place in the Stardo Great Forest. I originally wanted to take the students to practice in the Stardo Forest for a few days, but for the sake of safety, it seems that it has to be cancelled. Chapter 33, Cold Outside and Hot Inside. Tianmu Valley is more than 10 miles long and 100 feet wide. This is a famous place outside the Stardo Forest. Due to the perennial fog, humid climate, lush vegetation, suitable for hiding, there are many different soul beasts living here. It is because there are many types of spirit beasts, and low-level spirit masters often come here to find suitable spirit rings, and they have gained some fame over time. When Qin Ming and others came outside the valley, looking at the vegetation shrouded in mist, the entire valley seemed very quiet. But even Luoquan and the others, who had been in the Stardo Forest for a day, understood that the quieter the place, the more dangerous it was. Everyone seems to realize that this place is special. That's right. The spirit beasts in this valley will use the fog to cover up and launch attacks. They can't be guarded against. Especially for people like us who don't live in it, accidental possibility will suffer. Qin Ming introduced. Luo Chuan felt a little heavy. He had never experienced this special environment before, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Now, you stand around me, don't leave me 10 feet away, so that I can guarantee that if there is a sneak attack by a soul beast, it can be blocked in time. Qin Ming didn't plan to let the inexperienced students take risks as soon as he came, but took some distance and let the students familiarize them. According to the general formation of the team, the crowd gathered around Qin Ming, like a circle, going inside the valley. Before they took a few steps, a poisonous snake ejected from the side, with hideous fangs behind the scarlet tongue, and it came to Xiong Zhenglin's leg in the blink of an eye. Puff! When it opened its mouth wide and was about to bite down, a wolf howl sounded, then it was swallowed by a fireball and turned into coke. A cold sweat broke out on Xiong Zhenglin's forehead. He hadn't noticed just now. If it hadn't been for the teacher's action, he would have been bitten by a poisonous snake. Thank you, teacher. With a lingering fear, he turned his head and looked around, revealing a shocked expression. Teacher Qinming has changed a lot at this moment. The flames of his eyebrows are beating, flames are rising all over his body, his muscles swell, his body is much taller, his hands are sharp claws, his eyes are red, and his body also has red hair. Qinming turned into a grey wolf burning with yellow flames. The 5 spirit rings around his body were filled with powerful aura, which were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and purple. This is the state of Qinming's martial spirit, the flame wolf after possessing his body. It was the first time for Luo Chuan and the others to see Qinming's martial soul with his own eyes. They did not expect that this teacher was actually a soul king of more than 50 levels. Teachers have reached more than 50 grades at such a young age, and they may not be able to surpass them. Go on, I don't ask you to stop the spirit beast from sneak attack, but you must form a state of alert. Qinming maintained the state of possessing the spirit of martial arts, and accelerated some steps. The soul beast is obviously a bit irritable. I have already exuded a breath, and I dared to rush forward. The anxiety in his heart grew stronger. Luo Chuan, who was walking at the end, glanced at the snake corpse, and was a little surprised that teacher Qinming's flames burned a century-old soul beast to death. Seeing the light ball emerging on the corpse, he was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect it to be burnt. He collected the light ball without a trace and was not wasted. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat, and he is not qualified to dislike it at this moment. After experiencing a sneak attack by a poisonous snake, Luo Chuan was a lot more vigilant about his surroundings. He glanced at the energy, and after decomposing the bat's spirit ring in the middle of the night, he received more than 40,000 energy. At this moment, the total energy exceeded 140,000, leaving 100,000 energy fused with 9 heart begonia, and more than 40,000 left for free disposal. My sensitivity is not enough, add some spiritual attributes. Luo Chuan thought to himself that he spent 40,000 in one breath, and even added 0.4 mental attributes, raising his mental power to 2.5, which was comparable to more than 20-level spiritual spirit masters. He was equivalent to an increase of nearly 20% of his mental power on the original basis. His head roared for a while, and his induction power began to increase greatly. Are you okay? Ye Lingling noticed that Luoquan's state was a bit strange, and asked softly. Luo Chuan heard Ye Lingling's cold voice, shook his head and said, "It's okay, maybe because I didn't sleep well last night." He glanced at Ye Lingling more. I didn't expect you to still care about people. I thought you were an ice cube. I'm just asking casually, lest you fall behind. Ye Lingling gave herself an excuse. Luo Chuan smiled and didn't say much. He could see that this girl was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with an iceberg on the outside. Her heart was still similar to other girls, and she cared about people and was afraid. However, perhaps some of her experiences made Ye Lingling habitually close herself up. He glanced at his surroundings again. The whole world was much clearer, and there were more sounds in his ears. He heard the breathing, footsteps, and even the sound of someone secretly farting. He glanced at Xiang Zhenglin in a slightly stunned look. This guy was farting secretly, still controlling it evenly, and his voice was so small that he couldn't hear him. Damn! He was behind, no wonder he smelled a faint smell. He fell behind a little depressed. To ensure that the air is fresh, a rustling sound rang in his ears. Something is approaching. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly drew his sword and stabbed it somewhere. Jiji! A scream sounded, and a mouse-shaped soul beast was pierced by his sword. Hey, Luo Chuan, you reacted very quickly. You actually killed it before it sneaked, not bad. Qinming glanced at Luo Chuan in surprise again. He was sure of this soul beast. Except for him and Luo Chuan, no one else had noticed. After all, the surrounding area was very foggy and overgrown with weeds. Hehe, I just saw it. Luo Chuan smiled modestly and pulled out the sword. He found that a sword was really convenient. I don't know why the teacher didn't bring it. Is it because of stronger strength? This was just a small episode. Everyone continued to move forward. Then they realized one thing. It was definitely not a coincidence that Luo Chuan could detect the spirit beast that was sneaking up. It was really capable of that. Yu Tianheng and the others were a bit shocked. They all wanted to show it, but unfortunately they are still confused here. At most, they noticed a sneak attack by a soul beast, and it is too difficult to kill it in reverse. Teacher, why is it getting hotter and hotter? Luoquan was keenly aware that the temperature was rising and the surrounding fog was also decreasing. The heat indicates that we are in the right direction. There is a hot spring in front of us, and the purple electric lizard dragon is in it. Qin Ming glanced at Luo Chuan appreciatively. He found that although this child is not a top talent, he is really good in other areas and will definitely become an excellent leader in the future. So comfortable, I actually live in the hot spring. Yu Tianheng was speechless, feeling very luxurious. Luo Chuan thoughtfully said, Teacher, if you say so, is it coming? Well, if you are lucky, you might be able to meet the purple electric lizard dragon going out soon. Qin Ming nodded. As soon as he said this, a purple-brown soul beast appeared in the grass ahead. Chapter 34, Kill the Purple Electric Lizard. This soul beast is not small, more than 2 meters in length, with purple and brown scales, and its body is like a lizard crawling on the ground. But his head is extremely hideous, unlike a lizard, but resembles a dragon, with a purple antennae on his forehead, which flashes with electric light. That's it, purple electric lizard dragon. Qin Ming said with joy, I didn't expect to meet him when I just came here. He is 1 foot in length and is about 600 years old. It is very suitable. Tianheng, wait for a chance to kill. The pupils erected by the baby purple electric lizard dragon shrank slightly. He glanced at Qin Ming and turned his head to escape. Compared with the spirit beast that sneaked along the way, this guy was much smarter, sensing that Qin Ming was not something he could deal with, so he retreated decisively. Want to escape? Qin Ming sneered, his front body sank slightly, and the first spirit ring lit up. With a swish, Luo Chuan and the others only saw a shadow, and they saw Qin Ming had appeared on the retreat of the purple electric lizard dragon. Following the wailing of the purple electric lizard dragon, he was blown back by a flash of fire and fell between Luo Chuan and others and Qin Ming. Fast speed. Luo Chuan was shocked. He only saw the teacher's shadow. If he attacked him, he would have been shot before he could react. Is this the difference in the order? It is indeed too much. Luoquan, you helped Yu Tianheng take down this soul beast. Of course, if he can kill it by himself, you don't need to make a move. Qin Ming stopped attacking, but holding his arms, blocking the retreat of the purple electric lizard dragon. The latter screamed angrily when he noticed what Qin Ming meant, and turned to look at Luo Chuan and others. It understands that only by killing these weaker humans can it have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, its eyes suddenly turned red, and amid the crackling sound, a ray of purple electric current appeared all over its body. This electric current falls on nearby grass blades, can easily penetrate it, and then turn into a scorched black. Tianheng, do you want to help? Luo Chuan asked. This soul beast is much more ferocious than ordinary soul beasts, and if he fights alone, he is not absolutely sure. Yu Tianheng nodded, I can't beat it alone, you can command it, brother Luoquan. He was not stupid to think that he could win it alone. As a melee power attack spirit master, he understood that soul beasts were stronger than humans in melee combat. He was just a spirit ring, and he didn't have much confidence to win it. Then let's start, Yu Feng, Oslo, you control it from the side. Brother Shijia blocked his frontal attack. Xiong Zhenglin, you and Yu Tianheng worked together, leaving the final blow to Tianheng to kill. Luoquan only arranged 6 people, in his opinion, it was enough to kill this soul beast. I'm doing it. The Yufeng martial spirit guardian turned into a light bird, the first spirit ring lit up, the speed suddenly increased, and it flew to the top of the purple electric lizard dragon, and grabbed it sideways with a claw. Crackling! The single horn of the purple electric lizard dragon's forehead suddenly brightened, and immediately released a large purple thunder. It was instantly enveloped by dense electric currents. Yufeng only felt his claws numb, and was paralyzed on the spot due to the electric current, muscles cramped, hit by the purple electric lizard dragon, and immediately carried the whole person to the ground uncontrollably. Oslo, help! Luo Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the power of the thunder was so powerful that it would be affected if it was close. Fortunately, he asked 2 people to attack first. At this time, Oslo also followed behind to the other side, grabbed the purple electric lizard dragon's head with a claw, snorted and cut one of its eyes. However, the power released by the purple electric lizard dragon still made his muscles a little paralyzed, and even the claws of the spirit guard were a little scorched. However, Yufeng finally got a chance to breathe, paused on the ground, and hurriedly avoided both sides. Roar! The purple electric lizard dragon roared in pain, with blood flowing out of his eyes. Under the injury, his fierceness was thoroughly aroused and immediately broke out. Only because the injured eyes couldn't see Oslo, and Yufeng on the other side avoided him, he turned his attacking gaze on the Shi family brothers in the second row. Mysterious Tortoise Bodyguard. Seeing that the purple electric lizard was mad, Brother Graphite quickly shrank his hands and head, and carried the back of the mysterious turtle. The two were side by side, in front of the purple electric lizard. Bang! The purple electric lizard dragon crazily slammed into the defense they erected, and suddenly the lightning was blasted, and the purple thunder and lightning flew like a chaotic snake, defeating most of the cocky light on the shield of the Shi family brothers. Roar! At this moment, a fluffy bear paw appeared from the side and slapped it fiercely on the head of the purple electric lizard. With a muffled sound, it fell to the ground on the spot, and the bones on the head suddenly clicked. Blood appeared in the nose and mouth. Thunder Dragon Claw. While drinking, Yu Tianheng urged his spirit ring. The blue thunder force in his hand exuded a dazzling light, and it fell on his eyes without mercy. An astonishing scene appeared. With the help of the intensive thunder power, Yu Tianheng's thunder power pierced the purple electric lizard dragon's eyes with a snorting sound, and directly grabbed it in. Roar! The purple electric lizard dragon screamed sternly, and the unicorn released purple electric lights, but Yu Tianheng was also the power of thunder. The two sides collided, and there was a harsh thunder sound, but it was not enough to hurt Yu Tianheng. On the contrary, the brain of the purple electric lizard dragon was quickly shattered under the invading thunder, and in a blink of an eye it lost the power of resistance, limp to the ground, and bleeding from its 7 orifices. It's done. Luo Chuan appeared next to Xiang Zhenglin with a long sword in his hand. If there was an accident just now, he would not hesitate to shoot. He glanced at Yufeng's somewhat scorched claws, and said, "Ya Lingling, give Yufeng a treatment." Okay. Ya Lingling opened her hands, and a beautiful 9-hearted begonia emerged. As the first spirit ring lights up, Yufeng's body shines more lightly. The paralysis of the power of thunder quickly dissipated, and the injured claws recovered quickly under the healing power. Oh, I haven't shot yet. It's really weak. Duguyan came over with a little dissatisfaction, with a slightly regretful look. It's not weak, it's alone, you are afraid that few can beat it. Qin Ming walked over with a smile, and said to Yu Tian steadily, just absorb it directly, lest nights have long dreams. Okay. Yu Tianheng looked at the yellow light slowly emerging from the body of the purple electric lizard dragon, sitting on the ground, attracted by his own soul power, and as the yellow light fell on him, it quickly shrank and condensed. The energy of this halo was very strong, and under Yu Tianheng's mind, it fell on the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul possessing him. He sank slightly and felt the majestic energy in it. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation to absorb the energy. The others dispersed and didn't bother. Luo Chuan stared at the purple electric lizard dragon for a while, and found that after Yu Tianheng absorbed the spirit ring, one of the light clusters disappeared, which meant that he could no longer collect this spirit ring. However, there were still 2 light clusters remaining on the corpse. He thought about it for a moment, and was going to see how long this light cluster would disappear. Chapter 35, Blue Wing Sword. As time passed, both light clusters gradually dimmed. The light cluster where the soul was located weakened very quickly, but it was very weak within 10 minutes, and then disappeared as soon as the wind blew. Is this a dead soul? Luo Chuan thoughtfully continued to observe the light group containing the soul power, and soon after the soul was gone, it still remained relatively stable. Soul power is contained in the body, so it won't dissipate immediately, but the soul is very fragile. It won't last long, but these should all be related to the cultivation base. The stronger the strength, the longer it can last. After summing up some experience, Luo Chuan didn't look at it anymore and sat cross-legged next to him to practice. He estimated that he didn't need to hunt down the spirit beasts to obtain the spirit ring, just absorb the collected spirit ring. Therefore, there are many choices. He has got many spirit rings along the way, some of which are from birds, which are more suitable for swan spirit. Therefore, he only cares about cultivation and reaches the 20th level of his spirit power, and he can quickly break through and step into the realm of a great spirit master. Others knew that there would be no danger under the guardianship of teacher Qin Ming, and they started to practice with peace of mind, which made Qin Ming nod to himself. If these children practice hard for a long time, at his age, they might be able to surpass him. Just when Yu Tianheng absorbed the power of the spirit ring, Luo Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. He perceives the danger in the dark, just like last night, his body can't help getting tight, and this feeling is very strong. When he looked at teacher Qin Ming, the latter had already landed on a large rock more than 10 feet away, staring into the depths solemnly. Teacher! Luo Chuan felt something was wrong and couldn't help but shout. Everyone stop practicing, we are in trouble. Qin Ming's expression was very nervous, even with a look of jealousy on his face, he did not hesitate to urge his martial soul. The fire rose, and Qin Ming turned into a werewolf in a blink of an eye, with 5 spirit rings flying around his body, and the tyrannical and scorching aura spread, making the nearby vegetation dry and black. Don't cultivate, everyone, get up and prepare to retreat. Tianheng, have you solved it? Qin Ming sighed anxiously. Others immediately stopped practicing and stood up quickly, but Yu Tianheng said in embarrassment, Teacher, there is still some strength. It takes a few minutes. He hasn't fully absorbed the spirit ring power, so he can't interrupt it at will at this time, otherwise he will be injured and even affect the spirit ring. Hurry up, or our lives will be in danger. Qin Ming stared at the distance with a headache. Roar! A deafening sound rang from the depths of the Tianwu Valley, and then the grass shook violently, making a burst of crackling noises, and it was obvious that a huge monster came over. Whoosh whoosh! 4 figures shot out from the surrounding fog, and in a blink of an eye they came to the vicinity of Luoquan to protect it. Luo Chuan understood that the situation was more serious than expected. If it were not for the danger that teacher Qin Ming could not solve, Shen Jinming and the others would not have appeared. What happened? He asked in a deep voice. His Royal Highness, there is more than one 10,000-year soul beast approaching. Shen Jinming put his hand on the handle of the knife, staring solemnly at something approaching under the mist in the distance. 10,000 years soul beast, how is it possible? Luo Chuan shook all over, exclaiming, but here is the periphery, it is not bad for 1,000-year soul beast to appear, how can there be 1,000-year soul beast? The subordinates don't know, but since entering the Stardo Great Forest this time, the subordinates feel that the soul beast is a little irritable, just like something provokes all the spirit beasts in the entire Stardo Great Forest. Shen Jinming said some of his observations, and at the same time a powerful breath rushed out of his body. Strands of blue light gushed from the center of his eyebrows and quickly spread throughout his body. 7 spirit rings rose from the ground instantly, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black. After the spirit ring appeared, the 7th spirit ring lights up, and endless black energy bursts out, turning into black and covering Shen Jinming's body instantly. Then, his whole person immediately became tall, and a layer of green and gold exoskeleton appeared out of thin air, all over his body. This exoskeleton is exactly the same as the insect, and it looks very strong. Behind Shen Jinming, there is a pair of wings, but they are close to the body and not unfolded. The biggest change was in the legs and head. As Shen Jinming leaned over, his legs turned into long worm legs, and his arms turned into huge sickle-shaped, densely covered with sharp teeth. Between the arms and legs, there are even a pair of relatively small, but also full of barbed legs, while Shen Jinming's head has become a triangular shape, with his eyes bulging and protruding, and 2 more legs on the top of his head. Antenna. Call. A terrible air current spread, pressing nearby vegetation to the ground, and Luo Chuan looked at Shen Jinming in shock. At this moment, the latter completely turned into a blue praying mantis, more than 10 feet tall, and looked particularly hideous. His Royal Highness, don't be afraid, this is the real body of the subordinate's martial arts, the green-winged sword man, it is a special beast martial arts. Shen Jinming explained that he is a relatively rare worm spirit, and it is a very powerful worm, the green-winged sword man. This kind of worm has very powerful attack power and can be called the fastest attacking type of beast spirit. Cyan-winged sword man, looks very good. Luo Chuan was slightly shocked. To be honest, Shen Jinming was really handsome at the moment. Those 4 limbs were like 2 knives, which seemed to be able to cut everything. When Shen Jinming released his martial spirit body, the other 3 guards also urged his martial spirit, and suddenly the longbow, tortoise, and big sword appeared to protect Luoquan. This lineup made Luo Chuan feel safe, thinking to himself that even if a 10,000-year soul beast came, it shouldn't be too dangerous. His Royal Highness Luoquan, can you let your guards protect other students? Qin Ming said. He was completely unsure of being able to protect the students, so he could only ask Luoquan for help. Of course, no problem, they are my teammates, as long as I am here, they will protect them. Luo Chuan nodded, and said to the guard who was only surrounding him, you spread out a bit and protect the others as well. Shen Jinming was a little embarrassed, His Royal Highness, there are more than 1 soul beast coming this time, there are still many thousand-year-old soul beasts, if too many people are taken into consideration. Luo Chuan's face changed slightly. Is this a group of people coming here? No wonder Shen Jinming is so nervous. Yu Feng and the others turned pale suddenly, and they already felt a terrifying aura quickly approaching in the distance. Even a soul sage said that the teacher was definitely not enough to protect them. Just listen to me. Luoquan's unquestionable words sounded, except for Yu Tianheng who was still practicing, everyone else looked at Luoquan gratefully. Shen Jinming and others are Luoquan's guards. At this critical moment, even if they don't care about them, it is entirely reasonable. Don't let me, everyone is in the same team, as long as I can, I will not abandon you, and with our strength, there should be no problem with retreating, right, Shen Wei? Luoquan asked. If this one finishes soon, there should be no problem. Shen Jinming looked at Yu Tianheng and nodded after hesitating for a moment. P.S. I found a problem. There are so few recommended votes for this book. I beg for a wave. I hope that with more votes, the author has the motivation to write it down. Chapter 36, Purple Electric Lizard Dragon King. This guy is so unlucky. Luo Chuan muttered in his heart, unexpectedly encountered such a thing when absorbing the spirit ring. He nodded, it's only a few minutes, you must block it. It's not difficult to block, because I'm afraid of being surrounded by spirit beasts. After all, it is a purple electric lizard dragon who is good at range attacks. Once you attack your highness, it will be very dangerous. Shen Jinming frowned. When he said this, a burst of beast roars, a 10,000-meter purple light appeared in the fog, and the ear-piercing sound was like 1,000 birds singing. Luo Chuan took a deep breath and said, "How many heads are there?" "A king of 10,000-year purple electric lizards, 3 are elites over 5,000 years old, and 15,000-year-old ordinary adults." Shen Jinming talked about the lineup of soul beasts, not optimistic, said, "His Royal Highness, this purple electric lizard is a sub-dragon species with very powerful combat power, and it is known as the one in the Star Do Great Forest. The subordinates block the king among them at most, and the 3 guards work together to block up to 3 elite-level purple electric lizards, and any remaining adult Millennium electric purple lizards are enough to kill you. I blocked the 3 5,000-year elite purple electric lizards. Please 3 guards to entangle the remaining 1,000-year-old electric purple lizards. When Yu Tianheng has absorbed them, we will immediately retreat." Qin Ming spoke. 3 heads? Will it be a bit difficult? Shen Jinming was a little worried. He felt that one end was a little strenuous, while the other was dangerous, and the third was afraid that he could not hold on for a moment. "That's the only way, otherwise they rush into the crowd and our situation will be very bad." Qin Ming couldn't help it. If he didn't block the 3 5,000-year-old spirit beasts, it was estimated that Luo Chuan and others would be attacked if he met him. "Zhang Wei, help him as much as possible." Shen Jinming reminded him, and he appeared next to Qin Ming in a flash, so fast that Luo Chuan didn't even see the shadow this time. Crackling! Amidst the harsh electric current, the purple electric lizard dragon finally walked out of the fog, and the huge figure made people feel sinking. A full 19 purple electric lizards appeared. Even the smallest head had a body longer than 2 feet. As for the one that walked in the front, it was the most terrifying. The height alone was more than 3 feet tall, and the length was more than 20 feet. Meter. This horrible figure is like a hill, with heavy scales and heavy scales. The limbs fall, making a banging sound, and the ground is shaking. The single horn on its forehead is like a purple sun, shining with a dazzling purple thunder. Compared with the thunder power of the baby purple electric lizard dragon that they killed, it is completely different from the firefly and Haori. The pupils, like lanterns, were cold and merciless, first glanced at Shen Jinming, and then fell on the juvenile purple electric lizard dragon that had turned into a corpse in front of Yu Tianheng. Suddenly, anger appeared in its eyes, and the power of the thunder flashed all over, and within a few meters of it, it instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Puff 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 babble. Under the power of thunder, the grass and trees turned into powder, and within 10 feet of it turned into a mess. Roar. The deafening roar of the beast spreads, and it contains amazing energy. Zhao Gang's face changed slightly, and the first spirit ring instantly lit up, and the jet black light on his body was released, quickly transforming into a huge circular shield over 10 meters in front of everyone. The sound wave fell on the black shield, and there was a burst of dense ripples. Most of the sound wave was blocked, but Yu Feng and the others were still soft, their ears humming. What a terrible power! Just a roar is enough to hurt a low-level spirit master. Luo Chuan's pupils contracted and looked at the shattered vegetation and cracked rocks beyond the black shield in amazement. If there is no protection from Zhao Gang, they are afraid that they will bleed from Kikiao, or even be shaken to death. This is troublesome. We killed their descendants, and it's useless to explain. Shen Jinming was the most relaxed, but he still looked at the king among the purple electric lizards solemnly. This 10,000 years soul beast, even when the Contra came, would find it tricky. He could only use his own speed to restrain it from the side, and was completely unsure that he could beat it. This teacher wants to block the next level elite purple electric lizard dragon, it is not small. He thought about it a bit, and glanced at the big guy rushing over. They are about to launch an attack. Leave the rest to you. Shen Jinming left a sentence, the first spirit ring lit up, his legs flicked, and the figure disappeared. Then a scream sounded, and a 1,000-year-old purple electric lizard dragon at the extreme edge, amidst a blue light, was instantly broken into 2 pieces like a piece of paper, and blood spurted out like spring water. Sin! Luo Chuan took a breath of air on the spot. This speed was too terrifying. In one face, he killed the purple electric lizard dragon whose strength was at least comparable to the Soul Sect. In a short-range raid, it is estimated that not many spirits are faster than this. Thoughtful, he saw the light ball emerging on the corpse. It's a pity that there is so much energy, but I don't dare to gather it when I see it. This was just the beginning. In one breath, the next 1,000-year-old purple electric lizard dragon stepped into the footsteps and was also cut in 2. Roar! The single horn on the forehead of the king of purple electric lizard dragon flew out a large purple thunderball in a blink of an eye, spanning more than 10 feet, and blasted at Shen Jinming. With a kick on his legs, he disappeared suddenly, with a bang, and a purple thunder broke out. The earth was instantly blown out of a large pit, and the 2,000-year-old purple electric lizards nearby were affected. 10 feet away, Shen Jinming opened his wings behind him and appeared out of thin air. He looked at the thunder on the forehead of the king of purple lizard dragon with fear. As long as this attack was hit, he would be seriously injured. Roar! The king of the purple electric lizard dragon let out a low roar. The nearby 1,000-year-old purple electric lizard dragon heard the order, and immediately spread out a bit, and at the same time thunderballs appeared on the forehead and blasted towards Shen Jinming. In the face of this siege, Shen Jinming's expression changed drastically, and he retreated to the distance without hesitation. The earth was blown into pits, and for a while sand and rocks flew away, and Shen Jinming sweated profusely and appeared on a big tree 100 meters away. At most, I can only restrain it like this. I can't get close to your highness anymore, otherwise they will be affected. I can only attract as many purple electric lizards as possible. But soon his eyes condensed. The king of the purple electric lizard dragon roared, surrounded by purple thunder, chasing him alone, and at a very fast speed. Even though it was huge, it turned into a purple electric light, but it hit with a breath. In the position where Shen Jinming stood, the big tree where Shen Jinming fell was hit by such a hit, and it was no accident shattered. Without catching up with Shen Jinming, the king of the purple electric lizard dragon became more and more angry. With a flick of its tail, it smashed at Shen Jinming, who was backward. Boom! A ravine was smashed into the ground, and Shen Jinming fell aside, waving his wings, and quickly jumped up again. As soon as he acted, a beam of thunder fell, forcing it to retreat. Facing the king of purple electric lizard dragon with terrifying power, defense, and speed, Shen Jinming could only rely on evasion to contain him, and buy some time for Luo Chuan and others. However, many other purple electric lizards did not chase them, but under the order of the purple electric lizards, they turned their heads and attacked Luoquan and others. Chapter 37, Replacing Defense with Offense and Penetrating Yang. Seeing this scene, Luo Chuan's heart sank suddenly. These guys are actually organized and disciplined. He could see that Shen Jinming made it clear that he wanted to attract most of the purple electric lizards, use his own speed advantage to avoid attacks, and divert the firepower of these guys. But the purple lizard dragon king seemed to see through Shen Jinming's plan, and went to chase Shen Jinming alone, letting his men besiege them. Fortunately, Shen Jinming took the opportunity to kill 2 adult purple electric lizards, and let 2 adult purple electric lizards accidentally injured by their king. The pressure is slightly reduced, but the impact on the situation is not too great. Wow! Qin Ming had to move at this moment. He screamed, turned into a ball of flame, and banged against an adult purple electric lizard dragon. With a tear, the neck of this purple electric lizard dragon was marked with a foot-long wound, blood flowed out desperately, and was seriously injured. A cold light flashed in the dragon eyes of an elite purple electric lizard surrounding Luoquan and others, releasing a thunderball to smash it, and the body quickly rushed out. As soon as Qin Ming dodges the exploding thunderball, his eyes darkened, and the elite purple electric lizard dragon as tall as two had arrived in front of him. The blood basin opened wide, and the sharp teeth of a steel knife flashed coldly, facing his head. Bite straight down. If he is bitten, even if he activates the defensive spirit ability, it will be difficult to block it, and he cannot get out after being bitten. As long as the opponent throws a thunderball, he will undoubtedly die. His face changed slightly, and he thought about it for an instant. He looked at the blood basin and opened his mouth, gambling in his eyes, gritting his teeth. The third spirit ring lit up, and a dazzling pillar of fire spurted from his mouth. The third spirit ability, Blazing Blaster. The red pillar of fire, which looked like magma, just shot into the blood basin, and the terrifying high temperature instantly exploded, filling the mouth of the purple electric lizard dragon. Boom! The powerful explosive force shook the elite purple electric lizard dragon's head back, and the mouth that was originally enough to bite the stone, the speed of closing it was suddenly reduced. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Qin Ming rolled away with a dog at the moment of his death, and got out of his mouth. The elite purple electric lizard dragon breathed fire with a full mouth, let out a painful low roar, shook in place, and crashed to the ground. Qin Ming's blast of flames directly burned its throat into coke, and even its large arteries were burned down, just so suffocated to death. At this time, Qin Ming had time to catch his breath, and found himself in a cold sweat, and couldn't help being afraid for a while. However, he didn't have much chance to breathe. He noticed that his companion had been killed. Another elite purple electric lizard was furious, and when he turned his head, a thunderball flew. However, this time the elite purple electric lizard dragon was afraid of Qin Ming's strength and chose to call a few younger brothers to besiege them. It was impossible for Qin Ming to kill them in a similar way. Shen Jinming, who was avoiding the king of purple electric lizard dragon, caught a glimpse of this scene, showing a look of surprise. Just now I heard that Qin Ming was going to block the 3 elite purple electric lizard dragons. He still didn't believe it. Now it seems that it is really possible to do it. The teacher is not defensive. Luo Chuan was frightened. He thought that Qin Ming was going to become a headless corpse just now. He didn't expect that he would be able to fight back under such circumstances. As a result, at a time of crisis, Qin Ming used offense instead of defense and attacked the purple electric lizard dragon's mouth with flames. This is not only a terrifying location for the opponent's lethality, but also the softest tongue and throat. As a result, it was unexpected to kill an opponent that was difficult to beat from the front at a small price. He wanted to shout good, but found that several purple electric lizard dragons scattered to besiege the teacher, and hurriedly said, "Zhang Wei, let's help the teacher remotely." "Yes, Your Highness." A green longbow appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. This bow was 3 feet long, and 4 spirit rings were placed on it. As the bow was drawn, the first spirit ring lit up. The first soul skill, Wear Yang with 100 steps. Zhang Wei drank low, a yellow long arrow condensed out of thin air, and with a boom, it turned into a yellow light and disappeared. More than 10 feet away, an adult purple electric lizard surrounded by Qin Ming suddenly screamed, and fell to the ground during the run. More than once, a yellow long arrow appeared on his head. The arrow directly penetrated the hard head of the purple electric lizard dragon and nailed it to the ground. Blood in his face flowed continuously along the arrow, taking his life away. Luo Chuan was speechless, and immediately discovered that the first spirit ring on Zhang Wei's longbow had disappeared. "Is it impossible?" He looked surprised. Perceiving Luo Chuan's surprise, Zhang Wei explained, "His Royal Highness, my arrow is a spirit ring. It will be like an entity, with all the energy condensed in it. If it doesn't escape, it will be enough to kill the enemy across a large rank." When explaining, the long arrow that penetrated the adult purple electric lizard dragon turned into a burst of light and disappeared, and then recondensed on Zhang Wei's long bow. Compared with the spirit ring before, it can be found that the light is much dim at this moment. "Is it so powerful?" Luo Chuan was a little shocked, and then he asked with some doubts, "Why don't you attack the elite purple electric lizard dragon? His Royal Highness, Zhang Wei's spirit power is limited. He is planning to kill a few more adult purple electric lizards." Helen, who stood next to Luoquan next to him, had nothing to do at the moment, so he explained on her behalf. "Yes, if I attack the elite purple electric lizard dragon, the power of my first spirit ring will be exhausted, so I have to use the second spirit ring, and the consumption of soul power will increase a lot, and at most 6 arrows will be fired. As an adult purple electric lizard dragon, my first spirit ring can shoot 4 arrows, so I can shoot 3 more arrows." Zhang Wei nodded. If all of his 4 spirit rings are fired at the maximum level, he can only shoot 4 arrows. If fired with scattered power, with his spirit power, he can shoot 4, 3, 2, 1 arrows, a total of 10 arrows. When he said this, Zhao Gang, who was in charge of defense, yelled, "Be careful, 8 adult purple electric lizards are here, and they are eyeing Zhang Wei." As soon as the voice fell, purple electric with big heads exploded outside the shield with a bang. The jet black shield vibrated violently, and the dense electric current was like a purple snake dancing, and the shield that was good at defense also appeared cracks, and it was quickly breaking open. "I can't hold on for long, you two will kill more quickly." Zhao Gang drank, and the second spirit ring lit up. The shield that was on the verge of collapse suddenly burst out with a burst of black energy, which quickly became thicker, forming a pattern and turning into a huge turtle shell. "His Royal Highness, be careful, your subordinates go out and kill 2 adult purple electric lizards, otherwise, under the impact of their bodies, Zhao's defense will collapse very quickly." Helen grabbed the void, a golden sword emerged, and 4 spirit rings were placed on the sword. As the first spirit ring lights up, he rushed out quickly, like a golden light. Chapter 38, Escort Cooperation. The first soul skill, the charge of the sword. The speed increases by 50% for a short time, and the strength increases by 50% for 10 seconds. It didn't take 10 seconds, Helen held the long sword in a blink of an eye, protected herself with the sword body, and slammed a close purple electric lizard dragon sideways. Bang! The adult purple electric lizard dragon weighing tens of thousands of catties was hit by this, and its body was overturned and fell to the side, exposing a relatively soft abdomen. Dead. Helen's second spirit ring lights up, and the great sword shines brightly. This is the piercing of the second spirit skill sword, which can increase the sharpness of the martial soul, and at the same time increase the speed of the sword, making it easy to pierce the enemy when in contact. In fact, the same was true. The sword light flashed, and the golden sword stuck into his abdomen with a chuckle, blood shot out on the spot, dyeing his clothes red. Roar! The adult purple electric lizard was in pain, and only had time to shoot Helen with his short claws, but was avoided by Helen who had been prepared. But at this time, the purple electric lizard dragon next to him launched an attack, and a whip-like tail brushed the ground. When Helen blocked his tail with a sword, sparks shot in the air, his face changed slightly, and he was kicked back several steps by a huge force. "They have too much experience." Luo Chuan was surprised when he saw it, and saw a purple light from the corner of his eyes, and the direction was towards Helen. "Be careful on the left." A purple electric lizard took advantage of Helen's repulsion and directly launched a thunderball attack. "Can't avoid it." Helen didn't even look at it, and the third spirit ability lit up. Guardian of the Sword. The golden big sword in his hand was shining brightly, splitting the same big swords instantly, appearing all over him, combining them together, and turning into an octagonal golden shield composed of big swords in the blink of an eye. Boom! The next moment, he was overwhelmed by the purple thunder, and Luo Chuan and many students' complexions changed drastically. Zhang Wei didn't have multiple pipes, his sharp eyes fixed on the purple electric lizard that sneaked on Helen. He drew his bow and let out an arrow, and with a swish, the arrow disappeared. The purple electric lizard dragon who had just thrown the thunderball fell to the ground with a scream, and was once again killed by Jiang Wei with an arrow. This made a lot of fear appear in the eyes of many purple electric lizard dragons who were about to hit the shield arranged by Zhao Gang, and they felt it was difficult for them to avoid this ultimate move. Luo Chuan remembered Helen's situation and hurriedly looked over, showing a look of surprise. Among the purple thunder that had not completely dissipated, Helen was unscathed in a defensive shield composed of sword light, but her face was pale and the shield was dim. Roar! The third elite purple electric lizard roared, gave orders and changed the attack mode, and soon the unicorns of the purple electric lizard on the scene lit up. This is to launch a long-range attack. Luo Chuan reacted and hurriedly said, "Helen, come back soon." Helen knew that if he was outside, he would definitely not be able to stop 2 or more thunderballs from attacking at the same time, so he returned without hesitation. Jiang Wei pulled out 2 arrows in an instant, and fell 2 adult purple electric lizards again amidst 2 penetrating sounds. So far, he killed 4 adult purple electric lizards alone from a distance, the most kills on the spot. However, there are still many purple electric lizards attacking at this moment. Helen killed 1 head. Shen Jinming killed 2 heads before. Qin Ming injured 1 head and involved 2 heads. At this moment, there are 5 heads left, plus an elite purple electric lizard dragon. In the air, a total of 6 thunderballs flew out of the first and the 5th, all hitting them. Fortunately, Helen ran back before the thunderball fell. "I can only block this blow, Jiang Wei, kill faster," Zhao Gang said. The 3rd and 4th spirit rings all light up. The rich purple light fell on the shield, which instantly doubled the thickness of the shield. All of his 4 spirit abilities are defensive, without any bells and whistles, so with the blessing of the last 2 spirit abilities, the defense of the shield has reached an incredible level. Even if Shen Jinming, such a soul sage, came, it was enough to withstand a blow, and it could also block a thunder attack comparable to a Soul King and 5 Soul Sects. Rumble! 6 thunderballs hit the tortoise-shaped shield, and suddenly everyone's ears were rumbling, like thunder, deafening. Zhao Gang's face became pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the shield above his head was also thinning. Duguyan and the others couldn't do anything. They could only watch the purple electric light in the sky with fear, and could not clearly see the situation outside. The 2nd spirit ring above Jiang Wei's green bow was shining brightly and stretched extremely quickly, turning into a long arrow. There is flame jumping on this arrow, and its power is even more terrifying. At this time, a black shadow appeared in the much dim purple electric light. Luoquan sensed that it was a purple electric lizard dragon, and said, "A purple electric lizard dragon hit it directly." Bang! A crack appeared in the shield that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Whoosh! At this moment, the long arrow in Jiang Wei's hand moved away from the string, penetrated the broken shield, and stuck it on a cold eye. The latter did not expect that there would be a flying arrow attack at this moment. His pupils popped and exploded, the long arrow penetrated it, and the terrifying force took his body to fly out. But outside the shield that broke further, the other purple electric lizards all ran into it at this moment. Jiang Wei's pupils shrank slightly, and it was too late to retract the 2nd spirit ring, and the 3rd spirit ring lit up. A giant purple arrow flew out under Jiang Wei's slightly cold, sweaty expression. Click! When the arrow flew, most of the entire shield shattered, and 5 figures rushed forward. Bang! The purple arrow light killed an adult purple electric lizard head-on. This arrow was much more terrifying. It exploded on the spot and even shredded the purple electric lizard. The internal organs suddenly fell to the ground. At the same time, the icy cold air spread, covering a radius of more than 10 meters, and a layer of frost appeared on the ground, causing the speed of the purple electric lizard to drop. However, the shield was completely broken at this time, and Zhao Gang spit out blood on the spot and passed out. His spirit ability was broken. Not only was his strength exhausted, but he was also seriously injured. Roar! 2 more companions died, and the eyes of the leading elite purple electric lizard were red, and with a gust of wind, they took the lead to rush towards Zhao Gang. Luoquan's heart beats extremely fast. This elite purple electric lizard dragon is too big, and his fierce aura makes him feel a sense of death. Go away! Helen slashed with a sword to block it, but she was also knocked into flight with a bang. When flying backwards, he rolled away with Zhao Gang, avoiding the impact of other purple electric lizard dragons in the front. Whoosh! At this time, Zhang Wei once again shot a yellow flame arrow, and the purple ice arrow followed to condense, aiming at the elite purple electric lizard dragon. The latter noticed it, and did not hesitate to avoid it, and the purple light flew by, only wiping its tail, leaving a string of frost. Zhang Wei's pupils shrank, the distance was too close, his arrows did not reach the fastest speed, and he was avoided by the elite purple electric lizard dragon who was stronger than himself. I had known to attack the adult purple electric lizard next to him. Seeing the remaining 2 adult purple electric lizard dragons, he mobilized the last part of the second spirit ring and aimed at one of them. Everyone, go back behind me. Luo Chuan found that many of the other students were in a daze. He drank a word and hurriedly pulled Ya Lingling, hurry up and heal Helen, or we will all be finished. Chapter 39, Second Wuhan, 9 Heart Begonia. Okay. Ya Lingling felt the power in Luo Chuan's hands, and quickly recovered, releasing her 9-hearted begonia, helping Helen to speed up the recovery from her injury. The latter was hit frontally by the elite purple electric lizard, his chest was sunken, and more than one rib was broken. Under the power of Juxin begonia, the pain in his chest suddenly eased, he threw the unconscious Zhao Gang into the distance, and stood up again holding the big sword, blocking Luo Chuan. His Royal Highness, there are 3 more, we can't stop it, we must retreat. Helen said in a deep voice that being able to achieve this level has exceeded his previous expectations. Now among the 3 major guards, he was injured in a coma who was responsible for defense, and Zhang Wei had consumed his soul power severely, so he could fire at most 2 arrows. Once the 2 of them fell, there was no one to protect Luoquan. Luo Chuan naturally understood. He glanced at the 3 purple electric lizard dragons who were eager to attack again at any time, and shouted from his side, Yu Tianheng, your uncle, haven't you solved it yet? Solved. Yu Tianheng opened his eyes, and the second spirit ring appeared on his body. He exhaled, Brother Luoquan, I'm sorry, I blame me. Don't talk nonsense, Xiong Zhenglin, you guys are carrying Zhao Gang, hurry up with me. Luo Chuan urged, raised his head and glanced at Qin Ming's side. He was about to be swallowed by the mist, the situation was still at a disadvantage, but he wanted to come to the teacher to get away. As for Shen Jinming, he didn't know where he was fighting with the purple lizard dragon. Under the command of Luo Chuan, Xiong Zhenglin and others hurriedly lifted the unconscious Zhao Gang and retreated under the cover of Helen. No, get away. Zhang Wei, who had not been able to withdraw for many meters, kept locking on the purple electric lizard and was about to send the last arrow. Luo Chuan heard it and turned his head to look. The last 3 purple electric lizards gave up the close attack, and unexpectedly again condensed thunderball thrown over. And this time, the thunderballs dispersed a bit, blocking their retreat in the shape of a product, and there was not enough speed to avoid them. He shot the penultimate item in his hand, but was avoided again, failing to hurt the vitals. This is because the distance is too close, and the other party has experience, and can completely avoid subconsciously at the moment his arrow is fired. He gritted his teeth and began to pull the last arrow. The thunder ball smashed over first. It's too late, Helen defends the front, Brother Shi family, defends left and right. Luo Chuan knew how fast the thunder ball was, so he could only choose to fight it. Zhang Wei's 4th spirit ring lights up. This spirit ability consumes a lot. He can only shoot an arrow, unable to decompose the energy, and it takes a long time to prepare. In short, this arrow is too powerful and has many limitations. His arms trembled violently. At this moment, he exhausted all his strength to finally complete the arrow. The purple rays of light converged into a giant arrow that was over 10 feet long and flew out with a bang. When he shot this arrow, the whole person suddenly fell to the ground and fell into a state of exhaustion. At the same time, 3 thunderballs appeared on the heads of Luo Chuan and others, the largest of which was shot at Zhang Wei, the most deterrent among them. Guardian of the Sword. A figure was blocked in the front, still the third spirit ring glowing. Helen's spirit master attacked, and there was no other defensive spirit ability. Many sword light shields Bikuger.vip were bigger than before, blocking the largest thunderball, with a bang, and exploded first. Persevering for an instant, the sword and shield split under the power of the thunderball, and cobweb-like cracks filled. The thunderballs from the left and right also landed on the ground, exploding 2 large pits. Because there was no one to stop them, the purple electric light screamed like a group of sparrows, rushing towards Luoquan and others in the center. Brother Shi had no choice. Looking at the electric light, his face turned pale, gritted his teeth and defended himself in the forefront. Behind them, Yu Tianheng, Oslo, Yu Feng, and Xiang Zhenglin all urged Wuhan to form a second line of defense. They did not retreat, and there is nowhere to retreat at this moment. However, they subconsciously put the 2 girls, Doguyan and Yelingling, as well as the object of Luoquan, in the center. Boom boom! In an instant, the flying purple lightning engulfed everyone. In the first row, due to the huge difference in strength, the Shijia brothers' basalt shields were broken for a while. In the screams, the Shi family brothers were swallowed by thunder and fainted. Xiang Zhenglin and others did not hold on for long, and fell to the ground one after another. The long hair of Dugagoose and Yelingling exploded in an instant, becoming like a chicken coop, their bodies convulsed, and then they fell to the ground. Crackling! The purple thunder covered a radius of 10 feet, Luo Chuan stood at the center. The power of thunder was the weakest, but his body was still numb. His Royal Highness, go! At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly grabbed Zhang Luoquan and threw him directly into the air like a cannonball, rushing out more than 10 meters in an instant. Luoquan's swan waved its wings subconsciously and hovered in the air. He looked at the source of the screaming subconsciously, caught a glimpse of the purple long arrow being launched, and his pupils shrank. After the thunderball exploded, the arrow also released its power, causing Luoquan's pupils to shrink. This huge long arrow split into a dense purple sharp in the air. This is a lot of small arrows, covering a wide area, and instantly shot the purple electric lizard that wanted to avoid into a hornet's nest. It would be great if it could be released earlier. Looking at this scene, Luo Chuan felt a little regretful, but he didn't blame Zhang Wei either. He saw that the last one would take time, and Zhang Wei had shot a lot of arrows intensively before, and it would be good if the last one could be shot. Without paying attention to the purple electric lizard, he landed next to Helen on the ground. This guy alone resisted the thunderball of an elite purple electric lizard. At this moment, the whole person turned black, braving the smell of cooked meat. He checked the situation with a heavy face. There was still a breath, but very weak. I checked the Shi brothers again, and the situation was better. Fortunately, these 2 small thunderballs did not explode in the crowd, but some distance, weakened a lot, and being partially blocked by their martial souls was not deadly enough. However, the power of the thunder spread. Except for him, everyone else fell to the ground, all were stunned, their whole body turned black and their hair exploded. The same is true for the 2 beautiful girls. Although the skin is not so dark, the hair is still fluffy like a chicken coop, with black smoke. In the end, he looked at Zhang Wei, who had also fainted, with complex expressions. This guy was still protecting him in the end, really a loyal guard. At this time, Teacher Qin Ming was also forced into the mist. Luo Chuan no longer hesitated and opened the system panel. You are fusing the second martial arts spirit. The energy required is 100,000. You cannot cancel it after fusion. System hint. Fusion. He muttered in his heart, confirming the second martial spirit position. 100,000 energy disappeared, and in a burst of golden light, there was an additional martial soul in his body. It was Juxin Begonia. This martial soul seemed to be born with it, without any strangeness. At the second position of martial soul, there was an option to integrate spirit ring immediately. He took advantage of the situation to copy Yalingling's first spirit ring into his second martial soul. A burst of white light flashed, he raised his palm, and a beautiful begonia flower appeared in the palm of his hand, and at the same time the spirit ring lit up, and the white petals fluttered and fell on the most injured Helen. Chapter 40, Ken and number 039, T bite me, out of breath. Helen, who was so angry that she got the power of Juxin Begonia, her weak heartbeat stabilized, and she beat vigorously again. Sure enough, as long as the Juxin Begonia Soul Master was there, it would be difficult to die. Among the crowd, the unconscious Yalingling felt the martial soul in her body tremble suddenly, her long eyelashes blinked, opened her eyes, and vaguely saw a familiar flower. Am I dreaming? How can there be a third nine-hearted begonia in this world? She murmured in her heart, still wanting to see more clearly, but her eyes were fogged up and she fainted completely. In the direction she was looking, a pink begonia flower was suspended in the air, and the white and pink petals exuded a bright luster. The flowers and leaves and branches are between Luoquan's hands, and the white petals are constantly falling on Helen. Even if this martial spirit had only one spirit ring, the healing effect was still immediate, and Helen's breath of life quickly stabilized. After saving Helen's life, Luo Chuan turned and sprinkled lightly with his hand, and the white petals fell on the injured Shi family brother. Never let others see me using a flower-like martial arts spirit by a man, it's so silly. Luo Chuan glanced around with a guilty conscience, but fortunately, they fainted. Teacher Qin Ming and Shen Jinming were also not there. No one knew he had this martial spirit. Just as he was treating his teammates, an injured purple electric lizard stood up shaking, staring bitterly at the only standing human. The intense murderous intent instantly made Luo Chuan feel, his body stiffened, and a thunder flashed in his mind. I seem to have forgotten one thing. When Qin Ming attacked, he injured a purple electric lizard dragon, but he didn't kill it. He hurriedly turned his head, and sure enough the murder came from a wounded adult purple electric lizard dragon, with a wound on its neck, which temporarily stopped bleeding. This guy still has some fighting power. With just a glance, Luo Chuan was sure that this guy still had a huge threat, at least for him, and for everyone who was unconscious at the moment, the threat was even greater. After checking the status of other people, there is no danger to their lives, so at this time, he must stand up. He retracted the second martial soul, looked at the purple electric lizard dragon that was swaying over, clicked on the ground, and ran out of the crowd quickly. Big guy, come and bite me. Luo Chuan provoked, not to let this guy get close to the unconscious people, otherwise he could easily kill the unconscious people one by one. Roar! The purple electric lizard dragon hated humans like Luoquan for a long time, and without Luoquan's provocation, he would kill this weak human being still standing. It moved, even though the injury was not light, the speed was still very fast, and the purple lightning flashed on its forehead, and it seemed that it might launch a thunder attack at any time. Luo Chuan's eyes were solemn. This guy is a 1,000-year spirit beast, and much stronger than the average 1,000-year spirit beast. Even if he is injured, he can't kill it head-on. So he ran to the nearest corpse of the purple electric lizard dragon and touched it casually. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year-old purple electric lizard dragon soul. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year spirit ring *1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 48,000 energy. With a little joy in my heart, just one head can harvest so much. He decomposed the 1,000-year spirit ring and immediately obtained more than 30,000 energy, which meant that the life of this spirit ring had reached more than 3,000 years. Roar! The bad wind blew his face. The injured purple electric lizard dragon came to kill, opened the blood basin and bit down. Luo Chuan, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his wings, and his whole body flew up, easily avoiding the bite of the purple electric lizard dragon, while inserting a sword into its wound. Click! I thought it could be easily inserted, but the purple electric lizard dragon was faster than him, avoiding the wound, causing his sword to stab on the scales nearby, shaking his arms. Luo Chuan's face changed, and he hurriedly waved the swan wings, quickly avoided the counterattack of the purple electric lizard dragon, and looked at this big man with a length of more than 5 meters with solemn expression. The level difference is too big. This guy is comparable to the Soul Sect, equivalent to more than 20 levels higher than him. Qian Rongxiu may be able to easily kill from the wound with a single sword, but he is not enough. His speed advantage is basically gone in front of this guy, but at a disadvantage. It can only be this way. He whispered. He added all the more than 80,000 energy he had just received to his physical attributes, adding 0.8 in one breath. The original physique of 2.2 immediately changed to 3.0, an increase of more than 30%, and then a new force surged in his body. Not enough. Luo Chuan thought to himself that a physique of 3.0 was equivalent to a power spirit master of over 20 ranks, and the gap was still huge. Holding the long sword tightly, he retreated and landed next to the elite purple electric lizard dragon who was shot into a hornet's nest by Zhang Wei's last arrow, and continued to touch the corpse to gather energy, spirit ring, and spirit. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year-old purple electric lizard dragon soul. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 1,000-year spirit ring *1. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 168,000 energy. This elite purple electric lizard dragon, which is equivalent to the Soul King, has a simple energy of 160,000, and Luo Chuan feels that he is picking up big pie from the sky. Before he could be surprised, the purple electric lizard dragon killed him again, and he had to avoid it. After taking a look at the corpses of more than 10 purple electric lizard dragons on the ground, Luo Chuan took a deep breath and came here today. He quickly decomposed the 1,000-year spirit ring and obtained more than 80,000 energy again, indicating that it was an 8,000-year spirit ring, which made Luo Chuan a little distressed. This kind of high-quality spirit ring would disappear after being disassembled. But he just thought about it. He didn't have any hesitation. Even if he wanted to store the spirit ring, he had to solve the immediate trouble first. Without decomposing the more precious souls, these energy alone improved his 2.4 physique attributes again, reaching 5.4, an increase rate of 80%. Roar! The wounded purple electric lizard was a little irritable. This damned human could fly around, failing to bite every time, but gradually tore its wounds and blood had flowed out again. Can't bite me, I'm out of breath. Luoquan laughed and landed next to the third purple electric lizard dragon, and he touched it casually to gather energy and spirit ring. The energy of an adult purple electric lizard dragon is between 10,000 and 50,000, and the energy contained in the decomposed spirit ring is also in this range. On average, it can get about 60,000 energy from one head. While avoiding the attack of the purple electric lizard, he fell on the ground and touched the corpse. He will be scattered in different places. A total of 9 adult purple electric lizards, and all the things of an elite purple electric lizard, will be collected. At this time, his physical attributes exceeded 10 points. This is a physique that can only be possessed by more than 30 power-type spirit sovereigns. The gap between him and this injured adult purple electric lizard dragon is very small. Perceiving that Luo Chuan's speed was increasing, the purple electric lizard dragon became more irritable, suddenly stopped chasing, and his forehead flashed with electric light. Facing this familiar attack, Luo Chuan didn't even think about it. He stepped on the ground hard, his leg muscles exploded, and with a bang, he flew out with a swish. Chapter 41, Soul Bone, Purple Lightning Dragon Horn. Boom! The thunder ball rubbed him and landed on the side, blasting the ground into a pit, and the electric snake flew, instantly spreading around 10 meters. Luo Chuan fell more than 10 meters away, with lingering fears. Fortunately, he hid quickly, otherwise he would be affected even in the air before attacking in this range. Looking at the adult purple electric lizard dragon panting and getting worse and worse, Luo Chuan realized that the other party was no longer scary. I have a flying martial spirit, with a powerful physical body, it can react so fast, it seems that it has no advantage. Glancing at the last elite purple electric lizard and an adult purple electric lizard that hadn't touched the corpse, Luo Chuan was about to collect it, and the purple electric lizard that attacked him suddenly turned around. Just when Luo Chuan thought this guy was going to run away, the latter rushed to the unconscious people. Fuck! Luo Chuan couldn't help but cursed, this guy is so smart that he knows to force him to pass this way. He couldn't remain indifferent, flapping his wings, and quickly chased him. A treacherous color appeared in the wounded purple electric lizard dragon's eyes, pretending to continue rushing to other humans, but in fact, once Luoquan approached, he would attack back. Knowing that this was an imposing scheme, Luo Chuan really had to get close, his body tensed up, hoping that these 10 points of physique, with the swan martial spirit, would be enough to deal with this guy. He thought for a moment, and chose to follow the ground to catch up, so that if there is any change, he can use his strength to give full play to his new physical attributes. Whizzing! 2 figures, one big and one small, were chasing, but this time they became smaller and chased the big, the situation reversed. Just when Luoquan was about to approach the purple electric lizard dragon, the latter stopped abruptly, turned his head and opened his mouth wide, and bit at the faster Luoquan. Humph! Luo Chuan had already prepared. Seeing the purple electric lizard dragon's mouth turned his head from the right, he stepped hard with his right foot, waved his wings hard, and jumped to the upper left. The roots of his feet dodged the opponent's sharp teeth dangerously, then he stomped on his head, and his whole body exploded. Bang! A stunned color appeared in the eyes of the tens of thousands of kilograms of purple electric lizard dragon, only to feel a rush of power. Its head was actually sunk by Luo Chuan. Its body was still running forward, but it didn't stop completely. When it was stepped on it, its body suddenly lost its center, fell to the ground, and rolled over. A cold light flashed in Luo Chuan's eyes, staring at the wound on the right side of the purple electric lizard dragon. This guy was also smart, and his head turned to the right, just blocking the wound. But at the moment his body turned over, the wound was immediately revealed again. Luo Chuan waved his wings, raised his hand and stabbed it with a sword. Puff! This time, his strength was nearly 5 times as much as before. Under his full strength, he had 1,000 caddies of strength. With the help of the sharpness of the sword, he pierced smoothly with a chuckle. He held the sword in both hands and pulled it vigorously. The original length of the wound was deepened and lengthened again. Not surprisingly, he cut the aorta of the opponent's neck and cut off the trachea. Bang! The purple electric lizard dragon fell out and stopped after rolling several times. The blood-spring water from its chest flowed out. It roared unwillingly, its voice became chaotic, and finally mixed with blood, rushing out from the broken trachea. Luo Chuan panted and landed a few meters away, coldly looking at the blood-flowing purple electric lizard dragon. If you did this earlier, I'm really not sure that I can kill you with a single sword. This adult purple electric lizard dragon is comparable to the Soul Sect, that is, more than 40 levels of existence. Even if he is injured, he cannot be killed by a 19th level little soul master with a single sword. Fortunately, he used the system to frantically improve his physique, which increased his strength several times. Following the wounds Qin Ming had caused before, he could easily kill them. Thump! When his words fell, the struggling purple electric lizard fell under unwilling gaze, the blood stained the ground, and another corpse was added. Luo Chuan put the sword into the scabbard a little tiredly, looking at the messy valley and the corpses of the purple electric lizard dragon all over the floor, sighing in his heart. In just one morning, so many things happened, I really don't know how to do it. there will be a group of adult purple electric lizards appearing on the periphery, and they almost wiped them out. However, the danger is dangerous, but the harvest is great. For the first time, the energy he obtained exceeded 1 million, and there were still 3 corpses that were not collected. He casually collected the things from the purple electric lizard that he personally killed, and once again obtained tens of thousands of energy. He walked over to touch the remaining adult purple electric lizard and an elite purple electric lizard. Well, how come there is an extra light group? When habitually touching the corpse of the last adult purple electric lizard dragon, Luo Chuan noticed the abnormality. The original soul beast and soul master died, and there were usually only 3 light groups. Now there is 1 more light group. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the purple electric lizard dragon soul bone. A reminder appeared in his ear. Luo Chuan's eyes widened, looking at the purple unicorn with a skull in his hand. He was stunned. Soul bone. He was a little surprised. His face was weird and said, "And it's not a skull." The normal soul bone has 6 parts, namely the limbs, the sternum, and the skull. The unicorn connected to a little skull should be the skull. This luck! He couldn't help laughing. He knew very well the value of soul bones. This was the treasure that soul masters dream of. The probability of appearance was very low, and there was no market. In addition to this reason, it is also because the spirit bone can increase the power of the spirit master, and the spirit master can grow together at will. If you can get a soul bone, it is basically equivalent to half a spirit ring. Moreover, soul bones are not limited by ages like soul rings, and can grow with soul masters. Luo Chuan looked at it for a moment, put it on his head, and said with a weird expression, "Isn't this a head?" Although there is no mirror, he can also think of how weird a purple horn on his head looks. It might be very domineering. After all, this is a dragon horn. Luo Chuan muttered, looked at the dragon's horn for a while, thought about it, and named this soul bone the purple electric dragon's horn. This dragon horn is a lightning attribute, and the most suitable person is actually Yu Tianheng. After thinking about it, Luoquan did not rush to absorb it. He has no shortage of spirit bones. With his current strength, he can copy Qianrongxia's spirit bones when he returns, and he can also copy the angel outfits in the future. In this way, the attraction of this external spirit bone to him would not be too great. Wait, I can replicate it. At most, I can have a piece of it again, and then merge with other spirit bones. There was a flash of light in Luo Chuan's mind, and he realized that he didn't need to be entangled at all. After Yu Tianheng had absorbed it, he would spend some more energy to replicate it. Thinking of this, when he was about to put away the soul bone, a soft and surprised voice appeared out of thin air. "I didn't expect this purple electric lizard dragon group to give birth to a soul bone." Who? Luo Chuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Turning his head and looking at the mist, a young woman was standing in the air, wearing a luxurious brocade robe, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a scepter. Her noble and elegant temperament was unbearable. "I want to worship." Chapter 42, Dangerous Woman. Luo Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the state of the opponent's feet not touching the ground with a little astonishment. This can only be done with extremely high strength, right? The woman said indifferently, "Don't be afraid, I am not malicious, I just came over to take a look when I sensed that you are in some danger. It seems that I don't need my help anymore. You are so strong, why are you here?" Luo Chuan frowned. The almost perfect woman with fair skin like jade made him a little suspicious. "Like you, I'm here to hunt down soul beasts." Bibi Dong fell and glanced at the corpses all over the floor in a slightly surprised way. It was a bit rare for these people to kill a group of purple electric lizards. What? Luo Chuan thought of something, staring at the noble woman in front of him. "These guys' abnormalities have something to do with you. Can shock the purple electric lizard dragon here. If it weren't for the inside of the soul beast, it would have been the influence of a strong human." This woman was suspicious. Bibi Dong glanced at Luoquan and said with interest, "How can you be sure that I caused it?" Hearing the woman's confession, Luo Chuan's pupil shrank, roughly guessing the identity of this woman, and slightly fluctuating in his heart, "There are so many coincidences in the world, you should be titled Douluos. Interesting, even my cultivation level can be guessed." Bibi Dong smiled meaningfully, and suddenly the world faded, and his deep beautiful eyes stared at Luo Chuan. "Yes, this time because I obtained the 9th spirit ring, it caused the movement of the Star Do Great Forest. Your luck is a bit bad, and it happened to be affected." Luo Chuan was silent, speechless in his heart. The man in front of him was really His Royal Highness the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong. Hearing what the other party said, she just killed Xiao Wu's mother, obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring and became a titled Douluos. At the same time, the death of a 100,000-year soul beast naturally caused the turmoil in the Star Do Great Forest. The sky blue bull python and the giant ape who recovered at this moment might be hunting down this woman. Taking a look at the intangible nobleness and sacredness revealed on the other party, Luo Chuan said again, "Since I admit, should I make up for it? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in danger of life, and they would not be unconscious." A stunned color appeared on the beautiful face, and Bibi Dong smiled a little more. "Young man, you are the first person who dare to ask me to compensate." She looked at Luo Chuan appreciatively. The young man used limited information to speculate about her situation. He heard that she was a titled Douluos, and could still ask for compensation without changing her face. It is estimated that she is also a person with a good background. "Just say, if you don't want to, I definitely can't force you." Luo Chuan shrugged. To be honest, he was still a little stressed. After all, this is a big boss. It looks beautiful, but it is actually very dangerous. More dangerous than Jianrongxiu. Feeling funny, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "What compensation do you want?" Unexpectedly, this woman would continue this joking topic. Luo Chuan saw that the other party was not hostile, and continued to ridicule, "You look young and beautiful. I think you are not young. You should have descendants. I don't know if you have a daughter." "There is a daughter. Why, are you still interested?" Bibi Dong smiled. For a long time no one had spoken to him as equal. "Your look is so beautiful, your daughter will definitely not be too bad. You can think about me when you find a son-in-law in the future, don't know how." Luo Chuan was anxious secretly. This woman really joked with him. "Leave quickly, stay here, she will show her stuff." "Okay, my daughter is a bit older than you, and she will be an adult in the future. I can mention to you that she doesn't like to see my mother very much. It might be counterproductive." Bibi Dong felt that this young man was very interesting, very mature and stable, and he was able to talk and laugh with her. "Don't know your name yet." Just when she wanted to ask Luo Chuan's name, a deafening moo suddenly sounded from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. The pretty face suddenly changed, and she disappeared in a flash. "Young man, I have to leave, or stay here, you will undoubtedly die, you should leave as soon as possible. During this time, don't enter the Star Do Forest again." The voice was rippling around, and people had long since disappeared. Luoquan immediately saw a gust of wind blowing above the sky, causing the trees to sway and blowing away a lot of mist in the valley. Then there was a loud bang, appeared in the distance, the ground shook the mountains. Luo Chuan took a breath, and muttered, "Is this the sky blue bull python, the soul beast king chasing it out? What a dangerous woman!" He glanced around, slightly worried about Qinming and Shen Jinming, but if he continues to wait now, the degree of danger will be great. The soul beast in the core area is chasing Bibi Dong and the others. Just now Bibi Dong passed by here, it is very likely to provoke the soul beast again. And this time, it would be a more terrifying soul beast, but he couldn't bear it. But when he turned his head and saw, his face turned dark immediately. These guys were all in a coma, more than a dozen people, how to take them away? At least you have to hide first. He observed the surroundings for a while and found that there was a cave in the valley at the edge of the valley. The space was relatively large enough to accommodate them. First cover up the figure, hoping to avoid the soul beast that may appear. Thinking of this, he hugged Yalingling and Duguyan first. The two women were relatively light. He weighed them, and with the strength of his single arm at the moment, they were nothing at all. He directly folded the two of them together, holding the clothes of Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng in the other hand, took the four of them in one breath, and quickly threw them into the cave. Then came Oslo and others. He went back and forth 2 waves and put all his 8 teammates into the cave, followed by the 3 major guards, who also took them at once. Just after finishing this, there was a bang in the fog in the distance, and a huge black shadow jumped down, which scared Luo Chuan into holding his breath. This black shadow is huge, like a small building, falling next to the corpse of the purple electric lizard dragon, bowing his head and smelling it. Bad. Luo Chuan suddenly felt his heart when he saw his movements. Their people could hide here, but there was no time to cover up the smell. In the mist, the huge black shadow paused for a while in front of the many purple electric lizard dragon corpses, then disappeared with a swish, and the valley became quiet again. Could it be that the smell of blood is too strong, covering up our smell and we haven't found it, so we left? Luo Chuan squinted his eyes, and the next moment his eyes went dark, a strong wind suddenly blew, and with a bang, a small mountain-like figure fell in front of the cave, and many stones were smashed. For a time, the wind was strong, flying sand and rocks. His heart froze for an instant, staring at the terrifying figure stuck in front of the cave. This is an ape-like creature, nearly 10 meters tall, covered in black hair. Muscles like steel, eyes like lanterns, and yellow pupils, looking at Luoquan with intense murderous intent. Damn humans, do you think you can just hide? It actually uttered words, making Luoquan pale in shock. Chapter 43, Gather Energy Frantically. Titan Great Ape. It didn't take much time for Luoquan to recognize this soul beast. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Just standing in front of him was covered by invisible power, making his body heavy. Luo Chuan sensed the intense murderous intent in the opponent's eyes, and hurriedly said, "The person you want to kill is not here." The Titan Great Ape, who was about to slap Luo Chuan and the others to death, heard Luo Chuan's words and asked a little unexpectedly, "Have you touched her?" "She ran over there, you go after it." Luo Chuan hurriedly pointed a direction and opened his mouth to sell Bibi Dong. Anyway, even if the woman is caught up, she should be able to get away. If he doesn't fight for his strength, he will probably die in the next second. I know her escape direction, what you said is useless, let's go to death. The Titan Great Ape is full of resentment towards humans at this moment, and a black air current emerges in his hand, and a force of destruction is brewing. Luo Chuan stopped breathing. He found that he had been suppressed by the opponent's strength and could not move at all. At the moment of life and death, he wisely said, "Wait, I can save the soul beast killed by that woman." Bang! When the Titan Great Ape's hand touched the rock wall, the hard rock instantly cracked, and cobweb-like cracks appeared, almost shattered. A look of surprise appeared in the huge eyes, and the Titan Great Ape did not believe. "Impossible, she is dead, how can there be any rescue?" "You can give it a try, it will squeeze me to death after a while." Luo Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Otherwise, he will undoubtedly die." These words made the Titan Great Ape hesitate. He thought for a while, "Give you a chance. If you lie to me, you will die." He grabbed Luo Chuan, and while the latter turned pale with fright, he just held it in his hand. Glancing at the humans in the cave, killing intent appeared in his eyes again. "You can't kill them. Could it be the life of a 100,000-year soul beast? Isn't it worth the lives of more than a dozen people?" Luoquan stopped. "Humph, they are here, they can't run away for a while, if you lie to me, you will have a big deal and kill them." The Titan Great Ape dismissed it, and didn't care about the life and death of a group of ants. If the Wuhan Palace was not too much this time, he would not vent his anger on these people. Bang! He leaped vigorously on the ground, instantly bounced into the sky, fell hundreds of meters away, and headed for the depths of the Stardew forest. Luoquan felt that the world was spinning. He glanced at the direction, and said unexpectedly, "Aren't you going to chase the murderer?" The Titan Great Ape was silent, and after a while he was not reconciled. "I can't kill them. This time there is a titled Douluos of 7 humans. That woman is also a titled Douluos now, even though we mobilized more than half of the Stardew Great Forest. Soul beasts can drive them out of here at best, and can't stop them." "Yes, 8 titled Douluos, how many forces in this world can stop them?" Luo Chuan sighed. The Hall of Souls was too terrifying. Even 100,000-year-old soul beasts dared to hunt down. The existence of the core area of the Stardew Great Forest could not exist, and now no one on the mainland can compete. "You seem to know a lot." The Titan Great Ape is a bit strange. From beginning to end, they seem to be talking about one thing. "That woman told me something, so you can tell me what's going on." Luo Chuan was quite curious about the specific situation. "Humph, they are people from the Spirit Hall. They used tactics to seduce us away and took the opportunity to kill one of our elders. What a damn, if we are all together and mobilize the soul beasts of the entire Stardew Great Forest, why be afraid of them?" The Titan Great Ape was not reconciled. "It seems that we humans are treacherous and vicious." Luo Chuan nodded, swept his eyes somewhere, and suddenly found a large body of soul beast. Among them, there are many 10,000-year soul beasts, and his heart is itchy. If it is good to touch the corpse, he will definitely get a lot of energy. And many more. He thought of a reason and hurriedly called to stop. "Let me see these soul beast corpses." "What are you going to do? Dare to play tricks? I will pinch you to death immediately." The Titan Great Ape said coldly. "With my strength, as for playing tricks with you? To save your elder, I must collect something." Luo Chuan said seriously. He had found an excuse to collect the power of the spirit ring to save Xiaowu's mother. "What do you mean?" The Titan Great Ape did not understand. "You put me next to the corpse of the soul beast, and you will understand immediately." Luo Chuan didn't explain too much. Since he was preparing to model the corpse in front of this Titan Great Ape, he would not cover up the disappearance of the spirit ring. "I hope you are not wasting time, or I will break your leg." The Titan Great Ape endured his irritability and placed Luo Chuan next to the corpse. He saw the human being put his hand up, and then a scene that surprised him appeared. The spirit ring that was originally condensed on the corpse disappeared in an instant. This made him exclaimed, "How is it possible? The spirit ring is gone. What did you do?" "This is my ability. I can collect the power of the spirit ring to save other lives, such as your elders." Luo Chuan made up something and continued, "My ability is soul ring sacrifice. To save a 100,000-year soul beast, I must accumulate more than 100,000-year soul ring power to sacrifice. There is this kind of ability in this world." The Titan Great Ape watched Luo Chuan take away the spirit ring from the first corpse in a daze. "There are so many martial arts in the world, why can't there be?" Luoquan righteously spoke, and joy blossomed in his heart. The quality of these spirit beasts killed by the people of the Wuhan Palace was very high, and many of them were 10,000-year spirit beasts. He didn't even need to see the harvest, just frantically touch the corpse. Looking at the corpse of the soul beast that lost its spirit ring immediately after Luoquan touched it, the Titan Great Ape couldn't calm down. This person's abilities are so amazing, could it really be the elder who could save him? Thinking of this, he gave birth to a glimmer of hope and grabbed Luo Chuan. "I'll help you quickly collect spirit rings. As long as you accumulate 100,000 years, it will do. Many spirit beasts have died along the way, which is absolutely enough." He disliked Luo Chuan's walking too slowly, and took the initiative to take Luo Chuan to collect. Suddenly the speed increased greatly. Various 1,000-year spirit rings and 10,000-year spirit rings appeared in piles, and it was not too long before that the accumulated spirit ring years reached 100,000. The quality of the spirit ring I collected is not enough, I must collect more. Luo Chuan found that there were still a lot of soul beast corpses. Is it time? If the Titan Great Ape was afraid that time would pass too long, it might not be able to save the elder. If it is too late, as long as the body is there, it can be rescued. Luo Chuan believes in himself, what he said about saving is not really saving, but it can be regarded as saving. Hurry up! The Titan Great Ape quickened its pace, allowing Luo Chuan to continue gathering energy frantically. The closer to the center, the more soul beasts that died. There were a large number of 100-year-old soul beasts, a total of hundreds of 1,000-year soul beasts, more than 200,000-year-old soul beasts, all of which were touched by Luoquan. He didn't know how many he had collected. Energy. Chapter 44, First Pet, 100,000 Years Bones Rabbit. He only knew that he had really sent it this time, and the energy contained in the spirit ring alone could reach 10 million levels. Excluding the soul beast, he also found human corpses. The number is not too many, just a few dozen, far less than the number of deaths of the soul beast. But these were all high-level spirit masters, none of them were below level 50, which made him feel a little heavy. The confrontation between humans and soul beasts has become more fierce. From this time on, it basically indicates that human strength has surpassed soul beasts. Before they knew it, they came to the depths, where it was devastated, and there had been fierce battles. There was actually the corpse of the Titan Great Ape, which should be the descendant of this 100,000-year-old Titan Great Ape. He was not polite, and continued to touch the corpse, while sighing, "It seems that the battle is very fierce. How long has it been since your elder died?" "One day." The Titan Great Ape looked ugly. "One day?" Luo Chuan muttered, saying that the abnormal situation they encountered at the beginning should have been disturbed by the strong in the Soul Palace, and later the Purple Palace Lizard Dragon chased and killed the Soul Palace. "There is no spirit ring for you to collect, let's go, I hope you can save her, if you can do it, I owe you." The Titan Great Ape seriously said, grabbing Luo Chuan, jumped again, and landed in front of a lake. The place is full of big pits, and Luoquan can still feel a lot of pressure from the residual spirit power fluctuations. The water in the lake is muddy. Not far from the shore, there are two white rabbits. Their hair is snow white and their pupils are pink. At the moment, the larger white rabbit is lying on the ground and has no breath. The small one kneels next to it, with its long ears drooping, and is crying in a low voice. The Titan Great Ape, who was ruggedly acting outside, walked to the little white rabbit with care and tiptoe here. "Sister Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, we failed to keep those people." The Titan Great Ape said guiltily that when he encountered Luoquan, he had actually reached the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, and even those who caught up with the Spirit Hall would not be able to stay. "Don't blame you, I'm useless." The little white rabbit also vomited, without raising his head, stroking his mother's warm cheek sadly. "However, Sister Xiao Wu, I brought back a human being." The Titan Great Ape, actually called Ming, threw Luo Chuan to the ground. Xiao Wu's drooping ears moved, and when she looked up to see Luo Chuan, resentment appeared in her eyes. Her red eyes flashed with killing intent, and finally dimmed, and she shook her head and said, "He is not the one who killed my mother. Although I hate humans, Ming, you don't need to catch someone to discourage me." "No. No, Sister Xiao Wu, I heard him say he can save Aunt Ro, so I..." Ming waved his hand to explain. "Can he save my mother?" Xiao Wu looked up, but when she saw her mother's blood-stained body, she smiled sadly, "Silly Ming, my mother is dead, how can there be any rescue?" "Saved?" Luo Chuan spoke for the first time, his gaze fell on the soft bone charm rabbit on the ground. At this moment, there were two light groups. Although they were very weak, the soul was still there. Xiao Wu's soft ears shook violently, and she dared not say anything when she raised her ears. What are you saying is true? Really? Luo Chuan nodded. However, I saved her. There should be only the soul, and there are many restrictions. Are you sure you want to try? Want? Without even thinking about it, Xiao Wu nodded immediately. As long as I can see my mother again, I am willing to try. It is good. Luo Chuan walked to the dead soft bone rabbit and put his hands on the two light balls. Ding! Congratulations on collecting the 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit spirit. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 188.80000 energy. Luoquan's heart beat violently, and after a day of death, the remaining energy was more than 10 million. Isn't this too scary? Seeing Luo Chuan's face change, Xiao Wu said anxiously, all right. Yes, please wait a moment. Luo Chuan's eyes fell on the soul. Although the soul of this soft bone rabbit has been very weak in the past day, as long as it does not dissipate, it can be transformed into a thing. He looked at the pet pen, where when he collected the first soul, and appeared, but because there were people around, he never tried. Now being persecuted by the Titan Great Ape, he can only try. If there is no problem, he should be able to convert the collected spirits into pets. You are signing the first pet, it will cost 100,000 energy, do you want to continue? When the prompt appeared, Luo Chuan did not hesitate to choose to confirm, and the name of the 100,000-year-old soft bone charm rabbit in the warehouse immediately disappeared and appeared in the pet pen. At the same time, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and a dense rune formation was condensed on the ground, in which a beautiful rabbit descended from the sky in the light, slowly spinning in the rune formation. The data that can only be seen by Luoquan jumped out. Name: 100,000 years soft bone rabbit. Level: Level 31. Potential: Fierce beast. Description: this is a powerful soul beast in his lifetime, with the potential to become a fierce beast, but unfortunately the power has dissipated too much, and it is currently only equivalent to an intermediate soul beast. Luo Chuan took a deep breath. With so much power of the spirit dissipated, there was still level 31 after the transformation. If he came over when the opponent was just killed, he might be able to accept a level 90 pet. The talisman array disappeared, and the 10,000 years bone charm rabbit slowly opened his eyes, glanced around in confusion, and muttered, "How can I not die?" Her voice is very gentle and makes people feel like spring breeze. Mom. Seeing the familiar shadow appearing, Xiao Wu burst into tears instantly and ran towards her mother. Xiao Wu. 100,000 years soft bone rabbit turned around, hugged Xiao Wu who rushed into his arms, and the two rabbits hugged and wept. Really, really alive? The Titan Great Ape jumped up excitedly, he was like a child happily, or his mind was just a child. A smile appeared at the corner of Luoquan's mouth, and he was a little envious when he saw the strong affection between Xiao Wu and her mother. In this world, his own relatives are no longer in contact, and can only meet in a dream. The family members of the predecessor were all members of the royal family, and the family affection was indifferent. He thought of the three princes who might have died at this moment, a little lonely. Did he still not admit that they were his relatives? Maybe, in this world, he won't get any affection, right? Looking at the happy mother and daughter quietly, and the silly Ming next to him, Luo Chuan let out a long breath and sat down on the ground. At least, everyone is happy now, his life is saved, and the top soul beast of the Star Do Great Forest can owe him a favor. Happy for a while, Xiao Wu mother and daughter calmed down. Xiao Wu then thought of Luoquan, and curiously asked, "How did you do it? This is something God can do." Xiao Wu, this comes at a price. Xiao Wu's mother shook her head at her child, walked to Luoquan, and said, "Master, thank you for saving me. You can call me Aru." Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, and said blankly, "Mom, why do you call him master? What did Erming think of the Titan Great Ape? His eyes widened and said, Human, what have you done? Chapter 45, I Can Change. The terrifying pressure caused Luo Chuan's body to sink. He frowned and said, Didn't I say before that it takes a price to save her? The price is to turn Aunt Ro into your slave. Ming snorted, No, how can Aunt Ro be your slave to a little human? You let Aunt Ro go quickly. Where is there such good things in the world? Luo Chuan was speechless. He could let it go, but without the power of the system, with this weak soul state of Aru, he couldn't survive at all. And if you let it go, he doesn't guarantee that this guy will do it. Don't let me kill you. Ming raised his big hand and threatened Luoquan. Ming, don't be impulsive. Rose shook her head to Ming, the master saved me, it is already a great kindness, don't force it any more. Mom, are you really going to be a slave for him? Xiao Wu was a little bit lost. Her mother was very happy to resurrect her, but she didn't want her to be shackled. Rose stroked her daughter's head and said gently, Xiao Wu, I should have died, I am very satisfied to see you again. But without freedom, what is the difference from death? Ming was still dissatisfied, staring at Luo Chuan and said, You must let Aunt Ro, or I will blow you up. Luo Chuan's face sank, but he was not afraid this time, and said coldly, You can try, kill me, she will die too. You. Ming was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, his eyes flickered with fierce light, but he did not dare to touch Luoquan. At this time, Xiao Wu turned around and knelt down to Luo Chuan with a plop, Benefactor, if you can let my mother go, I am willing to do anything for you. Xiao Wu, don't be like this. Ro hurriedly shook her head, tears in her eyes. Luo Chuan's expression eased, and he shook his head and said, I'll tell you clearly, even if I cancel the master-servant contract now, with her in her current state, she will be destroyed. A soul without a physical body can't survive for long in this world, and letting the opponent go is a dead end. Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape were dumbfounded, and they were silent when they saw that Luo Chuan didn't seem to be lying. After a while, Xiao Wu said, How can I get my mother back to freedom? Luo Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, When she recovers strong enough, she should be able to survive in this state, but I don't know the specific strength, because it's the first time I have done this. In other words, there is still a chance. Excitement appeared in Ming's eyes. It is true, but not now. Luo Chuan nodded. With these conditions, he thought it would be enough for him to use these spirit beasts. He looked at Xiao Wu and said, Get up, there is no need to kneel for me. Thank you. Without you, I would never see my mother. Xiao Wu said sincerely. If you want to, thank this big guy. If he didn't want to kill me, this wouldn't happen. Luo Chuan glanced at the Titan Great Ape, and the unhappiness in his eyes was still obvious. Hey, who would have thought that you, a weak human being, would have this ability? Ming said with a silly smile, This should be one of your soul skills, I didn't expect that there will be this special martial soul among humans. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment and asked Ming carefully about the specific process, only to realize how dangerous this incident was. If she hadn't met Luoquan, her mother would really be gone. Master, don't blame Ming. He is also angry and will kill innocent people. Rose spoke, not wanting to face each other. It's okay, I might be more irrational than him. Luo Chuan shook his head and looked at the first pet, Can you tell me about your state? Ro nodded, closed her eyes, and sensed her own state. After half a minute, she said, Master, I am bound by a special force. With this force, I can exist in this state, and I can practice as before. Without a body, it feels the same as before. Can you recover quickly? After all, there is 100,000-year soul beast in front of you. Well, I can practice by myself and absorb the power of heaven and earth. Because my original realm is high, there will be no bottleneck before reaching the 100,000 year level, and. At this point, Aro changed her body into a beautiful woman with a plump body wearing a white long skirt and soft black hair falling down her waist. Her pupils are pink, just like Xiao Wu, but her temperament is very gentle and elegant. She appears relatively quiet, her appearance is self-confident, and every smile is breathtaking. Luo Chuan looked at it for a moment, and then said unexpectedly, "Can you still transform into a human form?" "Well, I chose the second path. I turned into a human being for cultivation. I have already turned into a human being. Unfortunately, I didn't know people well before I was alive, which caused a murder." Aro sighed quietly, arousing pity. "Hey, human beings are cunning and treacherous. Taking advantage of Aunt Ro's cultivation base has not reached the peak of the killer. If Aunt Ro does not turn into a human, with Aunt Ro's strength, those humans will not succeed so easily." Ming was not convinced. Among them, Aunt Ro was older and would naturally be stronger if she did not transform her form. If you don't transform into a human being, even if you become a fierce beast, it will hardly be a peak human opponent. This world has changed. Luo Chuan shook his head, seeing how terribly the beasts died in the future. He knew that the first way was just a lingering life, and sooner or later it would become the target of human hunting. "Hey, you are a human being, why would you speak for us?" Xiao Wu stared at the human with big red eyes, a little strangely. "I'm not speaking for you, but an objective fact. With the development of the times, this world has become more and more unfavorable for your soul beasts. For example, the number of human beings is increasing, and they are organized and disciplined, and they can use tools. It will be easier and easier to kill you to obtain spirit rings, but you are still in a primitive state and have not improved. How can you compare?" The expressions of the three major spirit beasts became dim. If they had been before, they might not have thought that way, but after experiencing this incident, the more terrifying the white human was discovered. Xiao Wu came back to her senses and looked at Luo Chuan more. "What is the use of this, and it can't change this situation. I can change, at least I can stop the two sides from being so fiercely hostile." Luo Chuan believes in himself. What he says, he knows the development trend of the world. As long as it is artificially accelerated, it will not be a problem. The three big soul beasts were shocked, and if they were to change it personally, they would probably sneer, but Luo Chuan did what they thought could not be done, and perhaps there is a real chance. "But I'm not enough alone, I need your help, but I don't know if you want it." Luo Chuan strikes while the iron is hot, with Aro as his bond. He can use this ambitious goal to draw the 300,000-year-old soul beasts of the Star-Do Great Forest into his command. Although he still couldn't compare with Wuhan Hall, he could at least walk sideways in the Star-Do Great Forest after a few 100,000 years of soul beasts. There are only dead soul beasts here, and he has the opportunity to touch the corpse. This long-term benefit is what he wants most. For him, with enough energy, his strength will inevitably increase rapidly, rather than relying on luck such as falling pie in the sky. P.S. The Titan Great Ape brandished a big casserole fist and hummed, "You vote quickly, or you will blow up." Chapter 46, Cooperation. "What do you mean?" Xiao Wu didn't quite understand. "I can form an ally with you. If this happens again in the future, I can help you resist the Spirit Hall, and you also need to help me." Luo Chuan told the general details. He wanted these three big beasts to provide him with the soul beast corpses for touching the corpse. This time, the Spirit Hall hunted Aru, causing a large number of soul beasts to die. It was rare in 10 years, and he couldn't wait for the next action in the Spirit Hall. Then it is the best way to cooperate with De Ming and Ming. As long as there are 200,000-year-old soul beasts to help him, he can enter and leave the depths of the Star-Do forest to touch the corpse at any time, which is safe and convenient. After all, in this Star-Do Great Forest, people come to hunt soul beasts every day, and 10, 100, 1,000 years of soul beasts and even 10,000 years of soul beasts are dying non-stop. As long as he can occasionally touch the corpse of a slain soul beast, it will be of great value to him, and with the accumulation of time, the gain will not be small. With your strength, how can you help us? Ming squinted at Luo Chuan suddenly, quite disdainful. Luo Chuan said indifferently, Ro, why do you, a 100,000-year soul beast, want to transform into a human? Humans practice fast, and there is a chance to become a god. Ro replied concisely. Do you understand? Luo Chuan glanced at Ming, big guy, you are stronger than me now, but I can say with certainty that in 10 years, you are not my opponent. Humph, even among human beings, not everyone can become titled Douluos. Why are you so confident that you can beat me? Ming was a little upset. I can save Ro, but you can't. Luo Chuan carried his hands on his back, let alone 10 years, if he had enough energy, he would be able to beat this guy in a few years. Ming, don't speak for now. Xiao Wu shook her head to Ming and looked at Luoquan, benefactor, what do you want us to do? I need you to control the Star Do Great Forest, and be able to know where the spirit beasts died the first time. I need their spirit rings. Luo Chuan didn't conceal it. Ming saw the matter of taking the spirit ring out of thin air just now. Spirit ring? Xiao Wu appeared confused, she was not too clear. Sister Xiao Wu, it's like this. Ming opened his mouth and explained that the annoying Aruan Xiao was surprised. In this world, there is such a miraculous martial spirit, even if it does not absorb the spirit ring, it can actually be taken away. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, we can promise, but you have to help me go to human society. Ro's beautiful eyes changed, and she hurriedly said, Xiao Wu, do you want to transform? Okay. Xiao Wu nodded and said earnestly, Mom, I have been listening to you talking about humans, and I want to see it. Moreover, if I want to avenge you, I must become a human in order to contact the enemies of the Spirit Hall. But Mom is not really dead. Ro showed a worried expression, she knew how dangerous the human society was. Sister Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive, it is too dangerous to do so. Ming also objected. The enmity of the Spirit Hall will not be eliminated because of the benefactor, and don't you understand what the benefactor means? Our soul beasts are no longer human opponents. If we don't change, we will be driven out sooner or later. Xiao Wu shook her head and said with a firm expression, whether I am to avenge my mother or change the situation of our soul beasts, I need to go to human society and truly know them. Ambitious. Luo Chuan showed admiration, I can help you go to the human world, and protect you to a certain extent. As long as you are careful enough, I believe that your identity is difficult to detect. When Xiao Wu goes to the human world, the two parties have a stronger foundation for cooperation. He not only has Ro, but also Xiao Wu's life safety. He is not afraid that the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python will not cooperate with him. Why are you talking big? Ming was very dissatisfied with Luo Chuan's tone. In his eyes, Luo Chuan was like an ant that could pinch to death at any time, and he dared to say this. I am the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Luo Chuan said proudly, the power that this identity can mobilize shouldn't be bad, right? Prince? Ro was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect the master to be so noble. Humph, you humans are all cunning and treacherous, if you trick Sister Xiao Wu out and sell it to the Spirit Hall, we can't do anything. Ming still didn't believe in Luo Chuan. Once Xiao Wu's sister transformed into a human, her strength would have to be reduced to 0, and she would need to cultivate from the beginning, but a human being could obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring after killing her. The temptation of this kind of thing is too great, he doesn't believe Luo Chuan can control it. The Spirit Hall and our Heaven Do Empire are hostile. They want to subdue the Heaven Do Empire. If I sell you to them, am I helping the enemy? Luo Chuan asked. Ming still didn't believe it. He hummed, who knows if what you said is true or false. I don't force you to believe it now. I will save what should be saved. Then send me back. You can discuss the cooperation in private. Luo Chuan didn't want to say more. His most basic goal was achieved, and he had received a lot of energy, and he was not in a hurry to cooperate. Where is my mother? Do you want to go with you? Naturally, she can only follow me now. Luo Chuan waved to Aro, you go back first. Aro felt a call and disappeared in a burst of light. That's it, big guy, send me home, otherwise my teammates will be very anxious if they wake up and find that I'm not here. Luo Chuan ordered that he was not polite at all. Aro was in his hands, forgiving them not to refuse. Benefactor, still don't know what you call? Xiao Wu asked. My name is Luoquan and my last name is Xuet. This time I will go back and give you 1 month to consider. 1 month later, I will come to Stardo Great Forest again. I hope you will give me an answer at that time. Luoquan set a date and said to Ming, let's go, where do I come from, where do you send me back? Humph. Ming was a little angry, this human being was terribly scared before, but now so arrogant, he really wants to blow it up. Ming, go, he is our benefactor, don't neglect. Xiao Wu patted Ming and motioned to send Luoquan back. In Tianwu Valley, Ye Lingling woke up quietly. She hurriedly glanced around and found that she was in a cave. Her teammates and guards fainted, but Luoquan was not there. Where did he go? Ye Lingling got up with difficulty, and when she reached the entrance of the cave, she found huge footprints. The beautiful eyes shrank, and she said in surprise, what kind of soul beast's footprints are this, so big, strength is definitely not easy. She helped the wall to walk out, and found that there was still a palm print on the top of the cave, and the cobweb-like crack spread. It seemed that with a little more effort, the cave collapsed. Chapter 47, Reward. A very powerful soul beast has been here. We are fine, but he is no longer there. Is it possible? Ye Lingling's face changed drastically. She hurriedly walked out of the cave, and saw huge footprints in the distance, but did not find Luoquan's body. In order to cover us, did he lead the soul beast away? Thinking of this, mist appeared in Ye Lingling's eyes and couldn't help crying. She didn't know why she wanted to cry, perhaps because she thought that Luo Chuan was so sorry for Luo Chuan to be eaten by the soul beast to protect them. Ling Ling, what's wrong with you? Luo Chuan appeared beside her, looking at Ye Lingling who was crying in surprise. You? Ye Lingling's eyes widened, are you not dead? Of course not dead, you are not hell. Luo Chuan smiled slightly and walked out of the mist. Just considering that someone might wake up, he just asked Ming to put him far away and walked over on foot. As expected, someone had already woke up. But, these footprints should be of large soul beasts. Ye Lingling was in a daze. She thought that Luoquan would definitely die. Have you forgotten that my spirit is a swan? I can fly. It just so happens that this spirit beast is not a bird. I got rid of it. Luoquan told a white lie, walked up to Ye Lingling, looked at Ye Lingling who was raining in pear blossoms, and teased, you are not crying for me, are you? Ye Lingling's face flushed, she turned her head away from looking at Luoquan, and said a little embarrassed, it's just sand in her eyes. At this time, a hand was placed on her head, making her body freeze. Luo Chuan did not pierce Ye Lingling's excuse, and gently stroked Ye Lingling's messy hair, and smiled, your hair is electrified like a chicken coop. What? Ye Lingling's face became even more red, and she wanted to let Luoquan's hands go, but because of her body numbness, her legs and feet were uncomfortable, and she was about to fall. Luo Chuan hugged her and said, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Sit down first. I suggest you treat yourself with Wuhan. Okay. Ya Lingling lowered her head and sat down obediently, her heartbeat speeding up obviously. Where did Luo Chuan know that an 11 or 12-year-old girl would have a sprout, and let Ya Lingling sit down? He didn't look much, but walked toward the cave. Only then did he have the mind to take a serious look at the current harvest, and then open the system panel. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 2.5 plus. Constitution, 10.2 plus. Repair, level 19 plus. Wuhan, Poison Swan, the second Wuhan Juxin Begonia. Soul Ring. The first martial spirit, 100 years of spirit ring, with spirit ability, flying acceleration, plus. Second Wuhan, 100 years soul ring, with soul skill, healing. Energy, 19,766,894. Can be fused, 100 years spirit ring, 1, plus 8,800 energy equals 1000 years spirit ring, energy required 10,000. 100 year spirit ring, 2, plus 8,900 energy equals 1000 year spirit ring, energy required 10,000. Pet, Aru. Nothing else, just seeing the total amount of energy, he breathed a little bit faster subconsciously. How should I put it, he feels like an ordinary person suddenly got so much money, that kind of complicated mood is beyond words. The energy of close to 20 million, not counting some undecomposed spirit rings and spirits, if you count it, this data is estimated to be increased by tens of millions. He didn't know how to spend this energy for a while, and subconsciously converted it into attribute points, and converted 10,000 to 0.1, which was equivalent to nearly 200 points more attribute points. Even if it is equally divided into physical and spiritual, it is enough to make the two basic attributes exceed 100, which is equivalent to the attributes that can be possessed by a soul king of more than 50 levels. Excitement appeared in Luo Chuan's eyes. The pure physique was strong enough to crush a low-level spirit master without a spirit ring. If he was really used to improve his attributes, it would be no problem to abuse a 30-level soul master. However, he would definitely not use it like that foolishly. Combining martial arts, leveling up and collecting pets are all valuable. Qianrongxiu's Seraphim martial soul can be copied and merged this time. While thinking about going back, he merged with the Seraphim martial spirit, and while stepping into the cave, he bumped into something. What? Yu Tianheng screamed, his whole body flew back, and fell straight to the ground, grinning in pain. Hey, are you awake too? Luo Chuan realized that he was a little distracted, and he didn't notice anyone. Oh, why are you so strong? You hit my bones and almost fell apart. Yu Tianheng cried out in pain and almost breathed back. Who made you walk carelessly? Luo Chuan raked down first, blocked the opponent's mouth, looked at his body and his heart, suddenly increased too much strength. It seems that his control has become poor, this needs attention. How could I be careless? I saw you coming here just now, but my body was numb, so there was no time to escape. Yu Tianheng was very depressed. How do I feel that you are so strong that you ran me so far? It's just that you haven't recovered. Luo Chuan didn't want to expose the special physique, and changed the subject. I didn't expect you to wake up very quickly. This should have something to do with your martial soul. Of course, my martial spirit is a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, naturally stronger. Yu Tianheng twisted, his limbs stood up a little uncoordinated, and said with lingering fear, however, the previous thunderball strength is still too strong, otherwise I won't faint. It's really strong, after all, the level is too much beyond us. Luo Chuan nodded. Why don't you have anything to say? Yushenheng pointed at the others, everyone is more or less scorched, and you are beautiful. My guard helped me at the end and threw me into the air, avoiding the power of thunder. When Luo Chuan said this, he glanced at the three major guards, but he still hadn't awakened, and he was really seriously injured. It's nice to have a guard. Yu Tianheng nodded, recalling the original scene, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, your guard is here this time, otherwise everyone will have to finish playing, teacher." Luo Chuan was silent for an instant, and shook his head. "I don't know, teacher Qinming and my other guard are gone." Yu Tianheng's face sank. Judging from the previous situation, both teacher Qinming and Luoquan's guard are at a disadvantage. He sighed, "I hope they are all right. That's all. With our strength, we can't manage more at this time. For the sake of the present, we must exit here first, so as not to encounter powerful soul beasts again." Luo Chuan solemnly said that he believes that Qinming and Shen Jinming are more capable of protecting themselves than them. And he has not yet established cooperation with Ming and the others, and he may encounter other spirit beasts in the future, but he knows that there are many spirit beasts who are chasing and killing Wuhundian people. Listen to you. Yu Tianheng also had no better way, looking at the companions and guards who were still fainting, but with so many people, how do we retreat? When Ye Lingling recovers, she will be treated, as long as she wakes up and can walk. Luo Chuan had planned long ago. Some people can act, and he can take a few people away with his bare hands. Chapter 48, Passing by Holy Soul Village. Hey! The lone geese on the ground suddenly uttered. Yu Tianheng looked overjoyed, leaned over and shook and said, "Duga geese, are you awake? If you shake it again, I will faint again." Duga goose opened his eyes unanimously, squeezed his arm, and frowned slightly. "It's so numb, I can't get enough energy. I will rub it for you." Yu Tianheng kneaded Duga goose's little hand enthusiastically. "Don't, you squeeze me even harder." Duga goose refused. Luo Chuan smiled, turned, and walked out of the cave, ready to see how Ye Lingling recovered. As soon as he stepped out, a blue light fell in front of him, turning into Shen Jinming. The latter said anxiously, "His Royal Highness, are you okay?" He looked anxious. If something happened to Luoquan, he and the whole family would be punished greatly. "Do you think something is wrong with me?" Luo Chuan asked. "Just come back, I'm about to leave." He glanced at Shen Jinming, showing a look of surprise. This person was not injured, but his soul power was consumed very seriously, so he couldn't help but look a little high. "His Royal Highness is fine." Shen Jinming let out a long sigh, his tight body soothed, revealing a tired look. "Have you seen teacher Qinming?" Luo Chuan asked. If Qinming died, it would be a pity. After all, this was his first teacher. I am here." Some weak voices came from the fog, and then an awkward figure walked out. His clothes were shattered, there were several wounds on his chest, bones were visible, and he was still bleeding. Ye Lingling was shocked, and when she saw Qinming's state, she released her martial soul. "Teacher, I will heal you." Trouble. Qinming also knew that his condition was very bad. He sat on the ground, and with the help of Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia, he treated the wound. He then looked at Shen Jinming and said gratefully, "Guardian Shen, thank you very much. If it weren't for your rescue in times of crisis, I guess it would have become food in the belly of the purple electric lizard. This is what I should do, and you can kill an elite purple electric lizard dragon and drag 3 of them. It is already very rare. If it were not for you, the pressure on your highness would definitely be greater." Shen Jinming still admired Qinming very much, and it would be difficult for him to be at the same level. "Teacher, you were rescued by guard Shen, fortunately, nothing happened." Luo Chuan suddenly felt that before him, he thought that Qinming might be more auspicious. This time really thanks to Shen Wei. Qinming nodded, and sighed some of his experience. It turned out that he had led away an elite electric purple lizard. After 2 adult purple electric lizards, he found that the more he fought, the more disadvantaged he was. Finally, under the siege, he frequently added wounds, and his state continued to decline. He wanted to get out, but the 3 purple electric lizard dragons entangled him to death. Just when he thought he would be besieged to death, Shen Jinming appeared and easily killed the purple electric lizard, letting him get his life back. Hearing Qin Ming's explanation, Luo Chuan also felt that he was really dead. If Shen Jinming were not there, he would have to change his teacher. Shen Jinming glanced around, his face still solemn. His Royal Highness, the Star Do Great Forest is very unstable now, let's leave as soon as possible. It is indeed time to leave, but there are many people in a coma. Luo Chuan calculated it, there are still 8 people unconscious. It's okay, I can take them all. Teacher Qin, can you go now? Shen Jinming asked. I can. Qin Ming waved his hand to Ye Lingling and temporarily stopped the treatment. Next, Shen Jinming transformed into Wuhan real body, tied the 8 people to the 2 large forelimbs, as if hanging a string of things, and walked outside the Star Do forest. They quickly walked out of the Star Do forest, and when the sun was setting, they met a small village, and they were relieved. His Royal Highness, it's safer here, let's rest for a few days first, and Bikug www.sbichuge.vip waits for them to wake up before returning to the Imperial City. Shen Jinming discussed it. That's it, everyone needs to rest. Luo Chuan nodded, he was very tired, let alone other people. Fearing to scare ordinary people, Shen Jinming withdrew the Wuhan real body, and was preparing to go to the village to investigate the situation. Who are you? As soon as they put them down, a burly middle-aged man stood in front of them and asked. Shen Jinming was slightly startled, he didn't notice anyone, did he just ignore it? He subconsciously stood in front of Luo Chuan and said with a little dread, we are spirit masters passing by here. We want to enter the village to take a rest. There is no hostility. Perceiving Shen Jinming's vigilance, Luo Chuan looked at the middle-aged man a few more times. With a burly figure and strong bronze muscles, it is a good material for farming. But this person was really downcast, dressed in patched clothes, unshaven, sallow, muddy eyes, and drunk. Oh, I thought you were going to rob our village. The middle-aged man yawned, his eyes squinted, and he looked like he wanted to doze off. Hello, don't know what your village is called? Where does the village chief live? Shen Jinming wanted to get some information from this person. The middle-aged man seemed to be too lazy to answer. He swayed away, looking like a farmer who had just sobered up. He curled his lips and said, there is a broken village. What's the name to say? If you want to stay, go to the village chief. At the end of the village. What a broken village, Tang Hao, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand it. Our village has a soul sage, and it is a famous holy soul village. An angry old voice came, a little frustrated, it seemed that something in his mind had been stained and was urgently being maintained. This is an old man in his 60s, his hair is neatly combed, his figure is thin and slightly rickets, but he has a good spirit, and he is staring at Tang Hao with an unhappy expression. The latter sneered, and left shaking, making the old village chief stomped with anger. Tang Hao, you are like this, believe it or not, I will drive you away. This guy actually belittles his village in front of outsiders, really mad at him. In such a small village, have you ever been out of the Soul Saint? Yu Tianheng muttered, somewhat skeptical, is it true or not? Of course it's true, otherwise how dare we call it the Holy Soul Village? The old village chief said righteously, for fear that Yu Tianheng would not believe it. If you don't believe it, you can ask other villages. 100 years ago, we had a soul sage who walked out here. Did your soul sage come back? Give back to the fellow. Yu Tianheng still doesn't believe it, this village is so poor, it is estimated that the soul master will rarely appear, let alone the soul sage. This. The old village chief was a little embarrassed, and he couldn't care about the fact that he hadn't come back. Everyone did not notice that Luo Chuan's body trembled and his pupils contracted slightly. I didn't expect to pass by the Holy Soul Village. I originally wanted to have a chance to come here in the future. He muttered in his heart and glared at Yu Tianheng, where is so much nonsense, this grandfather, we believe that there has been a soul saint here, and want to rest here for a night. I wonder if I can trouble you. Chapter 49, Overnight Blacksmith Shop. There is no problem with accommodation, but what are you guys? The old village chief looked a little suspicious. The person in front of him was either unconscious or covered in blood, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Grandpa, we are from a Spirit Master Academy. This is the case when we encounter an accident in hunting spirit beasts. You don't have to worry that we are bad guys. Luo Chuan patiently explained that since he came across the Holy Soul Village, why would he have to go in and live for a while? He was carrying a lot of energy, and Tang San's things should not be missed. As the prince, Luo Chuan is born with a wealth of wealth and has royal etiquette training. As long as he speaks normally, he will feel like a spring breeze. The old village chief felt that Luoquan was extraordinary. Seeing that these people were mostly a group of children, he believed Luo Chuan's words and nodded and said, "It turns out to be a noble soul master. It is the luck of our Holy Soul Village to receive you. Grandpa is polite. We will pay you for the next stay according to the hotel's standards. I hope you don't mind if we interrupt you." Luo Chuan appropriately expressed the meaning that he would be rewarded. If there are gold coins to open the way, he would be more happy to come. Don't disturb, come with me, the village is very poor, just don't dislike it." The old village chief suddenly showed a bright smile like a chrysanthemum. For a remote country like them, making money like this is a pie in the sky. "I don't know what the grandfather calls?" Luoquan asked casually. "My name is Jack, the village chief that said just now." Speaking of Tang Hao, the old village chief Jack was uncomfortable for a while. He kindly took in Tang Hao. That guy was good and had a bad temper all day long, or because of his good performance in farm tools and Tang San's young child, he had already blasted him away. Ever since, in the midst of ignoring Tang Hao, the old village head brought everyone to his home. As the head of the village, the family conditions are naturally pretty good. A simple and honest couple greeted him, the son and daughter-in-law of the village head. "Oh, just talk and forget that you have a lot of people. We only have 5 rooms in our house. I guess we can't live in it. What should I do?" The old village chief came back to his senses. There were 14 people in Luoquan and his entourage. Even if his house could vacate 3 rooms, it would not be enough. "It's okay, we can stay overnight outside and let the wounded stay." Luo Chuan didn't care about a smile. Anyway, the Star Do forest was overnight by the river, where conditions were better, he wouldn't care. "How can this be done? People will laugh at us when they see it." The old village chief shook his head firmly. Nowhere for the guests to stay overnight. "Dad, there are father and son at the blacksmith's shop. Go and talk about it. You should be able to free up a room." The old village chief's son suggested. "That's the only way, you arrange the wounded first, have a meal, and I will show you over there later." The old village chief asked his son to make room and his daughter-in-law to cook. As for his grandson, he was studying outside and was not at home. Soon 3 rooms were vacated. Luo Chuan arranged for Duguyan and Ye Lingling to live in one room, 3 unconscious guards squeezed into one room, and Shi family brothers and Xiong Zhenglin lived in one room. "Yu Tianheng, you can live with me at the blacksmith's house. Shen Huiwei, you and teacher Qin Ming will guard here for a while, and they will take care of them when they wake up." Luo Chuan was going to live at the so-called blacksmith's house, and could take the opportunity to contact Tang San. "His Royal Highness, let me follow you." Shen Jinming was not worried about Luoquan's safety. "A small village that doesn't have a soul master, if there is any danger, you just stay here." Luo Chuan shook his head. He was afraid that Shen Jinming's past would make Tang Hao too nervous. Shen Jinming thought for a while, nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. Don't call me that in front of other people, just call me master." Luo Chuan reminded him that when he walked out of the room, the old village chief had already prepared a very hearty dinner. Everyone finally had a bit of warm food. Even though the food was not exquisite, it still felt very delicious. Have you discussed who will live in the blacksmith's shop? I just went over and said that I can make a place to sleep. The old village chief smiled and said, after further contact, he already knew that these people are either rich or expensive, and he felt a little more in awe. Trouble you, Grandpa, let me go with him tonight. We are not big and won't occupy too much space. Luo Chuan pulled Yu Tianheng and replied. Okay, it's dark, you guys follow me carefully. The old village chief took an oil lamp and led the way, all the way to the west, and did not walk far to an adobe house. Luo Chuan looked at the house in front of him. On the front and the roof, a wooden sign with a diameter of about 1 meter was hung on the sign. The sign was painted with a simple hammer. This thing represented a blacksmith. Of course, it may also represent another extraordinary big power. For the old village head Jack, this is a hammer. He didn't even look at it, but smiled and said, their house has only 3 rooms. You will just take it tonight? Don't worry, we won't mind. Luo Chuan shook his head. Before he ascended, he was an ordinary person, able to adapt to the lives of ordinary people. At this time, the door of the smithy opened, and a thin young man walked out carrying an oil lamp. Luo Chuan's eyes moved slightly, and when he looked at the young man in the dark night, his first impression was that his eyes were very bright, like stars. You are the ones who are staying overnight? Dad is already asleep. You can squeeze with me tonight? Tang San looked at the two Luo Chuan with a hint of interest, glanced at the clothes, and inferred many things based on his experience. Didn't you vacate a room? Yu Tianheng was a little dissatisfied. He didn't like sleeping in someone else's bed. The other room is the kitchen, there are a lot of clutter, it's uncomfortable to sleep. If you are adults, I can simply make a bed, but if it's you, it's not necessary. My bed can sleep. Tang San explained clearly. That's it, trouble you. Luo Chuan smiled slightly, something strange in his heart. He and Tang San in front of him were both underaged bodies with a mature soul. However, compared with experience, Luoquan, who lives in the era of the information explosion, is definitely much richer than the other's life experience. The old village head was also afraid that Luoquan would be dissatisfied, so he couldn't help smiling on his face when he agreed. It seems that this child is not a patronizing generation. He smiled and said, if there is no problem, I will go back first. You remember to come over for dinner tomorrow morning. Sorry to bother you. Luo Chuan smiled gently, which made people feel very comfortable, which was also considered the unique personality charm brought by royal etiquette and his own experience. Of course, this is to a stranger, and when he is playing tricks on an acquaintance, these qualities will disappear. Two brothers, my name is Tang San, I don't know what you call them. Tang San looked at Luoquan and Yu Tianheng curiously. He heard the old village chief say that these were all legendary soul masters. Chapter 50, De Xian Tian Bailu. Becoming a soul master may be a way to solve his inability to break through the profound heaven art. My name is Luoquan, and his name is Yu Tianheng. Luo Chuan smiled gently, little brother, I will trouble you tonight. Okay. Tang San nodded, secretly remembering the names of the two of them, a little disliked the name in his heart, little brother. His soul is an adult. The three came to a dilapidated room. The wooden bed was not big enough for them to lie on the bed sideways. Yu Tianheng wanted to complain, but Luo Chuan stared back. Brother Luoquan, brother Tianheng, I heard Grandpa Jack say, are you soul masters? Tang San looked up curiously and asked with gleam in his eyes. Yes. Luo Chuan sat down on the wooden bed, and there was a gurgling sound. Can you tell me something about the soul master? Tang San put the oil lamp on the table with a look of interest. Yes, but if you want to become a spirit master, you must first awaken your spirit. Luo Chuan knew that Tang San still didn't know about the spirit master, even though his father was a titled Douluos. Awakening. Tang San's eyes lit up and he felt that he had discovered the key point. Well, you can think of it as a ritual of awakening. In this world, everyone has a martial arts spirit. When they were young, the martial arts spirit was very weak and in a deep sleep state. It is only suitable for awakening when it reaches the age of 6. Luo Chuan explained briefly. Can you become a soul master after awakening? Tang San was slightly agitated. He was 6 years old in a few months, so he should be able to awaken as well. It's not 100% that you can become a soul master, because you can't cultivate with a spirit of martial arts, you still need spirit power. Luo Chuan was very patient and explained to Tang San in detail. The two talked in Bingzhou night, and suddenly there was a snoring sound. Luo Chuan glanced at Yu Tianheng speechlessly. This guy was adamant that the bed was not good, so he slept like a dead pig in a blink of an eye. It's almost there, you are still young, don't stay up late, go to bed early. Luo Chuan smiled, turned and pushed Yu Tianheng aside, lay down in the middle, leaving enough space for Tang San. Tang San blew out the oil lamp, some information he had just learned echoed in his mind, and he fell asleep slowly. The three huddled together, even though everyone was still young, they still looked a bit crowded. Luo Chuan got his wish and contacted Tang San, and a series of information jumped out immediately. Ding! The clear sky hammer spirit is detected, is it fused? Ding! Blue silver grass martial spirit is detected, is it fused? Unable to fuse, please collect first. The target is a living thing and cannot be collected. Do you want to copy it? Ding! Suane Shanbailu is detected. Do you want to copy it? Looking at this information, Luo Chuan's eyes showed excitement, and the clear sky hammer spirit was not in a hurry for the time being, he had no plan to integrate this spirit. Compared to the clear sky hammer, the seraphim martial spirit is more suitable for fusion with his swan martial spirit. What he is interested in is the Xiantian Bailu, which is another unique martial arts world. Even in this world, it has great value. The Suane Shanbao record is divided into 6 parts, including inner power, Xiantian Gong, hand practicing technique, mysterious jade hand, eye training technique, purple magic pupil, catching technique to control cranes and dragons, light body technique, ghost shadow, and hidden weapon use. The method, the hidden weapon is completely solved. These are not limited to martial arts, all soul masters can cultivate, and they are especially suitable for him. For example, he has a strong physique at the moment. If he cultivates the capture and light exercises, he can maximize his physical advantage. Similarly, the eye training method, the purple extreme magic eye, has a mental attack, and it is also suitable for him with a spiritual attribute that is far superior to that of the same level. The inner power method Xian Tian Gong and the hand practice method Xian Yu Shao also greatly gain him. With his physique and spirit, this Xian Tian treasure record is simply tailor-made for him, and it must be successfully cultivated. The only problem is that this thing is Tang San's secret. If it is discovered, it will be quite troublesome and we must find a way to solve it. Luo Chuan was excited for a while, and his mood quickly returned to calm. Tang San, who was born in the Tang sect of the martial arts world, had many conservative ideas. For example, he had violated the rules and repaired the Xiantian Bailu, but would not run after being discovered, but committed suicide and apologized. Even in this world, he still adheres to the principle of the Tang sect's secrets not being passed on unless he joins the Tang sect. It's a pity that he has no interest, and it is impossible for him to succumb to Tang San. How to solve it? You can't kill Tang San, right? Thinking of this, he immediately dismissed his thoughts, not to mention that the two sides had no grievances or enmity, even from a long-term perspective, he could not kill Tang San temporarily. This kid will be the key to help him contain the Spirit Hall in the future. Only when Tang San attracts the attention of the Spirit Hall can he develop secretly and gain a free body without being pressed by Qian Rongxiu. Since I can copy everything, I can also copy the various secret techniques and techniques of other forces. When the time comes, my brain will be integrated into the Xiantian treasure record. At that time, the Xiantian treasure record will have changed a lot. Luo Chuan thought to himself that although there is no martial arts in this world, there are similar things. The martial soul cultivation method of the major forces is actually equivalent to the inner strength mental method, but based on the martial soul. As far as he knows, there are in the army, and after years of development, the level will not be bad. As for hand training and eye training, they are relatively rare, and I have never heard of hidden weapons. But most of the content still has similar things, but it is based on Wuhan. For example, Hao Shenzong's chaotic cloak hammer method is a power application method, which is mainly suitable for ironing and hammer-shaped martial spirits. As long as he finds something similar, he can combine it, and based on the Suanei Shanbeilu, he will definitely be able to surpass the blue from the blue. The least seen hidden weapon was completely understood, and if he didn't use it, it would be difficult for Tang San to recognize that his methods had something to do with Xiantian Beilu. It's still a few years before Tang San's brilliance, it's completely enough for me to integrate Suanei Shanbeilu into something new. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Chuan's mouth, spending energy to copy the Xiantian Beilu, and thinking about the general plan before going to sleep. The next day, Luo Chuan woke up to Yu Tianheng's snoring. The morning light outside the window was faint, and Tang San next to him was gone. It's really hard work. Without anyone's supervision, I go out to practice on time every day. Who can become a talent if this kind of person is not successful? Luo Chuan showed admiration, got up and moved his body, only to feel refreshed and exhausted from yesterday's exhaustion. He also sat cross-legged and began to practice. Striving to reach level 20 within a month, he has reason to go to the Stardo Great Forest again to see if he can cooperate with Xiaowu and the others. Of course, with the amount of energy he has at the moment, he can spend more than 100,000 energy to upgrade. However, he always wanted to figure out a problem. He can use energy to upgrade. From the previous situation, when upgrading the level, the first increase requires 1,000 times the energy of the current level, and the second is 10,000 times. According to this law, the third time is 100,000 times, and the fourth time is 1,000,000 times. But if he breaks through on his own, and then upgrades the system, will he refresh and recalculate for the first time? If that is the case, his own cultivation will be of great value. If not, the energy spent in trying to improve to a level in the future will become more and more terrifying, and now it is not suitable to waste this opportunity. He hopes that it is the former, so that it will not be able to upgrade to the next level with trillions of energy, which is simply not playable. Chapter 51, The Highlight Moment of Yusheng. When the sun rose eastward, Tang San finished his cultivation and returned home. Luo Chuan's cultivation was interrupted by the creak of opening the door. "Brother Luoquan, are you cultivating martial soul?" A curious voice came from the door. Luo Chuan opened his eyes and saw a pair of eyes with a little purple intent. "Okay." He got up and gave Yu Tianheng a kick. "Dead pig, still sleeping, the sun is almost drying his ass." Yu Tianheng chirped and said in a daze, "Stop making trouble, let me sleep for a while." "Brother Tianheng, it's breakfast, you won't be able to sleep anymore." Tang San couldn't help laughing. "Eat." Hearing this, Yu Tianheng moved his ears, opened his eyes, sleepy, and said in a daze, "Is it dawn, so soon? I'm going to serve food, come here quickly." Tang San turned to the kitchen, opened the pot, and there was gruel in it. "Dad, it's dinner." He yelled to another room, took out 4 broken bowls, and scooped up the porridge of not much rice with a spoon. "It's really comfortable to sleep. It's been a long time since it's so sweet." Yu Tianheng sighed and stepped out of the room. "Didn't you think that the bed was too small yesterday, and it turned out to sleep like a dead pig? You probably don't even know if someone cut it with a knife." Luo Chuan curled his lips, then saw the gruel on the table, his eyes changed slightly, the food was really shabby. Yu Tianheng was even more surprised. Looking at the gruel that could reflect his own appearance, he said in a daze, "Little San, is this breakfast?" "Yes." Tang San was a little embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, our family is poor, we can only afford this. Roll out if you don't want to eat." An indifferent voice sounded in the next room, and the burly Tang Hao stepped out with an impatient look on his face. Yu Tianheng heard the nameless anger, turned around to look at Tang Hao who was full of alcohol, and hummed, thinking I want to eat, but such a big head makes the family so poor, so that the child can't even eat a bite. Are you embarrassed to be fierce? Tang Hao's muddy eyes turned cold, staring at Yu Tianheng and said, "Boy, it's your turn to teach me." "Tianheng, shut up." Luo Chuan hurriedly snorted, whether he made a mistake, this guy was actually teaching a title Douluos, he was really fearless. But he knew how terrifying the incomparable guy in front of him was, and he was frightened to hear him, for fear that Tang Hao would hit him with a hammer. Even Chihiroji can smash half to death with one hammer. Who can stand it? Brother Luoquan, what I'm telling you is the truth. How could he be able to eat and drink enough for a striker? In the end, how thin is Xiaosan? He is almost as thin as his son. Yu Tianheng was right and confident, but he didn't know that this seemed to be speaking for Tang San, but it was actually a little nosy. "Okay, it's someone else's housework. What do you say as a guest?" Luo Chuan's hairs stood up all over, and said to Tang San, "He just likes to be nosy, don't mind, just treat him as nonsense." After speaking, he felt a little dangerous to stay here, so he quickly pulled Yu Tianheng out and forcibly pulled it out. Tang Hao didn't speak this time, he wouldn't care about it with a little kid, and he was already avoiding the spirit hall, let alone showing any strength. With his head down, a lonely color appeared in his eyes. Thinking of what he had done in the past few years, he really did not look like a father. "Father." Tang San was a little worried. "Let's eat." Tang Hao coldly took a bowl of porridge and drank it. Outside the house, Yu Tianheng used a lot of strength to break free from Luoquan's hand. He angrily said, "Brother Luoquan, what are you trying to do with me? This person is too rude, I will just say that, this person will let me go." When did Yu Tianheng feel this kind of anger? This is in someone's house. We send someone to the fence, what else can you do? Is it possible to beat the host's house? Luo Chuan shook his head and smiled in his heart. This guy didn't even know that he was messing with a title Douluos. He might be scared to death if he knew it. After knowing it, it is estimated that this time it can be completely regarded as Yu Tianheng's highlight moment, and the titled Douluos, who is taught by the cultivation of a mere great soul master, can be regarded as unprecedented. Thinking about this, Luoquan found it very interesting. It can't be like this. Let it go before you eat. It's too shameless. Don't give me face or Luoquan brother. Yu Tianheng got more and more angry. Okay, go and beat him up, head office, right? Luo Chuan said helplessly. That's not enough, I just can't understand him as if someone owes him money. Yu Tianheng didn't even go to beat Tang Hao, the host. He really did that because he was too much. At this moment Tang San walked out and said, "Brother Luoquan, Brother Tianheng, I'm sorry, my father has a bad temper, don't mind. It's okay, I can understand. After all, every family has difficult to recite sutras, and my father has a bad temper. There should be a reason." Luo Chuan shook his head. Tang Hao had his wife dead. It's only strange that he has a good temper. "Thank you." Tang San showed gratitude and added, "Actually, my father is like this to outsiders, not against you. No wonder the old village chief has such a big opinion of him." Yushin muttered constantly. Luo Chuan glared at Yu Tianheng and said to Tang San, "Little San, we won't have this breakfast. You can eat more so that you won't be as thin as a bamboo pole." This, all right. Tang San nodded, and he could only accept it. After all, his father was still inside. If he eats this meal, there may be conflicts. Tianheng, you have money on you, take some out for accommodation. Luo Chuan touched Yu Tianheng, he usually doesn't carry money, Yu Tianheng should have it. Have. Yu Tianheng took out a handful of money, gold coins and silver coins, and put them all in Tang San's hands. Little San, remember to buy some delicious food. You can grow your body when you are full. Brother Tianheng, there are too many, I can't ask for it. Tang San saw that there were gold coins, and shook his head hurriedly, knowing that gold coins are very purchasing power, and 1 gold coin is enough for half a month of living expenses of an ordinary family. Tang San, take it, it's just a little pocket money for him, don't mind too much. Luo Chuan smiled faintly, the last thing they lack is money, a little pocket money can bring closer relationships, which is still very valuable. After all, Tang San is very poor at the moment, and giving charcoal in the snow is better than icing on the cake. Yes, take it. Yu Tianheng generously put the money in Tang San's hands, turned around and left. You guys! Tang San was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't expect to get so much money just by staying at his house for one night. Luo Chuan waved his hand, go back, there will be a few months before your awakening ceremony. I hope you can become a soul master so that you can change your destiny. Watching Luo Chuan and Yu Tianheng leave in strides, Tang San subconsciously squeezed the coin in his hand, a firm look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 52, Death of the Three Princes. Inside the room, Tang Hao looked through the crack of the door and saw Living and Luoquan outside. This kid is very unusual. From the 2 points of wearing and possessing a guard, he estimated that the power behind this person is not small, and in dealing with others, he can't pick up anything and can't help but leave a deep impression. He glanced at Yu Tianheng again, this little kid woke him up by scolding him, and he couldn't be so decadent. Before reaching the village chief's house, Shen Jinming swished and appeared. Your Highness! How is their situation? With Miss Ya Lingling's treatment, everyone woke up. Luo Chuan smiled, this girl was really cold and warm. Are you all awake? Great, we don't have to stay in this village. Yu Tianheng said with joy that he didn't want to stay another night because of Tang Hao. Shen Jinming thought for a moment, and said, we can indeed leave. We can go to the nearest Notting City, hire carriage and return directly to Heaven Do City. It depends on what His Highness thinks. If everyone can go, let's go to Notting City. Luo Chuan did not refuse, walked into the village head's house and found that Oslo and Yufeng were basking in the sun, and they seemed to be recovering well. Ms. Ya Lingling has been treating everyone since last night. Shen Jinming explained. Luo Chuan looked at Ya Lingling with sweat on her forehead, thanks for your hard work. I just want to leave early. Ya Lingling was right and wrong. Luo Chuan smiled, showing understanding eyes. At this time, 2 bald heads walked out of the house, shining in the sun. After Yu Tianheng saw it, he laughed on the spot. Graphite, stone mill, how come you 2 are bald, so funny. It means they have become stronger. Luo Chuan almost laughed out loud by the 2 round bald heads. Tianheng, don't make fun of them. The 2 of them suffered too much lightning and their hair was scorched. Qin Ming walked out and glared at Yu Tianheng, who was belly hugging and laughing slightly reproachfully. Yu Tianheng was stunned. Oh, it turned out to be caused by protecting us. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you, but I really can't help it. Wow, haha. Brother, this guy's hair should also be shaved. Yes, it looks a bit redundant. The Shi family brothers glanced at each other and stared at Yu Tianheng maliciously. You, what are you going to do? Yu Tianheng noticed something was wrong. Hee. We think your hair is a bit messy, and we want to help you deal with it. The Shi family brothers smiled strangely and surrounded Yu Tianheng. No. An hour later, Yu Tianheng cried and touched his bald head. This time he was very happy and sad, and was caught by the Shi family brothers and forcibly shaved a bald head. Ever since, there were 3 more bald heads in the team. This time it became everyone's joke. Yu Tianheng. Tukagus touched Yu Tianheng's bald head and exclaimed, "It's really round." Yu Feng teased, "Yu Tianheng, your martial arts soul is a blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and your hair is gone. This time you become a bald dragon. I don't know what I think." "Fuck off, this is the sacrifice I made to understand the Shi family brothers, or would you sacrifice one too?" Yu Tianheng glanced at Yu Feng's fluttering hair maliciously. "Ah, I support you from the bottom of my heart, let's forget the hair." Yu Feng smiled and hurriedly turned his head and said, "Brother Luoquan, teacher, when are we going to leave? I don't think I need to rest anymore." "Luoquan, you can arrange it." Qin Ming handed over the command to Luoquan, and along the way, he became more and more satisfied with this student, and was very relieved of Luoquan's decision. "Zhao Gang, can you 3 go?" Luo Chuan asked. "Yes, thanks to Miss Yelingling's treatment, I have recovered very well." Zhao Gang nodded and glanced at Yelingling gratefully. There was no problem with the other 2 guards. Luoquan immediately asked Shen Jinming to give the old village chief some money as payment for accommodation, and then set off for Notting City. After several toss and turns, 2 days later, everyone returned to Heaven Do City safely. Looking at the familiar place, everyone was a little emotional. In just 1 week, they felt that after a long time, Shen Jinming and others were okay, but Luo Chuan and others had the illusion that it was 3 autumns. "Everyone, let's go home, take a good rest for a day, and go to class the day after tomorrow." Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. This time he was under the greatest pressure. From the very beginning, he didn't rest much. Later, he didn't close his eyes for several days. The violet lizard's incident scared him enough, and he still has lingering fears, but fortunately, he finally brought the students back safely. Saying goodbye to his teammates and teachers, Luo Chuan and the guards left before stepping into the palace, and he felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Many people in the palace were in a gloomy face and were in a bad mood. He suddenly thought of what Jian Rongxiu had said before leaving, and his heart sank slightly. With thoughts, he returned to the palace where the eldest prince lived. Jian Rongxiu was practicing sword in front of the palace, and the sharp sword light made everyone cold. "You're back." Jian Rongxiu didn't look at Luoquan much, but said casually. "Did you miss me?" Luo Chuan's temperament, as warm and moist as jade, suddenly transformed into a ruffian look inside. "Miss you, my 3rd brother has passed away. Recently, I am worried that you will also die in the Star Do Great Forest." Jian Rongxiu replied calmly, the guard was still there, she could not show too much. "The 3rd brother has passed away." Luo Chuan pretended to be shocked, causing Jian Rongxiu's contempt. This guy is better at pretending than her. He died of a strange disease, and the doctor was helpless. "When?" "3 days ago, the 3rd brother was buried today, and you came back a bit late." Luo Chuan was silent. Although Jian Rongxiu had told him about this before, he was still a bit creepy when he knew that the 3rd prince Shui Haizang was killed by Jian Rongxiu. The murderer was right in front of him, and the other party was still in the mood to practice swords. It seemed that for Jian Rongxiu, killing a prince was nothing. This is a tigress, it is really dangerous, he has to become strong as soon as possible to get rid of this woman. "Why, are you scared?" In the playful gaze, Jian Rongxiu stopped and pointed at Luoquan with a sword, with cold eyes in her eyes. Originally the 3rd child didn't have to die so early, it was this person who interrupted her plan and accelerated Shui Haizang's death. "I'm not afraid, what else can I do?" Luo Chuan shrugged, pulled the sword away, and walked in front of Jian Rongxiu. "Big brother is still in the mood to practice swords, and his mentality is good. Give me some experience." Practicing swords is to calm the mood, not to practice swords in the mood. Jian Rongxiu corrected Luoquan's words. Little brother is not so good, let's use my own method of calming the mood. The corners of Luoquan's mouth raised slightly, and he usually hugged Jian Rongxiu's waist, saying, the chest can give people a sense of security, and the big brother's chest is very broad, which makes people feel very stable. The calmness on Jian Rongxiu's face was suddenly defeated. She gritted her teeth and said, you hug it, don't touch it. Hey, my eldest brother's pectoral muscles are much stronger again. This is the effect of sword practice. Luo Chuan said in surprise. I think you still come to practice the sword, this will make people feel at ease. Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and shook her hard, trying to break Luo Chuan free, and then she was shocked to find that Luo Chuan was still holding her tightly. Chapter 53, Surprise of Poison Douluos. How can this guy become stronger? Jian Rongxiu was surprised. The former Luo Chuan flicked away in front of her. Brother, hold on for a while, I need some warmth. Luo Chuan grinned and said, his current strength is comparable to that of a 30-episode level power soul sovereign. Jian Rongxiu doesn't use his soul power, so it's not that easy to get rid of him. A black line emerged from Jian Rongxiu's forehead. She glanced at Shen Jinming who was waiting in the distance, gritted her teeth and whispered, go back to beat you at night. Beat is kiss, scold is love. Luo Chuan answered. Jian Rongxiu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was getting more and more shameless. Why didn't I poison it in the first place, otherwise I wouldn't have so much trouble. Luo Chuan, whose head rested on Jian Rongxiu's shoulders, did not smile much. The death of the third prince was a wake-up call for him. He knew that he would not be strong, and one day he might die in Jian Rongxiu's hands. The most dangerous place is the safest place. It is necessary to continue to stay with Jian Rongxiu, so that even if there is any change, I can deal with it. In his mind, Luo Chuan approached Jian Rongxiu's ear and said, Big brother, guess what happened to my little brother when I went out this time? Just say it, there is no need to sully my appetite. Jian Rongxiu was impatient, twisted his arm, trying to leave Luoquan. Immediately she discovered that she was actually locked. Luo Chuan didn't know how to get her hands, and wherever she could get out. A cunning color appeared in Luo Chuan's eyes, and he used the grasping hand in the Suanei Shanbailu, but it was not so easy to break free. He continued, I met His Majesty the Pope in Wuhan Hall. As soon as she said this, Jian Rongxiu's pupils contracted, her body shook violently, and she fell silent. The Pope of Wuhan Palace, that was the shadow she could not avoid in her life, and it was painful every time she thought of it. What does it have to do with me? Jian Rongxiu's tone became visibly cold, like 1,000 years of profound ice. I want to share with my eldest brother. She promised to marry me her daughter. You don't know how beautiful she is, and her daughter will certainly not be bad. Luoquan said meaningfully. Jian Rongxiu almost lost her attitude when she heard the word daughter. She didn't admit that the woman was her mother, let alone believe what Luoquan said. Roll. A white light gushing from Jian Rongxiu's body, Luo Chuan's arms hurt, and he was forced to break free. Bang! He fell to the ground. Jian Rongxiu turned around with the sword and left. Is this woman crazy? Luo Chuan sucked in pain. Jian Rongxiu almost released her martial soul just now. If she did that, she would be exposed. He was even more afraid of exposure than the other party, because after exposure, the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire would be torn apart, and he would probably become the first target of revenge. What are you doing? Shui Haizang died, why did you see you fighting? A somewhat dissatisfied voice interrupted Jian Rongxiu's departure. She paused, and when she turned around, she was already smiling. Uncle, my second brother and I are discussing each other, how can we fight, right? Jian Rongxiu glanced at Luo Chuan, the meaning in her eyes was obvious. Yeah, I'm practicing against Big Brother. Luo Chuan quickly got up, turned his head to look around, and two old men came over. One is a middle-aged and elderly person wearing a yellow brocade robe, with some grey hair, handsome appearance, and slightly fattened figure. With some memories, Luo Chuan recognized this as his uncle, Prince Xuexing. And the other one surprised him a bit. This man is a little older, thin, with a green beard, green eyes, sunken eyes, wearing a grey robe, and a little shameless. But he was even more shocked. This old man had only seen his predecessor a few times, and his status was very high. He was a royal guest, the top powerhouse in Douluo continent, and a poisonous Douluo titled Poison. A prince, a poison Douluo, why come back here? When he was puzzled, Prince Xuexing continued, your third brother has just passed away. Be quiet recently. Don't make noise all day. Yes, uncle. Both answered obediently. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Poison Douluo, and said calmly, Uncle, what are you looking for with us? It's nothing, just happened to pass by here, and take a look at you. Prince Xuexing stood with his hand in his hand, and said in a lesson of instruction, remember to practice hard, lest you become sick and die at a young age like your third brother. Uncle is right. The two nodded, watching Prince Xuexing leave leisurely, and looking at each other, they felt something was wrong. Poison Douluo didn't speak from beginning to end, as if nothing was floating on the ground, there was no sound of footsteps. After walking for some distance, Prince Xuexing said, Mr. Douluo, are they poisonous? Have. Douluo opened his eyes, with a hint of surprise in his eyes like a gem. Prince Xuexing's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, how could it be possible that even both of them were poisoned, the kind of poison that killed the three princes? No, one of them was poisoned, and there are quite a few. Douluo shook his head and said with a weird face, the first prince has no poison at all, but the second prince has more than a little poison. It's really strange. The second child is poisonous. Prince Xuexing squinted his eyes. A month ago, the second child suddenly became seriously ill and almost died. It seems that he was poisoned with colorless and odorless, just like the third child, but why is he fine? This is also the strange thing about the old man. There is not only one kind of poison on his body, but many kinds of poison. If the old man is not good at poisoning, it would be difficult to detect. Interest appeared in Douluo's eyes. This second prince was a bit interesting. Prince Xuexing's eyes were cold, and he didn't entangle Luoquan anymore, but said, Mr. Douluo thinks that the boss has a problem? He is not poisoned. This old man dare not talk nonsense. The old man can only assist in the investigation of your royal affairs, and will not take care of it. Douluo didn't express any opinions. He didn't want to get caught up in the royal family's power struggle, just be his guest clerk. Whoever became the emperor would not affect his and Douluo family's status. It's me who talked too much, Mr. Lonely, don't be angry. Prince Xuexing chuckled, he didn't dare to offend Douluo, after all, this was the only title Douluo that the Heaven Do imperial family could directly mobilize. In the imperial palace, every prince has his own palace, and most commands are given his own name. The palace of the great prince is called King He Hall. In the hall, Luo Chuan sat on Qian Rongxiu's bed, gloating and said, this uncle probably didn't just pass by, but brought poison Douluo to take a look. Maybe he suspects you. You think too much, the most is to see if we are poisoned. If you really want to doubt me, he has to have evidence. Qian Rongxiu sneered, and stared at Luo Chuan ill-intentionally, you'd better be strict with your mouth. If you dare to reveal anything, you will die when I expose it. Chapter 54, Eight-Winged Angel Martial Soul. I'm so scared. Luo Chuan pretended to be scared, yin and yang weird. Click. Click. Qian Rongxiu rubbed her fists, her bones crackling, I was outside just now, I wanted to beat you. I'm wrong. What? Before the screams sounded, Qian Rongxiu beat him back. Bang bang bang. After a round of punches and kicks, Rongxiu felt more comfortable when Luoquan's nose and face were swollen. She released her martial soul, healed Luo Chuan's face, and restored Gu Jingwubo said, if necessary, draw their doubts to you. Luo Chuan scolded this woman for being really cruel, and replied, aren't you asking me to give you back? What's the advantage? Not killing you is to give you the greatest benefit, what else do you want? Rongxiu said blankly. Want you? Luo Chuan teased, anyway, you have dedicated your youth to the Wuhan Hall. It is okay to dedicate your body, I don't mind. Rongxiu clenched her fists again and stared at Luo Chuan's lower body, thinking about whether to abolish this guy's third leg, so as not to be so annoying. Ah, I'm just kidding, why are you so serious? If you don't give it, you won't give it, and I won't force you. Luo Chuan felt cool under the crotch, hurriedly spoke, and changed the subject, in fact, even if I don't take the initiative to carry the pot, you will throw the pot to me, right? Rongxiu was taken aback for a moment, and took a deep look at Luo Chuan, you are quite smart, you know your situation. It's not difficult to speculate that you can poison the third child in the palace, and there will be no shortage of people who want to come to you. As long as you move your fingers and sacrifice a chess piece, you can buckle the pot on my head. Luo Chuan said lightly, he is completely passive at the moment, there is no man underneath that does not say anything, and he is completely surrounded by Rongxiu's chess pieces. If he wants to get out of the siege, either he himself is strong enough, or he doesn't raise a dragon outside and disrupt the whole situation. It's almost like that, so be honest, I don't want to use too many methods, and I won't let you back the pot until it is necessary. After all, you are an important chess piece. Rongxiu became more and more jealous of Luo Chuan in her heart. This guy was too smart and made her a little uneasy. Don't worry, I must be honest, even if you want to take off my clothes, I won't resist. Luo Chuan jokingly smiled, and after a while, he began to molest Rongxiu again. If you take advantage of me, what else? Rongxiu's silver teeth bit her secretly. Luo Chuan thought about it carefully, and said, you can also take advantage of me. Seeing that Rongxiu's anger was about to be provoked again by herself, Luo Chuan hurriedly got up and walked out, since you don't want to take advantage, then I will go back. Rongxiu's chest rises and falls, and she almost pulls Luoquan back for a beat. She actually understood that Luo Chuan was deliberately offending her by saying these molesting things, but even if she did, she couldn't help being angry. Seeing Luoquan limping and leaving, Rongxiu gradually recovered her composure and squeezed her jade hand. It seems that this guy's skin has thickened, but I didn't have much strength just now. She was slightly startled, her brows frowned, it's not an illusion, the body is indeed much stronger. Next time you beat him, take a closer look. Luo Chuan returned to his room and grinned, it hurts, I can't hold a 10-point physique. I must add more. While thinking about it, he hurriedly released Jux and Begonia, condensing strands of petals, falling on the body, and healing himself. I have to say that there is a healing martial arts soul that is very good, only after a while, the injury that was hit by Rongxiu completely recovered. He sat on the bed, opened the system panel, and looked at the Seraphim martial spirit and the 4 corresponding spirit rings that he had just taken the opportunity to copy. A successful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But thinking of what happened when he copied Wuhan, he frowned. Only a month later, the energy spent to replicate the Seraphim martial spirit reached 1.05 million. It seems that as the martial spirit grows, the energy expended will increase. This time copying the Seraphim martial spirit cost 1.05 million, which was 50,000 more than the 1 million he saw at the beginning. The 4 spirit rings cost a total of more than 70,000, which is more than 1.12 million energy. If it hadn't been for the big bargain in the Stardow Great Forest, such a thing would have been hard to think of. The spirit of martial arts is directly linked to strength. If you count this way, her rate of improvement will reach 5% in 1 month. This is fast, right? After being amazed, he tried to fuse the swan spirit with the seraph. Swan Wuhan and Seraphim Wuhan, the required energy is 2 million, is it fusion? Seeing the prompt, Luoquan was speechless and the cost of integration was so high. Fortunately, he has plenty of energy and can afford it. Without hesitation, he directly chose to fuse. The swan martial soul in his body was pulled out by a force, and another martial soul appeared in the void. This is a martial spirit like a human figure, similar in appearance to Jianrongxiu, with 3 pairs of white wings, exuding golden brilliance, sacred and noble. And the swan spirit next to him was dwarfed, and he was far inferior to the seraphim. The so-called noble temperament was nothing in the face of sacred majesty. After all, this seraphim is the spokesperson of God, not comparable to a little swan. After the appearance of the 2 martial arts, a rune formation emerged out of the void. In a burst of brilliant white light, the 2 martial arts disappeared, and a new martial art slowly appeared in the center. The 4 pairs of white and flawless wings stretched out, a circle larger than the previous ones, each feather was like white jade, and the owner of the wings changed into Luoquan's appearance, also emitting golden light. 8 wings! Luo Chuan exclaimed, it has turned into an 8-winged angel, even stronger than before. At the same time, Luo Chuan felt his new martial arts soul, and when he took it back, a pure soul power was instilled back, causing him to be shocked. The meridians in his body were suddenly flooded with golden soul power. Luo Chuan's face turned red, and he felt a little pain in the meridians. This soul power was actually much stronger than him. Should Luo Chuan thought of a possibility, that is, what level of martial soul will be merged, and what level of power will be obtained. Jianrongxiu is more than 40 levels, fusing his martial soul, can directly increase his power to more than 40 levels. If he hadn't improved his physique before, it is estimated that he would be broken by the pure and powerful force just now, and even explode. Even at 10 o'clock, he still feels a lot of pressure. This pressure is not only physical pressure, but also mental. He hurriedly expended more than 4 million energy to raise his spiritual attribute to 30 points, and his original 10.2 physique was also raised to 30 points, which was equivalent to the level of an almighty soul master of over 40 levels. After he was promoted, he loosened his whole body and easily withstood the power of this new martial soul. When he thought about it, his martial spirit merged into his body, and 4 pairs of wings appeared behind him, and his whole person was sacred and majestic. Chapter 55, Leaps and Bounds. He closed his eyes and felt the mystery of martial soul fusion, suddenly showing a look of surprise. My spirit power has actually increased so much in one breath. The specific level is not clear, but it is definitely not level 19. He hurriedly glanced at the system panel. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 30.0 plus. Physique, 30.0. Repair, 20, 38, level. Wuhan, 8-wing angel, 9-heart begonia. Soul ring, first Wu soul, 100-year soul ring, with soul ability, flying acceleration, plus. Second Wuhan, 100 years soul ring, with soul skill, healing, millennium soul ring, with soul skill, healing, Wanyan soul ring, with soul skill, healing. Energy, 11679084. Pet, Aru. Among these data, except for the energy consumption of more than 8 million, the mental and physical attributes reached 30 points, the biggest change is the level. I'll go, and the level will reach level 20 directly. If there is a spirit ring, wouldn't it be more than 40? Luo Chuan was shocked. He couldn't expect that fusion of martial soul would bring such a big change. This was completely open. Originally, he was thinking of being able to cultivate to level 20 in a month, but after fusing a powerful martial soul, it seemed that he was going to be side by side with Jianrongxiu. Luxury, it's really luxurious. He murmured, continued to observe, and found that the ant beside the level disappeared, which meant that it was temporarily impossible to increase the level with energy. There is no spirit ring, so it can't be improved, but the spirit power does exist in my body. Luo Chuan clenched his fists, and an explosive force was hidden in his body, more than 10 times stronger than before. No, this power is not entirely my own, it needs to be refined. He faintly perceives some estrangement. It is estimated that most of these spirit power comes from the seraphim martial soul, and he needs to digest it. Thinking of this, he continued to explore the 8-winged angel martial soul, and then the 3 pairs of wings behind him suddenly closed, the golden light disappeared, and it changed into a swan again. Luo Chuan was stunned for a moment. He just subconsciously wanted to put away the 8-winged angel martial spirit, but there were 2 choices. After he chose the first one, he seemed to put away the seraphim part. It turns out that the 8-winged angel has 2 states, namely the state of the swan spirit and the state of the 8-winged angel. Luo Chuan showed joy. He was still considering, like Qian Rongxiu, to solve the problem of the new Wuhan through disguise. Now it seems that he doesn't need to do anything extra. The fusion martial soul originally has a different state, and based on his original swan martial soul, he can reach the 8-wing state through transformation. If he doesn't need it, he can be revealed in the first state, which is much smarter than Qian Rongxiu's disguise. In theory, he does not release the second state. No one knows that his martial soul is an 8-winged angel, not just a swan. After putting away the second state, part of his spirit power was put away, but not all. This means that the soul power is 1, but it can still hide a part, which is quite convenient. Soul power is 1, so the spirit ring should also be 1, which is not easy to handle. Luo Chuan frowned. On the surface, he couldn't jump too much in one shot, but it is impossible to suppress his level forever because of this, right? Hey, don't I have a second martial soul? Just give the highest level to the second martial soul, but this martial soul is not a combat type. Luo Chuan's mood changed for a while, and then Juxin Begonia was released. Suddenly, the massive soul power in the body poured into the second martial soul, making it brighter and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spirit power fed back by the seraphim martial soul was directly absorbed by Juxin Begonia and became the nutrient for the growth of the martial soul. Luo Chuan feels a little distressed. If he continues to absorb it, he estimated that he will not reach the 40 level. He roughly understood why this happened. The 2 spirits in his body did not cultivate at the same time, so there were differences in power, just like 2 lakes. Once connected, the water level inside would be balanced. And those who are born with dual martial spirits will not have this situation, because their martial spirits are cultivated at the same time, and they grow together, as many spirit powers correspond to as many levels. But he couldn't. There must be a difference between a 19th level martial soul and a 40-odd martial soul. He needs to spend a part of the soul power to grow the martial soul, and finally it can be the same as the natural dual martial soul. To put it simply, soul power is water, and martial soul is a cup. The cup of Juxin Begonia is too small now. With Luoquan's pure soul power to compensate, it begins to grow bigger, and quickly reaches level 20. At this point, the level does not improve, nor does it grow anymore. This is the limitation of the spirit ring. Luo Chuan thought about it for a moment, and found a 1000-year fit from among the many spirit rings. With a strong body and spirit, Luo Chuan found that it was not difficult for him to absorb the 1000-year spirit ring, on the contrary, it was extremely easy. I knew I would get a 10,000-year spirit ring to absorb it. Luo Chuan felt a little regretful. He thought that his physical fitness and spirit were equivalent to a spirit master of more than 40 levels. It was estimated that there would be no problem in absorbing 10,000 years. The 1000-year spirit ring is a pediatrics. After spending an hour absorbing the second spirit ring, Juxin Haitang had no restrictions and grew again. Level 21, Level 22. Level 30. In Luoquan's astonishment, the strength of the 9-heart begonia martial spirit reached the level of 30 in one breath. He didn't pay attention. On the system panel, after the second spirit position, a new spirit position was added. You can continue, this speed is really soaring. With a look of surprise, Luo Chuan directly selected a 10,000-year spirit ring to absorb it this time. The 10,000-year spirit ring is much more stressed than the 1,000-year spirit ring. Luo Chuan had to go all out this time and spend a day to absorb the third spirit ring. The new bottleneck was broken, and Juxin begonia continued to grow. This time it did not reach level 40, but stayed at level 38. This means that Luoquan's spirit power has been consumed a lot after the Juxin begonia has grown, and it is not enough to become a spirit sect. Enough, with the strength of the soul sovereign level, no matter how much Qianrongxue hits me, he can recover in a few breaths. Luo Chuan exhaled, closed his eyes and practiced for a day. The soul power in his body was completely integrated. At this time, he felt very hungry and couldn't help but smile, too excited. I haven't eaten for more than a day. The feeling of rapid progress in his cultivation is really wonderful, making him immersed in it and forgetting the passage of time. Moreover, his so much soul power made him no longer hungry so easily, and he didn't notice until the end. Let the maid prepare a table of delicacies from the mountains and seafood. Luo Chuan gobbled up, and the look of gorging frightened the maid so much that he was afraid that the prince would choke to death. In fact, Luo Chuan's body is as strong as a cow. No, it should be said that he is stronger than a cow. With 30 physical attributes, it means that his physical fitness is 30 times that of ordinary people. With this physical quality, his stomach power is comparable to that of a beast, what he eats can be digested quickly, and his appetite is far beyond ordinary people. After eating up a table of delicacies, Luo Chuan patted his chubby belly with satisfaction. "Hall, Your Highness, are you okay?" The maids were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong with Luoquan, such as bulimia. "What can I do? Eat well." Luo Chuan wiped his mouth with a napkin, straightened his belly, and left at a pace that his 6 relatives did not recognize. P.S. Modified, the protagonist is an acquired twin martial soul, and it takes a part of the strength to balance the level of the martial soul in the body. It does not mean that one more martial soul will slow down the cultivation speed. The decrease in level is the soul power used to improve the shortboard martial soul. As long as it makes up for it, it will be no different from the innate twin martial spirit. Chapter 56, 2 Fixed 3 Changes. Qianrongxue, who was passing by, saw this scene and almost couldn't help coming over and kicking Luoquan. "Big brother Early, did you miss me yesterday?" Luo Chuan grinned. Now the gap between him and this woman has become much smaller, and his self-confidence has improved a lot for a while. "Why didn't I think? I didn't beat you for a day, and I felt itchy hands." Qianrongxue rubbed his fists. "Ah, we brothers should love each other, why bother to fight each other?" Luo Chuan said sternly, turning around to speed up his pace and slip away. Qianrongxue smiled contemptuously, and ran away as a coward. Luo Chuan ate a little bit and lay down on the lawn in the back garden, looking at the blue sky and white clouds leisurely. There is still a lot of energy, all of which is spent. It is estimated that there will be more than 50 levels of strength. How to spend it is a problem. Luo Chuan thought to himself, suddenly remembering something that had to be clarified before, and hurriedly opened the system panel to see the changes. Revision, level 38+. Wuhan, 8 Wings Angel, 9 Heart Begonia, 3rd Wuhan Plus, 4th Wuhan Plus. He suddenly saw the changes behind Wuhan, and he was truly dumbfounded. The 3rd martial soul position, the 4th martial soul position, there are 2 more martial soul positions, this is crazy. The dual martial arts spirits are considered to be extremely talented, and currently Bibi Dong and Tang San have reached this standard. There is no soul master of the 3 martial arts spirit level at all at present, that is, the future Huo Yuhao is also obtained by opening up. And he can possess 4 martial arts souls, which is absolutely incredible. Oh my god, I haven't looked at the system panel before, and I don't know that 2 spirit positions have been added. Does this mean that every time one level increases, 1 spirit position will be added? The waves in Luoquan's heart are surging. Judging from the current situation, this is probably the case. If he continues to improve, isn't it that when he becomes a title Douluos, he will have 9 more spirit positions, plus the original spirit, a total of 10 spirits? Before I thought that the first martial soul needs to be hidden, and although the second martial soul has 3 spirit rings, it is not a combat martial soul. It is a pity that I don't have to worry about it at all, because I still have the 3rd and 4th martial soul positions. Luo Chuan was a little dazed. Is the system trying to train him into a monster? 3 Wuhuns are okay, more than 3 are definitely evildoers. After being excited for a while, he calmed down and pondered the pros and cons. In terms of benefits, the benefits are obvious. He can continue to integrate various powerful spirits, such as the strongest weapon Wuhun Clear Sky Hammer. Or it may be a special martial soul that requires the fusion of different martial arts, such as the Nether White Tiger, which is a fusion of the Nether Cat and the Evil Eye White Tiger. Even the more terrifying Golden Sacred Dragon, this special martial arts requires the fusion of 3 martial arts, which can be called a cool hanging explosion. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The more spirits, the more spirit power is needed. This time the spirit power feedback from the Seraphim martial spirit was absorbed by the still weak Juxin Begonia. If the martial spirit is increased, more spirit power will definitely be needed. The most important thing is that the more martial arts, the greater the load on the body and spirit, especially the spirit. If there is not enough spiritual power, it is estimated that it will not be able to carry so many martial arts. If I want to have multiple spirits, my physical fitness and mental power must be several times or even 10 times that of the same rank. The more Luo Chuan thought about it, the calmer he became, and finally found that everything was closely related to one thing: energy. Regardless of whether it is to upgrade the level, copy the martial soul, or merge the martial soul, a lot of energy is required. If you want to cultivate more martial souls, enough energy is necessary. Otherwise, the difficulty of upgrading multiple spirits is definitely greater than that of a single spirit, and his cultivation speed will be terribly slow. Decompose all the stored spirit rings and spirits, I still have 20 million energy. Luo Chuan began to think seriously. The cost of copying a martial soul of the 1000 Ren Sui Hun sect level is millions, so it is estimated that the Soul King level will cost 10 million, and the Soul Emperor level will cost hundreds of millions. Damn, this road of Krypton Gold is too expensive, I can't play it temporarily. Feeling that this road is not suitable for the time being, Luo Chuan thought of another way to improve, and hurriedly looked at the consumption of energy to increase his level. There was already a and beside the new level, and he hurriedly checked whether to spend 76,000 energy to increase one level. Facing the prompt message, Luo Chuan's expression changed, with mixed joys and worries. The good news is that the proportion of energy spent has indeed been refreshed, returning to the level of 1,000 times, but this time with 2 spirits, it was spent on 1,000 times the original level, which doubled to 2,000 times. Interestingly, this means that the more martial arts, the more the cost will be. This is also reasonable. If I increase by 1 level and practice 1 level, the cost will be minimized. Luo Chuan couldn't help but smile. With this channel, he was not in a hurry to copy the powerful Soul Master's martial arts, and directly let himself jump. Relying on self-cultivation is as feasible as this method is slowly improving, and it costs very little. Thinking of this, he checked the cost of adding the 3rd and 4th spirits. Compared to adding the 2nd Wuhun, the cost has not changed, it is still 100,000. In this way, the energy for adding new spirits and improving attributes is fixed, and the others will change. The bulk of the energy cost is to integrate different spirits and upgrade levels. Of course, the attribute points cost a lot. Luoquan roughly grasped all the laws of this system. He summed it up, 2 fixed and 3 changes. The 2 fixes are the fixed ratio of attribute points and added martial arts energy. 1 requires 10,000 energy for every 0.1 attribute, and 100,000 martial arts is added. Among the 3 changes, one is that the energy spent on level promotion will change. The ratio is calculated based on the number of martial arts and the number of times of promotion. Multiple martial arts will be doubled. And the level will be continuously increased, increasing by 10 times for each additional level. The second is that the energy of copying the spirit and spirit ring changes with the target spirit master's cultivation base. The stronger the energy, the more it costs. The third is that the energy consumed by fusing martial spirits and spirit rings is different. Martial spirits are related to strength, while spirit rings are related to age. After figuring out the laws of the system, he began to consider what spirit to add next. The golden sacred dragon can't be played for the time being. The level is too high. Tang San's clear sky hammer is currently too weak, and it is related to the clear sky school. The addition is not suitable for taking it out. You can consider the netherworld white tiger. The family, which also happens to be a melee type, cooperates with the swan spirit. Birds and beasts complement each other. Luo Chuan's eyes rolled, and he realized that he was now facing another problem. Would it be a bit embarrassing if he took out the martial arts of someone else's house? You have to think of a solution, you can't keep it undercover. He frowned and thought, not noticing that someone had been standing beside him for a long time. This is an old man with green hair, with a cold temperament, just like a poisonous snake. Chapter 57, Request. Douluos was a little speechless. Didn't this highness have any defensive heart? He stood beside him for a stick of incense, and he hadn't noticed him yet. There was really no way, he could only cough, let Luo Chuan notice him. This shocked Luo Chuan, he really didn't notice anyone approaching. After he saw who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Senior Douluos. Why are you here? Vigilance emerged in his heart, not only because Douluos was strong, the key was that there was a problem with his state just now. No matter how happy you are, you should also pay attention to the surrounding situation, otherwise there are people who don't know about the assassination. His Royal Highness, the old man is looking for you to ask about something. Douluos carried his hands on his back, and did not bow to Luo Chuan. With his status, there was no need for Luo Chuan to bow to him. Senior Lonely asks casually, juniors know everything. Luo Chuan said generously, but worried in his heart, could this old man suspect him? This is not a place to talk. If your Royal Highness can come to the old man's house, Yan Yan will lead the way for your Royal Highness. She is just outside the palace. Douluos did not say much. Luo Chuan thought for a while with a bewildered look, let's go. After finishing speaking, the Douluos in front of him turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared, and left directly. It feels not something to expose. Luo Chuan touched his chin, glanced left and right, except for the personal guard, there was no one else. Go and see, he shouldn't hurt me, even if I think I killed the youngest. Luo Chuan didn't worry too much. He was also a prince. No matter how powerful Douluos was, he would not be able to offend the royal family. After all, there was a Douluos family behind. Moreover, even if there are any flaws in the problem between him and Qian Rongxiu, it is still limited to the royal family at present, and Douluos shouldn't interfere. Why are you looking for him? Perplexed, he walked outside the hall and casually said to Shen Jinming, my eldest brother is out. Yes, His Highness has left. Shen Jinming answered. Sure enough, Luoquan secretly said that he immediately got into the carriage, and when he left the imperial city, he saw Douluos waiting outside board. After seeing his carriage, Douluyan beckoned, Captain, here. After getting along for a while, Douluyan and Luoquan have become familiar with each other, and they are generally renamed as captain in private. Luo Chuan didn't say much, followed the Douluos and left Tiandu city to the suburbs. When I got here, there were no outsiders, and the lone geese seemed much more casual, jumped out of their carriage, clapped their hands and said, "Captain, come down and walk, you're almost at your destination. Why are you leading the way?" Luo Chuan walked out and glanced around at the same time. There was a manor in front of him. "I don't know. Grandpa suddenly asked me to lead you down, and he told me not to tell other people, it's mysterious. What are you guys doing?" The Douluos's eyes turned slowly, with a curious look. "I don't know, you can ask your grandpa directly later." Luo Chuan shook his head, guessing in his heart why Douluyan took him over. There was only one reason: they were more familiar. There is an acquaintance, even if there is any conflict between the two sides, there will be a lone goose to ease. This old man, I'm afraid he wants me, but what do I have to care about for a title Douluo? With doubts, Luo Chuan followed the lone geese into the manor. There are a lot of plants growing here, colorful, and Luo Chuan took a look and thought it was pretty. "Captain, don't look at them, just touch them. A lot of things here are poisonous." Douluyan reminded, "A lot of poisons are too bad if I touch them." Originally wanted to touch the flowers and plants, Luo Chuan, who felt the natural aura, twitched. Thinking of the title of Lonely Bow, he was a poison Douluo, and there was no poison at home. "Yan Yan, you are wrong. What can poison you is not necessarily poisoned by His Highness." In the old voice, poison Douluo appeared lightly, looking at Luo Chuan deeply. The younger generation doesn't quite understand what Senior Douluo means. Luoquan pretended to be stupid. "Hehe, now that I'm here, the old man doesn't mean to be ambiguous, just tell me the purpose." In fact, the old man is a bit curious, "What's the poison on your highness?" Lonely Bo P smiled without a smile. "Poison." Luo Chuan's face changed, thinking that Douluo Bo is a poisonous expert, it is impossible to conceal it, so he simply admitted, "I do have some poison in my body, but I won't be in the eyes of seniors. After all, you are a famous poisonous fight." Luo. The lone geese next to him heard it and exclaimed, "Ah, Captain, oh, is your highness the second poisoned? Why didn't I notice it?" "Yan Yan, you didn't notice it, because this poison is very hidden, colorless and tasteless. It is difficult to recognize if you don't touch it with your hands." Douluo Bo looked at Luo Chuan meaningfully, "There are a lot of these kinds of poisons on His Royal Highness's body. It stands to reason that normal people have died long ago, but the old man is really surprised that His Highness can control them. Senior is great, just by looking at it, you can tell the state of Junior." Luo Chuan sighed, "This is the expert who uses poison. No, the old man only saw it twice before it became clear that my granddaughter was not as good as my granddaughter's poisonous methods." Douluo Bo admired. "Ah, I'm not a big deal, it's just a special physique. I really don't have much experience when it comes to using poison." Luo Chuan could only continue to fool Douluo Bo on the grounds of prevaricating Qianrongxiu. The latter's eyes brightened when he heard it. "Your Highness means that these poisons are not actively controlled by you, but because of your special physique, they can be used by you." "Almost, Senior Douluo, is there any problem with abicudeo.xyz?" Luo Chuan said strangely. Douluo Bo showed excitement, and solemnly said, "The old man is looking for your second highness, because of this special, I want to ask your highness to help the old man and even Douluo's family a favor." "Senior is not kidding, how can I help with this strength?" Luo Chuan felt bitter, this old man wouldn't let him help detoxify, but he was a fake poison master. "Well, your Royal Highness can use these colorless and odorless poisons. The methods of poisoning must be unique. The old man also hopes that we can exchange ideas to solve the problems that plague the old man and the lonely home." Speaking of this, Douluo Bo sighed, "The world knows that my Douluo family is good at using poison, especially the old man who has the title of Poison Douluos, but I don't know that the old man will be intoxicated with poison all day long. Luo Chuan frowned. This old man is really real. Now he is embarrassed. He said uncomfortably, Senior can be poisoned too? But how can the junior's strength be solved? Maybe it can't be solved, but the old man has seen a solution in His Royal Highness. Douluos seriously said, the old man's spirit is a green phosphorus snake, it can indeed bear a lot of poison, but the old man's flesh and blood body is not as good as the spirit of martial arts, and the poisonous infestation for many years is unbearable. The old man actually saw some hope. Chapter 58, titled Douluos Apprentice. Hope. Luo Chuan touched his head, the junior still doesn't quite understand. Actually, the old man wants to know how your Royal Highness is safe with these toxins. Having said this, Bo Lonely said in a low voice, the old man doesn't care about how the poison comes from His Highness, but only talks about how to use the poison. Is that so? It's actually not difficult. Just let the spirit absorb the toxins. Luo Chuan said straightforwardly. Lonely Bo was slightly embarrassed, I did this, but he couldn't absorb all the toxins. How did your Highness do it? The system I rely on, of course, can absorb them all, but I can't tell you. Luo Chuan muttered in his heart, pretending to be dazed, just absorb it directly, it doesn't seem to be difficult. It's that simple. Lonely Bo froze for a moment, could it be that the old man has been infected with the poison for too long, so he can't absorb it completely, but the martial spirit of His Royal Highness is not very suitable for absorbing toxins. It can still be done. There must be some tricks. Luo Chuan was embarrassed, he could never let the system help Solitude Bo fuse toxins, right? Lonely Bo thought that Luo Chuan was unwilling to share, and said seriously, if His Highness is willing to share the know-how, as long as I Lonely Bo can meet the requirements, I will definitely not refuse, and, for the sake of Yanyan, please help us. This matter, can we take it slowly? I don't know much about poison now, let alone solve your problem, Senior. Luo Chuan thought for a while, but did not refuse. He obtained the Xiantian treasure record, and he was already invincible, so he should have a chance to solve the problem of Solitary Bo. He didn't need to keep Lonely Bo's baby for Tang San to pick it up, it's best to take it away in advance. His Royal Highness seems to be confident. The old man is not in a hurry. Your Highness will come when you have time. We can communicate together. Lonely Bo smiled and said, a month ago, His Royal Highness suddenly fell ill. He should have been poisoned at that time. We often communicate, and it is necessary to master more poison methods. If your Royal Highness can achieve something in the future, he may be able to directly help the old man and the wild geese and out the poison that bothers us. It turned out to be this plan. Luo Chuan's eyes lit up. The old man actually wanted him to help absorb the poison, which was indeed a way to alleviate the problem. However, this must be based on a strong enough strength and excellent poisoning methods. It takes a lot of time to absorb the poisonous conditions in Senior Lonely. Can Senior Lonely wait? Luo Chuan asked rhetorically. Haha, the poison in the old man is more violent, and it is really difficult to rely on your Highness to absorb it, but the old man is also strong and can persist for some years, but the descendants of the old man can't wait. Lonely Bo showed a melancholy expression. Yanyan's father is already in danger of life because of this problem, and Yanyan will face the same situation in the future. Therefore, the old man found that His Royal Highness can perfectly control the toxins. He hopes to save them. Save one is one. The eye circles of the Douluos on one side suddenly turned red, and they inherited the spirit of grandfather, and they also suffered from the poisonous backlash. If they can't solve it, they can't die. It turned out to be like this. I don't know how your father is doing, Douluos. Luo Chuan frowned. It can last a few years, but not more than 10 years. Lonely Bo sighed, the old man used poison all his life, but he eventually harmed future generations. Her father was in his prime of life, but he was tortured by the poison to be unmanly. Luo Chuan couldn't help being surprised. He glanced at the face of Solitude Bo, describing it as haggard, even his hair was green. A titled Douluos is still like this, and the younger generation with weaker strength is definitely worse. Captain, please save my father, I don't want to lose him. Douluos saw a little hope, tears fell, and hugged Luoquan's arm to pray. Give me some time. I need to study the knowledge of poison roads systematically, Yan Yan, I promise I will be able to solve your father's problem as soon as possible, okay? Luo Chuan didn't dare to be too confident. He was still a layman and needed time to study. His Royal Highness promised to help us. Lonely Bo was happy. He didn't expect Luoquan to save his son, but he was very satisfied if he could save his granddaughter in the future. Since I have this talent, I naturally want to try it. After all, Yan Yan is my teammate, and Senior Douluos is also our royal guest. Luo Chuan nodded. He has the Xiantian treasure record and some foresight. Even if he doesn't fuse toxins, there is a way to solve the problem of Solitude Boss. As far as he knew, originally Tang San relied on soul bones to store toxins in his body to solve the problem of Douluos Bo, but the poison like Lonely Bo was very poisoned, and the toxins were like bone gangrene and needed external assistance. Most of his sons were also in this way. This requires him to have certain poison dao methods, at least master the knowledge of poison dao in the Xiantian treasure record, otherwise he will rely on himself, without sufficient strength, and it is impossible to absorb spirit masters who are much stronger than him. Of poison. Thank you, Your Highness, if Your Highness doesn't mind, please let the old man accept you as a disciple. This will not only help Your Highness in your cultivation and promotion, but also have many opportunities to learn the path of poison and solve the problems of our lonely family. Lonely Bo clasped his fists and expressed his feelings with gratitude. That is to accept Luoquan as a disciple. Luo Chuan's face changed slightly. A titled Douluos accepting disciple was very difficult. Not only could he give him the top-level guidance in martial arts cultivation, but it also meant that Solitude Bo would stand on his side in the future. The position issue has a big impact. Thinking of Jian Rongxiu, he shook his head hurriedly, Senior, let's just accept disciples. The impact is too big. We can just communicate on the poison road. He doesn't want to steal Jian Rongxiu's limelight at this time, it's better to make a fortune in silence. Lonely Bo took a deep look at Luo Chuan, quite surprised. What he said just now was very valuable, basically supporting Luo Chuan as a prince. He never expected that Luo Chuan would refuse, he did not believe that Luo Chuan could not think of this. Are you going to hide your power and bide your time? Since His Royal Highness is unwilling, the old man will not force it. Although we are not nominal masters and apprentices, we still have feelings. If Your Highness has any needs, you can say at any time. As long as the old man can do things, we will definitely not refuse. Lonely Bo promised that he guessed that Luoquan didn't want to be too high profile. In fact, he would support Luoquan as long as Luoquan had that idea. For sure. Luo Chuan smiled faintly, in the future, we will communicate in private. I hope that seniors will not tell others. Luo Chuan didn't want Jian Rongxiu to know. No problem, I just hope that His Royal Highness can come here often and master a powerful enough poison way as soon as possible. Lonely Bo appreciates the prince more and more, low-key, pragmatic, the future will become a great weapon. Chapter 59, Organize the Warehouse. Luo Chuan knew that this matter had to be taken slowly, and said, in this way, I will come one day on weekends and holidays from now on. At other times, as long as I have time, I will also study the poison path seriously, how about? Trouble Your Highness, the old man will let Yan Yan contact you in the future, so as not to cause any impact. Douluos Bo knew that Luoquan had a special identity, and since he was unwilling to show off, he would help hide it. Okay, the juniors don't bother, go back and prepare first. Luo Chuan hadn't studied the contents of the poison dao in the Suanei Shanbailu, so he had to go back and study it. Goose, send it off to your highness. No, my guard is outside. Duguyan watched Luo Chuan leave, and understood what Grandpa was looking for Luo Chuan. She was not sure, Grandpa, can your second highness really help us? Whether it succeeds or not, this is always a hope, and one more hope is also good. Dugubo murmured, even he himself was not 100% sure. Go to the execution ground first, I remember today is the day to deal with prisoners. After checking the time, Luo Chuan did not go back directly. Yes, your highness. Shen Jinming formatted. Is anyone following us? Luo Chuan looked around with a guilty conscience, fearing that Jian Rongxiu might have any eyeliner. No, if there is, Mr. Lonely will also notice. Shen Jinming believed in himself and could hide it from him. It would have to be a contra or even a title Douluo. Well, let's go. Luo Chuan still has confidence in Shen Jinming. As long as he is more cautious, he shouldn't reveal too much whereabouts. Jian Rongxiu's current focus is not on him, but on how to deal with the impact of the death of the three princes. Upon arriving at the execution ground, Zhang Xiaonian heard that he immediately greeted him with a very respectful attitude. In this respect, there is a lot more sincere, because Luo Chuan gave him money. Even though 1,000 gold coins are not a lot of money, it means that Luo Chuan attaches great importance to him. After all, under normal circumstances, he was the only one who gave Luoquan money, but Luoquan gave him money in turn. This makes him have a great sense of accomplishment. His Royal Highness, 3 soul masters have been dealt with this time, they are. Zhang Xiaonian, like a few treasures, told the situation of the 3 spirit masters. Luo Chuan nodded and said nothing, put on a mask and entered the execution ground. After the prisoner was beheaded, he touched the body to gather energy. He successfully gained more than 40,000 energy, which was less than last time. Zhang Xiaonian, are the prisoners of this level every time beheaded? Luo Chuan had initially adapted to the scene, turned his head and asked calmly. Basically below level 40, occasionally there will be more than 40. Zhang Xiaonian thought for a while. How about the number? Usually there are 2 to 4 soul masters, sometimes there may be none, sometimes there are more than 4. Hearing these shadows, Luo Chuan made an estimate. In the long run, he can get 30,000 to 50,000 energy each time. Once half a month, twice a month, 1 month is 6 to 100,000, and 1 year is about 1 million. It's still quite a lot. If he didn't pick up so much energy from the Star Do Great Forest this time, he would be very satisfied. Now, it can only be regarded as a long stream of water, he is more inclined to go to the Star Do Forest to collect energy. The executed Soul Master, where are so many soul beasts killed? Without asking any more, Luo Chuan left soon, and there was still 1 day to rest. He was going to study the contents of the poison dao in the Xiantian Bailu. Before that, he was going to tidy up his warehouse and use up most of his energy. Souls can be transformed into pets. The system does not limit the number of pets, but signing a pet requires energy. It is still necessary to choose carefully. The cost is not much. Luo Chuan thought of this and summoned a Ro. Even after seeing this woman for the second time, Luo Chuan still sighed, it was really perfect. The host. A Ro smiled softly, making people feel very comfortable. I ask you something, do you practice fast outside, or do you practice fast when you are taken back? Luo Chuan asked what he wanted to know. If the master doesn't provide strength, naturally cultivate faster outside. Aru answered. Luo Chuan checked Aru's data, there was 1 more level. Plus, this means that energy can also be boosted. Click it, and a prompt pops up. Do you spend 31,000 energy to upgrade the pet soft bone charm rabbit by 1 level? Ah, when there is no one, I will release you to practice. Luo Chuan coughed. Grandmas, he can even train pets for gold. Is he really a big money? Thank you, master. A Rose showed joy. She definitely didn't want to stay in that space, she was too lonely. Cultivation on the side, be careful, don't let people find out. Luo Chuan nodded. Although Shen Jinming was guarding outside, no one could come in, except Jian Rongxiu. Knowing some of the pet training, Luoquan began to check carefully in the warehouse, preparing to select some outstanding pets. The cost of signing a pet is 100,000 energy, which is fixed, and he has to find a soul worthy of these energy. Potential, level and characteristics are all his considerations. This purple electric lizard is good, it has a range of attacks, but it's a bit cumbersome. There must be a bird soul beast. If you can't win, you can escape. This lightning bird is suitable. The Titan Great Ape has a high growth rate and its own level is not low. It is worth training. This ghost wolf is too to disassemble. Luoquan selects the items in the warehouse, leaving the high quality ones first, and directly decomposing the unsuitable ones into energy. The same is true for the spirit ring, leaving only part of it for use, and dissolving the others afterwards. In fact, it is fine for him to decompose all of it. Later, there will be various spirit rings. After spending half an hour, the originally dense warehouses soon left only 5 spirits and more than 10 spirit rings, and all the others were turned into energy, making his total energy more than 20 million. The 5 spirits are Titan Great Ape, Lightning Bird, Vampire Bat, Black Venom Spider, and Shadow Wolf, all of which are above level 30, and their potential reaches level 80 or 90. Among them, the Titan Great Ape, needless to say, the king of the soul beasts, even if they are 100 years old, is comparable to other 10,000-year soul beasts, and their combat effectiveness is very powerful. The lightning bird is a soul beast that is as fast as lightning, and a vampire bat. One is responsible for transmitting and detecting information during the day, and the other is responsible for the night. The silk of the black poisonous spider is very tough and poisonous. It belongs to the soul beast of the control category, while the shadow wolf comes and goes without a trace, and has an excellent sense of smell, which is very suitable for tracking. Except for the souls that don't have a healing class, this is comparable to a soul beast team, and it may be able to play a huge role in the future. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to spend 500,000 energy and signed 5 souls as pets. Since these guys are too big to be released in the bedroom, Luo Chuan can only let them slowly improve in the pet space. Chapter 60, Introduction to Suane Shanbailu. Solving the pet problem, Luoquan began to improve his strength. 9-hearted begonia will not be easily revealed. You can upgrade all its spirit rings to 10,000 years, and spend a little more energy to raise the spirit power to level 40 and absorb the 4th 10,000 years spirit ring. Luo Chuan didn't hesitate to spend hundreds of thousands of energy to upgrade all the first 2 spirit rings to 10,000 years, and then upgraded 2 more levels to reach level 40. After absorbing the 4th 10,000 year spirit ring, he officially became the 41st level soul sect. This level is about to catch up with Jian Rongxiu. It has only been a month since the agreement with the other party. If Jian Rongxiu knew it, her expression would be wonderful. I will tell her when I become title Douluos, let her know how stupid it is to bet against me. Luo Chuan smiled triumphantly. Now that he is not strong enough, he continues to make a fortune in silence. He thought of Solitude Bo, and said thoughtfully, this title Douluos didn't even notice that there was a problem with my strength, indicating that the second martial spirit given by the system is deeply hidden, so I can safely increase my strength. The 3rd level upgrade required millions. Luo Chuan did not upgrade anymore, but used most of his energy to upgrade his attributes. A strong physique and spirit will not only be the basis for him to carry more martial arts in the future, but will also improve his basic qualities such as cultivation speed and learning ability. Especially the learning ability. Under the strong mental power, he learns things terribly fast. only a few days on the way back, he mastered the mysterious jade hand, the mysterious power, the grasping hand to control the crane and the dragon, and the ghost and shadow. So he spent 14 million energy to raise the two attributes to 100 points, which was comparable to the attributes of the perfect Soul King. The perfection here means that the Soul King is not only physically powerful, but also powerful spirit. This kind of person can only be achieved by a soul master with both spirit and power, or a person like Tang San who practices Xiantian Bailu. He checked his system panel. Owner, Luoquan. Spirit, 100.0. Constitution, 100.0. Repair, level 41+. Martial Soul, 8-Wing Angel, 9-Heart Begonia, 3rd Martial Spirit plus, 4th Martial Spirit plus. Soul Ring, 1st Wu Soul, 100-Year Soul Ring, with Soul Ability, Flying Acceleration, plus. 2nd Wuhan, Wanyan Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, Healing, Wanyan Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, Healing, Wanyan Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, Healing, Wanyan Spirit Ring, with Spirit Ability, Healing. Energy, 567-9084. Pets, Aru, Titan Great Ape, Lightning Bird, Vampire Bat, Black Venom Spider, Shadow Wolf. There are more than 5 million energy left. Save it as a spare. When I upgrade one level, I will refresh and cool down, and then I can upgrade 2 levels in one breath. Luo Chuan muttered, it is necessary to leave energy. Qianrongxiu still has a spirit bone in his body that hasn't been copied, but it's a pity that it's part of the angel's attire, and it can't be copied temporarily. He thought of something, shook his head regretfully, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. With the spiritual power of a Soul King level spiritual soul master, Luo Chuan's meditation speed is very fast, which is equivalent to the cultivation of a Soul King. When the cultivation power of a Soul King falls on the Soul Sect, it is very huge, equivalent to 10 times the cultivation speed of the ordinary Soul Sect. Luoquan is now faster than the super genius. At this rate, it is estimated that it will be able to improve one level again in less than a month. Sensing this speed, Luo Chuan was a little excited. Before the Soul King, even the higher the level, the weaker the effect, but before the 51st level, his cultivation speed can be blessed, and it will be a matter of surpassing Qianrongxiu. After cultivating for a long time, he began to comprehend the contents of the Poison Dao in the Xiantian treasure record. The powerful spiritual power made him remember it easily, and he could easily master it. As long as he kept practicing, he would be able to master it. Continue to write down the hidden weapons, and in the end, he practiced the purple magic pupil for the first time. This skill is still very necessary. With his powerful mental power, the future power will not be weaker than any spirit ability. In the early morning of the next day, the palace was quiet, and the flowers in the garden were in full bloom, and there were insects and birds singing. Luo Chuan sat in the back garden, watching the white fish belly on the horizon. Xiantian Gong continued to flow in his body. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his eyes, and a hint of purple appeared in his pupils. This purple meaning comes from the sunlight on the horizon. In the eastern sky, there is purple gas coming from the east, and it doesn't last long before it disappears. However, there is still a little purple meaning in his eyes, which means that his purple magic pupil has officially started, and then he only needs to practice every day. He closed his eyes and continued to practice. Suddenly his body shook slightly. He opened his eyes again and exhaled a breath of turbid air. These airflows condensed and did not disperse, just like a sharp arrow shot out, and did not collapse until 10 meters away. It's not too difficult to break through the first level easily after only 5 days from the beginning of cultivating the mysterious arts. Muttered in his heart, Luo Chuan jumped up from the grass, in the early morning mist, but his body was not wet. On his skin, wisps of jade light flowed, especially on the palms of his hands. The jade color was the strongest. This means that his mysterious jade hands are also getting started. Taking a step, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot, he appeared out of the garden like a ghost. This is a ghostly lost step after getting started. As for the grasping technique to control the crane and the dragon, he used it the day before yesterday when he held Jian Rongxiu, but was violently broken away. At this point, he had mastered the entire Xiantian Bailu, and his level was not as good as Tang San for the time being, but his strength was even stronger, and it was a matter of time before he surpassed. What are you doing? Jian Rongxiu took the long sword and looked at Luo Chuan, who appeared coldly, with doubts in her eyes. This guy suddenly jumped out, she didn't even notice. Flower viewing. The jade color in Luoquan's hand disappeared instantly, and the whole person became ordinary, and he smiled and said, "The scenery outside is so beautiful, don't you notice it?" Jian Rongxiu frowned and glanced at the garden. It was colorful and vibrant, indeed very good. She retracted her gaze, "It's like this every day, what's there to see? It might be the same every day, even if there are palace ladies pruning, they are brand new every day, okay?" Luo Chuan pouted his lips, "Living in my own world all day long, of course I can't see their changes and beauty. Are you teaching me?" Jian Rongxiu showed dangerous eyes. "As for? You are too narrow-minded, you can't tolerate opinions." Luo Chuan deliberately glanced at Jian Rongxiu's chest. A pair of aces was indeed not wide enough. Jian Rongxiu didn't understand that Luo Chuan was teasing her again. The sword light flashed, and angrily said, "I don't know how old and young is, how can you teach me?" Luo Chuan hurriedly avoided, turned around and ran. "I don't know how to be a prince if I don't know how to be a prince. When the eldest brother speaks, where's your turn to teach you?" Jian Rongxiu snorted and swung his sword to chase, only to find that Luo Chuan was so flexible today that he actually avoided again. "You are murdering a loved one." Seeing that Jian Rongxiu didn't stop, Luo Chuan hurriedly accused him. "I'm asking you to accompany me to practice swords and improve your strength." Jian Rongxiu should. Luo Chuan said silently, "What about my sword? P.S. Luoquan, where is my recommendation ticket?"